I warned my toxic dad I'd never join his business. Years later, he secretly framed me for $245,000 in tax fraud. So, I let the IRS tear his life apart. Original post. You'll never be anything but a financial burden. That was my father's favorite phrase. He didn't even yell it. He would just say it with this casual, crushing finality, like he was commenting on the weather or reading a grocery list. I grew up in a house where my absolute failure was expected before I had even tied my shoes in the morning. He would say it over burned toast at breakfast. He would say it over the obnoxious rumble of his giant, overpriced luxury SUV idling in the driveway. He would say it over the radio static of AM talk shows screaming about the downfall of the economy. When I got a B+ in advanced calculus, I was useless. When I spent my weekends reading library books instead of learning a mechanical trade in the garage, I was useless. When I explicitly told him I didn't want to work in his precious logistics business, I was completely, utterly, irredeemably useless. By the time I was old enough to actually understand the world, I had learned to measure my entire worth in decibels. The louder he sighed when I entered a room, the more I had apparently disappointed him just by breathing his air. He built his company, Vanguard Freight and Logistics, back in the late 90s. It was a fleet of beat-up box trucks, a few shady warehousing contracts, and a small, miserable team of people who never lasted more than a few months under his relentless, micromanaging glare. By the time I was a teenager, he loved to call himself an entrepreneur, and a titan of industry. But in reality, he was just an angry man in a faded, sweat-stained golf shirt, barking contradictory orders at minimum wage drivers while pretending he was some Fortune 500 CEO. I was never interested in his crumbling empire of half-paid invoices, missing inventory, and perpetual, vein-popping stress. I took a job at the local community college IT help desk, resetting passwords for $9 an hour, just to avoid his endless, suffocating lectures about work ethic. Every time I came home in my thrift store jeans and faded band t-shirts, he would watch me from his worn-out leather recliner. He always had this smug, expectant look on his face, like he was just waiting for the day I would fall to my knees and beg him for a real job at his warehouse. But I never did. I never gave him the satisfaction. He genuinely thought my avoidance was proof of my inherent laziness. In reality, it was pure survival. My mother, God bless her deeply flawed heart, just tried to stay out of the crossfire. She would flutter around the kitchen like a nervous bird, filling the suffocating silence with aggressive coffee refills and forced, brittle smiles. She would constantly say things like, "Your dad means well, David," or, "You know exactly how he gets when the freight business is stressful." As if there was ever a single millisecond when it wasn't stressful. As if it was somehow my fault that he couldn't manage his own payroll or sleep at night. Once, when I was 16 years old, I was walking down the hallway and overheard him on the phone with my Uncle Richard. He was complaining about me like I was a defective household appliance he had purchased and couldn't return to the store. "He'll never take responsibility for a damn thing in his life," my father barked into the receiver. "He'll just sponge off us until the day I'm dead and buried." I stood in that dark hallway, completely frozen, listening to that sentence literally carve itself into my ribs. I decided right then and there that I would absolutely rather starve in the streets than take a single dollar from that man. So I didn't. I worked extra shifts. I hoarded every penny I made. I moved out the exact week I turned 19. I managed to rent my own crappy, 400 square foot apartment above a loud laundromat. The walls were paper thin, the plumbing rattled, and my landlord forgot my name every single month. But as far as I was concerned, that tiny, noisy box was absolute paradise. It was freedom. It was freedom from the suffocating, daily certainty that I was a massive disappointment simply for existing. We didn't talk much after I moved out. Holidays were excruciatingly awkward, punctuated by tense, silent dinners where my dad would loudly brag about his incredibly successful logistics operation, and I would just nod politely, staring at my mashed potatoes, wondering how many of his grand stories were complete fabrications. I honestly thought I had escaped. I never thought I would have to care about Vanguard Freight and Logistics ever again. Until, of course, the fateful Tuesday afternoon when the IRS came knocking, informing me that I was apparently the co-owner of the sinking ship I had spent my entire adult life desperately avoiding. It started with an envelope so incredibly ordinary that I almost threw it into the recycling bin without even opening it. There were no urgent red stamps, no threatening bold text screaming across the front. It was just a standard, windowed letter from the Department of the Treasury that looked exactly like every other boring tax notice I had ever received. I tore it open on pure autopilot while standing in my tiny kitchen, fully expecting some vague reminder about a tax form I hadn't filed yet. Instead, a specific sequence of words stared back at me like an execution order. Notice of tax delinquency. Business entity, Vanguard Freight and Logistics. I read it once, then I read it again. Then I read it a third time, my brain violently misfiring as it tried to process what the hell I was actually looking at. Vanguard Freight. I wasn't Vanguard Freight. I wasn't any kind of partner. I had never so much as signed a single piece of scrap paper related to that miserable company, let alone sat behind the chipped, coffee-stained laminate desk in my father's depressing warehouse. But the letter absolutely did not care about my profound confusion. It laid everything out in that terrifying bureaucratic language that manages to be both bone-dry and utterly horrifying. According to the United States government, as a listed managing partner, I was personally and legally responsible for exactly $245,340.12 in unpaid payroll taxes, plus rapidly compounding interest and severe federal penalties. The heavy paper physically trembled in my hand. My vision immediately tunneled until all I could see was my own name, David Holden, printed neatly right next to my father's name, Arthur Holden. It looked like we were equal teammates in this horrific financial nightmare. I couldn't breathe. The cheap fluorescent light above my kitchen sink suddenly seemed blindingly bright, buzzing in my ears like a loud accusation. Somewhere outside my window, a siren wailed, but I was completely frozen. I was locked in the devastating reality that my life, my actual, functional, peaceful, hard-earned life was about to be completely detonated by a man who had never thought I was worth a single damn thing. I forced my shaking legs to move. I dropped the letter onto my small kitchen table like it was radioactive. My phone was already in my hand. I stabbed out a text message to my father with trembling fingers. "What did you do?" I watched the little delivered icon sit there on the screen like a blinking dare. No reply. Of course, there wouldn't be a reply. I set the phone face down so I wouldn't physically throw it through the window, and I started pacing the length of my tiny apartment. When you grow up constantly being called a disappointment, a dark part of you actually starts to believe it. Another part becomes fiercely determined to prove everyone wrong. And a final, much smaller part just wants to completely disappear before you get blamed for things you never even touched. I really thought I had escaped all of that toxic weight. I had my own place. I had my own job. I had a peaceful life that wasn't constantly measured by how many shipping contracts my father landed or how many times he felt the need to remind me I would never amount to anything. But apparently, walking away hadn't been enough for him. He had found a way to violently drag me back into his mess. I pulled out my laptop, my heart hammering against my ribs, and started aggressively searching every single legal phrase printed in that letter. Pass-through liability. Responsible party designation. Joint and several liability. My stomach dropped further and further into a black hole with each terrifying definition. No matter how I tried to slice it, the federal law did not care that I hadn't signed up for any of this. The IRS saw my legal name on that state form, and in their absolute, unblinking eyes, I was on the hook for $250,000. At some point, God only knows exactly when, my father had filed official paperwork naming me as a legal co-owner of Vanguard Freight. And he had done it completely behind my back, without breathing a single word to me. He probably assumed I would just never find out until he fixed it. Or, much worse, maybe he had actively counted on me being too stunned, too emotionally broken, and too deeply ashamed to ever push back against him. Maybe he had just assumed I would fold, take the blame, and let him walk away clean. I stood in my kitchen and thought about every single time he had smirked at me over those excruciating holiday dinners, loudly bragging to the extended family about how I would never survive the real world. Well, the real world had just arrived on my doorstep in a certified envelope. All right, I shut my laptop with a sharp snap. I took a very slow, deep, steadying breath, forcing the panic down into a tight little box in my chest. Then, I walked over to my desk, pulled out a thick, empty binder, and wrote one single word across the front cover in thick black permanent marker: evidence. Because if Arthur Holden honestly thought he had picked the perfect, weak, silent scapegoat, he was about to learn exactly how incredibly dangerous his useless son could be when he had absolutely nothing left to lose. Update 1. The local IRS field office looked exactly like every depressing nightmare you have ever had about government bureaucracy. It had flickering, sickly fluorescent lights, incredibly worn beige carpet that was permanently stained by decades of spilled, terrible coffee, and a cheap plastic wall clock ticking loud enough to make me physically sweat. I sat in the uncomfortable plastic lobby chair, clutching my thick evidence binder to my chest like a shield. My palms were so damp that the edges of the manila folders inside were actually starting to curl. Every few minutes, a bored, uniformed security guard would glance over at me like he was fully expecting me to bolt for the exit. When the receptionist finally called my name, I stood up way too fast and nearly tripped over my own sneakers. "Follow me, please," she muttered, not even bothering to make eye contact. The back conference room was claustrophobically small and smelled heavily of stale air and ozone. A woman in a sharp navy blue blazer waited at the small table, a thick laptop open in front of her. She looked up with an expression that miraculously managed to be both deeply exhausted and highly suspicious. "Mr. Holden," she said, adjusting her wire-rimmed glasses. "I am Agent Wallace. We are here today to review your official role in Vanguard Freight and Logistics." "My role?" I echoed, my voice completely cracking in the middle like a terrified teenager's. She didn't react to my panic. She just calmly swiveled her laptop around so I could see the screen. My full legal name sat right there, glowing brightly on the monitor, listed directly beneath my father's name in a clearly defined section labeled Managing Partners. Agent Wallace tapped the glass screen with a perfectly manicured fingernail. According to these official state filings, you currently hold equal liability for all tax obligations incurred by this entity since fiscal year 2019. I opened my mouth to speak, then closed it again. My racing thoughts were violently bouncing between, what the hell is happening? And this absolutely cannot be real. I never signed a single thing. I finally managed to say, my voice trembling but growing louder. I never agreed to this. I have never worked there. She stared at me for a second, then clicked to another digitized document. This one showed my father's messy, scrawled signature right beside a cleanly typed version of my name, but next to my typed name, there was absolutely no matching signature line, no initials, no digital stamp. Nothing. Just empty white space. It appears your father filed an amended Articles of Organization in late 2019, Agent Wallace said calmly, as if she were reading the ingredients off a cereal box. You were formally added as a managing partner at that time. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt like it was full of sand. So you're telling me he can just decide I'm a legal co-owner of a corporation without even telling me? Without my actual signature? Agent Wallace folded her hands neatly over her keyboard. Mr. Holden, the IRS does not make judgments about complex family dynamics or internal business disputes. We only enforce the federal tax code based on the documents filed with the state. It wasn't an answer. It was a massive, impenetrable brick wall. I stared at the glowing screen until the harsh black words literally blurred together. All I could think about was the decades he had spent calling me worthless, calling me a leech, calling me a burden. How sickeningly ironic it was that right now, my stolen name was the absolute only thing keeping his pathetic empire from completely collapsing and sending him to federal prison. And in that exact moment, sitting in that stuffy government room, something deep inside my chest finally snapped. The terrified, submissive kid who used to hide in his room to avoid the yelling was dead. I was not going to be the soft, easy target my father expected. I took a massive breath, opened my binder, and started pulling out the paperwork. I had spent the entire last 48 hours completely tearing my life apart to build this case. I had printouts of every single tax document I could find. I had my own independent W-2s and tax returns from 2018 to the present, proving definitively that I had never claimed or received a single cent of income from Vanguard Freight. I had years of apartment leases proving I hadn't lived at my childhood address, the address he fraudulently used on the business filings, in almost a decade. I even had printed emails and text messages where my father actively mocked me for refusing to join the company. I have absolute proof that I never participated in this business in any capacity, I said, my voice suddenly ringing out steadier and colder than I ever knew I was capable of. I am prepared to give you every single financial record I have ever possessed. For the first time since I walked into the room, Agent Wallace actually looked up and met my eyes directly. The suspicion faded, replaced by a sharp, calculating interest. All right, she said, pulling a legal pad toward her. Let's start from the very beginning. I laid the documents out on the conference table, page by painstaking page. With every single piece of paper I handed over to the federal government, I felt a massive chunk of the suffocating panic ease out of my body. I was still terrified, yes, but I was also blindingly, violently furious. And if my father wanted to try and drag me down into his self-made hell, I was completely ready to make sure he didn't walk away with a single piece of his life intact. When I finally left the IRS building 2 hours later, I sat in my parked car for almost 45 minutes. The engine was off, and my forehead was pressed hard against the cold steering wheel. The seatbelt dug sharply into my ribs, but I didn't move an inch. I wasn't sure if I was totally numb, running on pure adrenaline, or both. All I knew for a fact was that something fundamental inside my brain had permanently shifted. I had spent my entire life firmly believing that keeping my head down would keep me safe. I believed that if I never challenged my father, if I never talked back, he would eventually just let me go. I thought that if I was quiet enough, unremarkable enough, and distant enough, I would slip right through the cracks and never have to be a part of his chaotic mess again. That pathetic fantasy was dead and buried. He had dragged me into the absolute center of it anyway. When I finally drove home, I didn't even bother taking off my shoes. I walked straight to my kitchen table, dumped my backpack out, and started sorting through the rest of the documents I needed to organize. Halfway through cross-referencing my old bank statements, my cell phone violently buzzed against the table. Dad, we need to talk right now. Do not do anything rash. Call me. I stared at the glowing screen for a long, heavy moment. Then I calmly flipped the phone over so I wouldn't have to look at his name. I wasn't going to talk. I wasn't going to argue. I was going to build an impenetrable legal fortress. As I dug deeper into my old digital archives, I found ancient text messages I had almost deleted years ago. Back when I first moved out in 2019, he had bombarded me with a massive flurry of insults when I refused to work at the warehouse. Dad, Oct 2019. You're making a massive mistake walking away from this company. Dad, Nov 2019. You think you're better than this family? You'll regret this. Dad, Dec, 2019. You're a useless parasite. You won't last a single year on your own without my money. At the time, those messages had felt like pure, injected poison. I had cried myself to sleep reading them. But right now? Today? They were golden, undeniable evidence. They were absolute proof that I had explicitly rejected the company, and proof that I was nothing more than the target of his deep resentment during the exact same time period he claimed I was happily signing on as his managing partner. I printed every single screenshot. I highlighted the timestamps in neon yellow. I added them to the growing, massive stack. My tiny apartment had completely transformed into a forensic crime scene. The couch disappeared under labeled file folders. My kitchen counter was entirely buried under sticky notes, reminders of IRS deadlines, legal phrases, and contact numbers. My laptop never closed, the browser tabs multiplying until it looked like a complex city skyline. Somewhere around 3 a.m., I paused to stretch. My lower back ached fiercely. My eyes felt raw and gritty from staring at screens. But I absolutely wasn't done. I logged into the state's business registration portal one more time, clicking through every single historical amendment ever filed under Vanguard Freight's registration number. My stomach violently lurched when I finally found the original PDF scan of the document, Amended Articles of Organization, Managing Partner Edition, David Holden, filed in late November 2019. The exact same month he was texting me that I was a parasite. I zoomed in on the bottom of the page. The signature box meant for David Holden was completely, laughably empty. It just had typed text. Directly below that, my father's signature was slapped onto the page, sloppy, rushed, and arrogant. I closed my eyes, pressing my cold fingers hard against my throbbing temples. He hadn't even bothered to forge my signature properly. He was so incredibly arrogant that he just assumed no one in the government would ever look closely, and that I would never have the spine to check. And maybe he was right about the old me. Maybe if I had been a little more tired, a little more beaten down, a little more willing to blindly believe the family loyalty garbage, I would have just let this go and ruined my own life to save his. But I was so incredibly tired of pretending. I copied the fraudulent document. I saved it in 4 different places: my hard drive, my cloud storage, a hidden USB drive, and an email to myself. Then I pulled out a blank sheet of paper and wrote out an exact, chronological timeline of his fraud. By the time the morning sun started bleeding through my cheap plastic blinds, I had a binder nearly 3 inches thick. At the very front of the binder, I slipped in the final, most important piece, a legally notarized affidavit I had paid to prepare online, swearing under penalty of severe perjury that I had never, at any point in my life, been an officer, employee, or participant in Vanguard Freight and Logistics. It felt like putting on a suit of armor. When I finally sat back in my chair, the pure exhaustion hit me all at once like a freight train. But even through the intense physical fatigue, something deep inside my soul felt solid and unbreakable for the first time in my entire life. He thought I would always be the weak, silent son who wouldn't fight back. He was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. Update 2. Things escalated faster than I could have ever predicted. I didn't wait for my father to spin some elaborate victim mentality story about how this was all just a clerical misunderstanding. He had spent his entire life completely controlling the family narrative. This time, I was going to utterly destroy it. I hired a lawyer named Miranda Vance. She was recommended by a friend who had survived a vicious corporate dispute. Miranda was a sharp suit, corner office, and a completely no-nonsense attitude that made me instantly trust her. I walked into her office, dropped my 3-inch thick binder on her massive glass table, and told her everything. She flipped through my meticulous timeline, the tax returns, the unsigned state amendments, and the abusive text messages. "This is incredibly thorough, David," Miranda said, a faint, predatory smile touching her lips. "Your father has absolutely no signed acknowledgement from you, no evidence you ever profited a single dime, no proof you even knew about these filings. It's blatant, textbook fraud. Then why does he think he can get away with it?" I asked, my hands gripping the armrests of my chair. "Because extreme narcissists are used to getting their way through intimidation," she replied matter-of-factly. "They assume everyone else is too emotionally terrified to fight back. Let's show him you aren't." Miranda drafted a devastating, formal cease and desist letter on the spot. It stated in absolute, legally binding terms that any further attempts to assign me corporate liability would be considered targeted harassment and intentional financial fraud, and that we were fully prepared to escalate to the state authorities. We sent it via certified mail directly to his lawyer. 2 days later, the flying monkeys descended. My phone blew up. It started with my Aunt Susan. "David, how could you do this to your father? He is under so much stress. You are trying to bankrupt the family on purpose. Then my cousin Mark. Bro, you need to drop this lawyer crap. You're tearing the family apart over a mistake. My father was rapidly spinning a frantic, desperate story to the extended family, claiming I was a vindictive, greedy son trying to ruin him for attention. I stared at the barrage of angry texts, feeling a strange, profound calm completely wash over me. Of course he was making me the villain. It was his only play left. But, I honestly didn't care anymore. I didn't reply to a single one of them. I just took screenshots and sent them directly to Miranda's paralegal to add to the harassment file. By the end of the week, his fake narrative started violently unraveling. One of his former warehouse managers, a woman named Sarah who had quit a year prior, actually found me on LinkedIn and messaged me late one night. David, I heard what's happening. I'd be willing to provide a sworn statement. I explicitly overheard your dad boasting in the office back in 2020 that he roped the boy in on paper to shield his own assets from the IRS. Let me know if your lawyer needs to talk to me. I almost cried reading that message. I thanked her profusely and immediately forwarded her contact info to Miranda. We now had a smoking gun witness. The very next morning, the inevitable happened. I got a frantic, furious voicemail from my father. His voice was completely raw, shaking with a terrifying mix of rage and sheer panic. You think you've won, you little piece of shit? He rasped into the phone. You think you're better than us? You are destroying my life. You'll come crawling back when you realize you are absolutely nothing without this family. I replayed the unhinged message exactly once. Then I saved the audio file, emailed it to Miranda, and permanently deleted it from my phone. I didn't need them. I was finally ready to watch him fall. It is honestly incredible how fast the illusion of absolute control can disintegrate when faced with cold, hard facts. One moment, my father was the untouchable, self-styled patriarch, the man who held the entire family hostage with nothing but his booming arrogance and a dwindling checkbook. The next moment, he was just a desperate, cornered criminal whose schemes had finally run out of dark places to hide. 3 weeks after I handed my binder over to the IRS, my phone rang. It was Agent Wallace. Mr. Holden, she said, her tone as clinical and steady as ever. We have officially concluded the initial review of your submitted documentation. Based on your overwhelming evidence, the sworn affidavit from the former employee, and the blatant lack of assigned consent on the state filings, the IRS will formally drop you from this case. We are issuing an official letter completely clearing you of any and all tax liability regarding Vanguard Freight. I closed my eyes. My entire body sagged against the kitchen counter like someone had just cut my puppet strings. All the breath rushed out of my lungs in a shaky exhale. Thank you, I whispered, tears finally pricking my eyes. Thank you so much. There is one more thing, David, she continued, her voice dropping slightly. Due to the highly intentional nature of these fraudulent filings, we are legally required to forward this entire case file to the State Department of Revenue's Criminal Fraud Division. Your father will be audited, and he is facing severe penalties, up to and including criminal charges for identity theft and tax evasion. You may be contacted as a key witness. I wasn't surprised. Honestly, I felt a deep, vicious wave of relief. I'll be ready, I told her. After I hung up the phone, I set it down and just stared at my own reflection in the dark glass of the microwave door. My face looked a little older, deeply tired, but more certain and solid than it ever had in my entire life. I knew exactly what I needed to do next. I typed out one final text message to my father. It was the absolute last olive branch he would ever get from me, and he didn't even deserve it. The IRS has officially cleared me of all liability. They have forwarded your fraudulent filings to the State Criminal Fraud Division. I highly suggest you stop calling the family and go hire a criminal defense attorney. Do not ever contact me again. I didn't wait to see if he replied. I immediately blocked his number. Then, I blocked Aunt Susan. I blocked Cousin Mark. I blocked every single flying monkey who had dared to take his side. But, I wasn't quite done. I opened my laptop and drafted a highly detailed, factual email to the City Business Herald, a prominent local publication that absolutely lived for juicy, corporate meltdown stories. I laid out the exact facts, the false filings, the massive tax debts, the IRS clearing my name, and my role as the unwilling pawn in a failing logistics company's fraud scheme. I attached redacted copies of the relevant public documents. I didn't do it out of petty spite though. If I am being completely honest with myself, hitting send felt incredibly, undeniably good. I did it because someone had to tell the absolute truth to the community before he tried to spin his impending arrest into some kind of martyr story. The senior editor wrote back within 2 hours, asking for an exclusive phone interview. I gladly agreed. The story hit the front page of their website 2 days later. Headline: Local logistics owner investigated for fraudulently naming son as partner to dodge $245K tax liability. The article was explosive. It was big enough that even people completely outside of our social circle started sharing it on Facebook and LinkedIn. I didn't read the comment sections, but a friend sent me screenshots anyway. People were tearing him apart. If this is true, that is unbelievably low, even for a desperate business owner. This is exactly why you don't mix family and money. He did what to his own kid to save his own skin? Lock him up. That same afternoon, my father tried one absolute last time to regain control. He actually showed up at my apartment building unannounced, like some pathetic ghost from a life I didn't want anymore. I knew it was him before I even looked through the peephole. Nobody else knocked on a door with that specific, entitled, aggressive rhythm. I almost didn't open it. I almost just called the police for trespassing. But some deep, primal part of me needed to look him in the eye and see his face when he fully realized he had lost everything. When I swung the door wide open, he was standing there in a cheap, wrinkled suit that made him look 10 years older and incredibly small. His face was pale, and his hands were actually shaking. For the very first time in my entire existence, he didn't immediately start with yelling or accusations. "You've completely embarrassed me," he said, his voice completely flat and hollow. "The business is done. The state froze my accounts this morning." "Not nearly as much as you embarrassed yourself, Arthur," I replied, leaning against the doorframe, refusing to let him step inside. His jaw worked furiously, like he was chewing on broken glass. "This doesn't have to be the end of the family, David." I was desperate. "You don't understand the pressure I was under. We can fix this if you just retract your statements to the state." I tilted my head, looking at this pathetic, broken man who had terrorized my entire childhood. "What exactly do you think is left to salvage here?" He hesitated. He literally had no answer. It struck me, right then and there, that he had never actually had to answer that question before because he had always just assumed I would be there to act as his punching bag, no matter how much abuse he dished out. I let the silence stretch until it became suffocating for him. Finally, I spoke, my voice quiet but laced with absolute steel. "You spent my entire life telling me I was completely worthless. You told me I was a burden, a parasite. And yet, the second your pathetic fake empire started to crumble, you desperately needed me to hold it up and take the fall for you." He flinched. It was just a tiny flicker in his eyes, but I saw it. The truth hit him physically. "You didn't just fail as a businessman," I continued, staring right through him. "You completely failed as a father. You failed as a human being. And I am officially done carrying the weight of your failures. Have a nice life, Arthur." He opened his mouth to argue, to yell, to do anything to regain control, but I just stepped back into my apartment and slammed the heavy door right in his face. I threw the deadbolt loudly. I stood there for a few seconds, listening. I heard him stand in the hallway for a long minute, breathing heavily, before he finally turned around and shuffled down the hall. I walked away from the door and didn't look back. For a long while, I just stood in the middle of my quiet, safe living room, breathing in the absolute stillness. There was no more dread. There was no more heavy obligation. There was no more pretending I owed that man anything. A week later, the official, physical letter from the IRS arrived in my mailbox, formally clearing me of any and all liability. Miranda called me to say the state had officially opened a criminal investigation, and they would be subpoenaing his remaining business records. I told her I would be ready to testify whenever they needed me. I know this won't magically fix the years of psychological damage. There are still nights I wake up with my jaw clenched tight. There are still mornings when I have to actively remind myself that it is finally over, that I am safe. But bit by bit, day by day, the deep shame he planted inside me has completely withered and died. I wasn't the useless son, I wasn't the burden. I was the one who finally stood up and broke the cycle. Yesterday evening, I walked down to the little corner cafe near my apartment. I ordered a black coffee and sat by the large glass window, watching the city traffic drift past in the fading evening light. And for the very first time in my life, I realized I didn't feel like I was waiting for anyone to validate my existence. I didn't need anyone to tell me I had done the right thing. I knew I had. When I got back home, I packed up the massive evidence binder and slid it onto the highest shelf in my bedroom closet. I don't need to look at it anymore, but I really like knowing it is sitting right there. It is a permanent, physical reminder that absolutely no one is ever going to rewrite my story for me ever again. That night, I slept for 9 straight hours without waking up once. And when I woke up the next morning, I didn't think about my father at all. My sister evicted me exactly 5 days after we buried our parents. She thought she had won, but our parents' estate plan is about to turn her supposed $32 million inheritance into a mountain of inescapable debt. For context, I need to tell you exactly who I am and what this land means, because who I am is the entire reason any of this worked. My name is Clara. I am 49 years old. I have lived on our family farm in the Willamette Valley, Oregon, for every single year of my life, except for one brief semester at a community college when I was 18. I came home that autumn because my dad tore a rotator cuff during the apple harvest, and there was simply no one else to manage the crews. I came back, and I never left. That is the short version of my life. The long version is 30 years of 4 a.m. wake-ups. It is shattered water lines in the dead of winter, catastrophic equipment failures, devastating drought years, and the brutal, Unforgiving arithmetic of agricultural debt, a specific kind of math that will completely hollow you out if you let it. I never let it. For the last 15 years, I ran the books for the entire operation. Every single bushel of apples weighed and logged, every head of cattle tracked, every massive equipment lease negotiated, every payment to the Oregon Agricultural Cooperative processed, every federal grant application, subsidy filing, and insurance claim meticulously documented. I knew this land the way a veteran surgeon knows the human body. I didn't just know the surface of the soil. I knew what ran underneath it, what the market indicators meant, where our financial weak points were, and exactly how close we had come to ruin during the bad years. My parents, Thomas and Martha, were not wealthy people in the way that word is usually thrown around in cities. They drove old trucks and wore patched jackets, but they were extraordinarily wealthy in land. We had 450 acres in the Prime Valley. We had massive apple and pear orchards on the eastern slopes, a robust cattle operation on the lower flats, and a dense timber lot along the river that nobody had touched since my grandfather's era. The house was a sprawling, drafty 1930s farmhouse that my dad had stubbornly added onto 3 different times. The massive main barn had incredible bones, and the equipment, though aging, was maintained with religious devotion. My older sister, Beatrice, left all of this behind when she was barely 18. Shizuju threw 2 duffel bags into a much older boyfriend's truck on a crisp September morning. I was 16 at the time. I stood by the kitchen sink, watching through the window as she turned to my mother and spat that she wasn't going to waste her youth, rotting away picking stupid apples. She said it right to Mom's face. Mom just slowly wiped her calloused hands on her apron, turned back to the stove, and didn't say a single word. That silence was its own kind of absolute answer. For the next 30 years, Beatrice existed as a ghost who only materialized when she needed cash. She sent glossy, expensive Christmas cards featuring stock photo-perfect setups of the affluent life she desperately wanted people to think she lived, but she always called when the facade cracked. She needed $800 here for rent, $3,000 there for a car repair. Once, she demanded $9,500 for a legal misunderstanding that she vehemently refused to explain, and frankly, nobody had the energy to ask her to. My parents always wrote the checks. They said yes the way exhausted people say yes when the alternative is admitting a failure they cannot afford to look at. Then came a rainy Tuesday night in late October. A massive buck jumped the barrier on Highway 99. Dad's truck swerved, lost traction on the slick asphalt, and hit the concrete overpass support at 6:45 p.m. He was gone before the paramedics even managed to extract him from the crushed cab. Mom held on for agonizingly long 6 hours at the regional trauma center. I sat beside her hospital bed for every single second of those 6 hours. I held her fragile, bruised hand. I stared at the rhythmic jagged lines on the heart monitor. I whispered the kinds of desperate, rambling things you say when you have no idea if the person you love the most can still hear you, but you absolutely cannot risk the chance that they can't. She finally stopped breathing at 12:42 a.m. I walked out into the freezing hospital parking lot. I climbed into my battered farm truck, left the engine off, and just sat there in the suffocating autumn cold, staring at my empty hands. At 1:15 a.m., I finally found the strength to call Beatrice. She picked up on the 4th ring. The very first thing out of her mouth before, "Are you okay?" before "I'm so sorry," before "I'm on my way" was, "Is there a life insurance policy?" 6 words, every single one of them pointing like a compass needle toward her true priority. I felt something inside my chest harden into stone. I told her yes, there was. I told her to come when she could. Then I drove back to the empty, echoing farmhouse in the pitch dark. Beatrice arrived 4 days later, just in time for the funeral. She didn't come alone. She brought Damon, her first ex-husband. Damon was a slick, aggressive commercial real estate broker from Portland, a man I had met exactly 3 times at family events he hadn't even been invited to. He stepped out of their rented luxury SUV, immediately squinting at our sweeping fields, the way predatory men squint at things they are trying to price out in their heads. He looked at the vast orchards, the massive timber lots, and the heavy machinery, and he looked at all of it like it was a liquidation sale inventory. Beatrice walked straight into the farmhouse without knocking, treating it like a hotel lobby. She did a slow, theatrical spin in the living room, the room where Mom's half-finished knitting still sat on the armchair, where Dad's muddy boots were still by the door like she was assessing an Airbnb. By the morning after the funeral, Beatrice had completely taken over. She had spread county property tax records and Oregon intestacy statutes all across the kitchen table, aggressively highlighting paragraphs in neon yellow. Damon stood right behind her, his arms crossed over his chest, acting like a bouncer. As the eldest surviving child, Beatrice announced, not even bothering to look up from the papers, "I inherit everything. The house, the land, the equipment. That is how intestate succession works when there's no surviving spouse. It's the law." I stared at her. "Have you even spoken to Arthur? Have you seen their actual will?" She waved her hand dismissively in the air. It was the specific, arrogant wave of someone who has already decided that contradictory information is an annoyance rather than a fact. I don't need to see it. I know exactly how this works. Mom and Dad were simple farmers. They didn't have complex estate planning. Then she finally looked up and made direct eye contact with me. Her eyes were cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of grief. Let me be incredibly clear with you, Clara. You were never really family in the way that matters. You were the help. You stayed behind to run errands and keep the books because you had nowhere else to go. They were grateful for your free labor, sure. But gratitude is not an inheritance. I need you off the property by tomorrow morning. I think it would be best for everyone. She didn't say, we should talk about this. She didn't say, let's figure out a transition. She said, off the property by morning. She spoke to me exactly the way you tell a hired contractor that their services are no longer required. I stood there in my parents' kitchen. The kitchen where I had brewed coffee every single morning at 4 a.m. for 30 years. The kitchen where my mother had taught me how to can peach preserves, and where my father had patiently taught me double-entry agricultural bookkeeping on a yellow legal pad. I let her words hang in the air. I let the absolute venom of her statement settle into the room, then I simply turned around and walked out. By the time my boots hit the gravel driveway, I could already hear her on her cell phone, loudly scheduling a locksmith. I didn't leave the property. I moved into the old barn apartment with 2 hastily packed suitcases, my laptop, and a heavily encrypted USB drive that contained 15 years of immaculate farm financial records. The barn apartment was a single, dusty room located directly above the heavy equipment storage. It had a rust-stained sink, an ancient cot, and a single window that looked out over the sprawling eastern pear orchards. My grandfather had built it for a seasonal farmhand back in the 1970s. It was freezing that first night. I could hear loud, thumping music coming from the main house. Beatrice and Damon were literally celebrating. I lay on the stiff cot, wrapped in my heavy Carhartt jacket, and I did what I always do when I am overwhelmed. I made a mental list. What I knew. My parents absolutely had a will. Arthur Vance had drawn it up. Arthur had been their estate and business attorney for 25 years. His office was located above the old hardware store in town. He was a quiet, unassuming man who always wore faded corduroy jackets, but his legal mind was a steel trap. I knew the will existed because I had personally driven my parents to Arthur's office 7 years ago when they wanted to completely overhaul their estate plan following Dad's minor heart attack. I had waited in the truck. I had never asked what was in the documents, because it wasn't my place to ask. What I didn't know. The actual specifics of the documents. What I needed to do, speak to Arthur Vance before Beatrice could bulldoze her way into his office. I called Arthur at 7 a.m. sharp the next morning. He picked up on the very first ring. Clara, he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. How are you holding up, kid? I'm currently living in the barn, I replied flatly. Beatrice changed the locks on the house. There was a long, heavy pause on the line. It was the distinct silence of a highly intelligent man carefully arranging his next moves. I need you to come into my office immediately. Arthur finally said. Before the official reading tomorrow, there are several extremely important things you need to fully understand before you walk into that room with your sister. Can you just tell me over the phone? Absolutely not. This requires paperwork. Another pause. Your parents were incredibly deliberate, strategic people, Clara. I want you to hold on to that thought. That evening, as I was gathering my things, Damon came out to the barn. He didn't knock politely, he banged on the door twice the authoritative, demanding knock of a man who expects the world to immediately open up for him. When I opened the door, he was standing there holding a tape measure, wearing a sickeningly slick salesman smile. Just need to measure this space, he said smoothly. Beatrice wants to knock down this wall and turn it into a luxury guest suite for when our friends visit from Portland. No, I said, blocking the doorway. His fake smile didn't waver, but his eyes went dead. He reached into the inner pocket of his designer jacket and pulled out a crisp, folded check. He held it out to me like he was feeding a stray dog. $60,000, Damon said softly. I've already signed it. All you have to do is sign a standard legal release waiving any and all claims to the Everett estate. It's clean, it's simple, and it gives you enough cash to go start a nice little life somewhere else. Take the money, Clara. Because if you don't. He leaned in closer, the salesman mask slipping completely to reveal the arrogant bully underneath. Beatrice and I have high-powered litigators in Portland. Lawyers who specialize in brutalizing contested estates. You want to drag this out? We will drag it out for years. We will drain the estate dry. You will spend money you absolutely do not have, fighting for a farm that was never legally yours, and you will end up with absolutely nothing. Not even this freezing barn. I looked down at the check. The name on the memo line was his personal LLC, not Beatrice's account, his. That tiny, glaring detail registered in my brain, and I filed it away. No, I said again, my voice steady. I kept my hands buried deep in my jacket pockets so he couldn't see them shaking with rage. I guess we'll just let the legal will decide things tomorrow. I slammed the door in his face and threw the deadbolt. I stood in the dark for a long time, listening to his heavy footsteps crunch back across the gravel toward the house. Then, I pulled a small cardboard box out from under the cot. It was the box of personal keepsakes I had managed to grab from my bedroom before Beatrice kicked me out. At the very bottom, hidden under old photo albums, was a sealed white envelope. My mother's slanted, elegant cursive was on the front. For Clara. Open when you need to. I sat under the single, harsh light bulb of the barn and carefully tore it open. There was no date, just one single paragraph written in blue ink. Clara, my brave girl, do not try to fight your sister with words. She will always out-scream you and out-talk you. You know exactly how she is. Let the paperwork do the talking. Arthur has everything perfectly arranged. Trust Arthur. Trust the plan. We did not leave our legacy to chance, sweetheart. We left it to the only person who actually earned it. I read the note 4 times. I folded it, put it in my breast pocket, and I didn't sleep a single wink that night. The next morning, I drove into town to see Arthur. His assistant, a wonderful older woman named Helen who knew every secret in the county, immediately brought me a black coffee and squeezed my shoulder tightly before ushering me into Arthur's office. Arthur was sitting at his massive oak desk, surrounded by thick, cream-colored legal folders. He took off his reading glasses and looked at me with immense gravity. Your parents came to me 7 years ago, Arthur began. Your father's heart scare terrified him. They were realistic people. They had very specific, ironclad intentions for this estate, and more importantly, they were fiercely realistic about Beatrice. They loved her, Clara. But they were not blind to her endless greed, and they had 30 years of evidence regarding her life choices. They structured everything with her exact personality in mind. He opened the first folder. The farmhouse and the immediate 3 acres of residential property, currently assessed at $315,000, are bequeathed outright, but with a strict contingency clause. It includes a 5-year continuous residency requirement. Meaning, the inheriting party must have physically lived on the property as their primary residence for 5 of the preceding 7 years prior to their deaths. I blinked. Beatrice hasn't spent more than 2 consecutive days here in 30 years. Correct, Arthur said, the ghost of a smile touching his lips, which means the house automatically passes under the contingency clause. But that is just the house. The farm itself is a different beast entirely. He opened a second, much thicker binder. 7 years ago, to protect the agricultural assets from probate and external litigation, your parents established an airtight irrevocable trust. They legally transferred the deeds to the orchards, the cattle operation, the timber lots, all heavy equipment, and the farm's operating revenue accounts into this trust. Arthur looked me dead in the eye. The current estimated valuation of the trust's total assets, as of the last quarterly audit, is $32.4 million. The number hit me like a physical blow to the chest. I knew the farm was valuable, I knew the land was prime real estate, but hearing the actual figure out loud was staggering. $32 million. The trust, Arthur continued smoothly, has a single designated trustee who retains absolute control over all assets. The criteria to trigger this designation were designed to be incredibly specific. The trustee must have 1. Continuous primary residence on the Everett farm for a minimum of 5 years. 2. Verifiable, documented maintenance of the farm's financial records. And 3. Active, unbroken membership in the Oregon Agricultural Cooperative for at least 3 consecutive years. He leaned back in his leather chair. You have been a cooperative member for 15 years. You have over a decade of flawless financial records filed with my office in the county. You have lived on that property for your entire life. The designated trustee, with absolute legal and financial control over the $32.4 million estate, is you, Clara. I drove back to the farm in a complete daze. It wasn't joy, and it wasn't greed. It was the overwhelming weight of realization. My parents had seen everything. They had watched me sacrifice my youth, my social life, and my energy to keep that farm alive, and they had silently, legally built a fortress around me to ensure I would never be cast out. I didn't say a word to Beatrice or Damon. I went back to the freezing barn, booted up my laptop, and spent the entire night organizing 15 years of ledgers, tax returns, and cooperative meeting minutes into a single, undeniable digital portfolio. I emailed it all to Arthur at 3:15 a.m. At 9 a.m., Beatrice and Damon strutted out of the farmhouse. Beatrice was wearing a sleek black designer morning dress and massive sunglasses, treating the morning like she was walking a red carpet to collect an Oscar. Damon was wearing a sharp suit, looking every bit the predatory Victor. They had already parked a massive moving truck near the barn. They were that arrogant. They were planning to physically throw my belongings onto the highway the second the reading was over. We all arrived at Arthur's office at 10 a.m. The conference room was tense. Arthur sat at the head of the heavy mahogany table. I sat quietly to his right, wearing my standard flannel and jeans. Beatrice and Damon sat across from me, whispering to each other and occasionally shooting me condescending smirks. Arthur adjusted his glasses, opened the first folder, and began to read. He started with the house. He read the $315,000 assessed value. Beatrice practically vibrated with excitement. Then, Arthur read the 5-year continuous residency requirement. Beatrice's smirk vanished. Wait. 5 years? I can make that work. I'll just change my legal address retroactively, or I'll live there starting now. The condition is legally retrospective, Beatrice, Arthur interrupted, his voice cold and authoritative. It requires 5 years of continuous residency prior to your parents' passing. It cannot be fulfilled retroactively, and it cannot be met going forward. You do not qualify. Beatrice's mouth fell open. Then who gets the house? That concludes part 1, Arthur said calmly, completely ignoring her outburst. He set the folder down and picked up the massive, cream-colored binder. He broke the heavy notary seal. 7 years ago, your parents established an irrevocable trust under Oregon State Code. I will now read the relevant provisions. The total protected asset value of the agricultural trust is $32.4 million. Damon literally gasped out loud. His hand slammed flat onto the table. Beatrice went completely rigid, her eyes wide behind her sunglasses. 32 million. You could see the dollar signs violently short-circuiting their brains. Arthur didn't pause. He read the trustee designation criteria loudly and clearly, the residency requirement, the financial records requirement, the agricultural cooperative requirement. He read every single word deliberately, letting the trap snap shut in slow motion. When he finished, he looked directly at Beatrice, the designated trustee, with sole, unquestionable authority over the $32.4 million estate, is Clara Everett. For 10 agonizing seconds, the room was so quiet you could hear the clock ticking. Then, Beatrice took off her sunglasses. Her face, usually so carefully Botoxed and arranged into a mask of superiority, completely shattered. It twisted into something ugly, raw, and furious. She exploded. She swept her arm violently across the table. Coffee mugs shattered against the wall, thick stacks of paper flew into the air. Her expensive iPhone skidded off the mahogany and cracked loudly on the hardwood floor. She leaped to her feet, leaning over the table, screaming at the top of her lungs, spit flying from her lips. You poisoned them. You manipulative, pathetic little bitch. You stayed in that miserable dirt pit and you brainwashed our parents against me. You stole my inheritance. I am the eldest. That land is mine. I didn't flinch. I stood up slowly, pushing my chair back. I looked at my sister of 5 one year, old woman throwing a violent toddler's tantrum in a law office, her designer dress rumpled, her mask totally destroyed. The hired help kept the books, Beatrice, I said quietly. My voice was dangerously calm. And the books do not lie. We are contesting this. Damon roared, suddenly standing up and pointing a finger at Arthur. This is blatant elder abuse, undue influence. We will tie this up in probate court for a decade. We will bleed this estate dry until she begs us to settle. Arthur didn't even blink. He calmly folded his hands on the desk. If you wish to contest, Damon, I am legally obligated to advise you that the success rate for challenging a fully funded, 7-year-old irrevocable trust in the state of Oregon is roughly 2%. Furthermore, as the estate attorney who personally drafted these documents, I will testify to Thomas and Martha's absolute mental capacity. I have 25 years of documentation proving Clara's vital role on the farm, and proving your complete absence. Arthur paused, letting the reality of their impossible legal battle sink in. Then, he reached into his briefcase one final time. However, Arthur said softly, there is one more item. Your parents left this specific envelope with me 4 years ago, with strict instructions that it only be opened in the event that Beatrice threatened a legal contest. Beatrice froze. Damon slowly lowered his pointing finger. Arthur opened the small white envelope. He pulled out a single typed letter, and 2 attached legal documents. Your parents kept meticulous records of every dollar they ever gave you, Beatrice, Arthur read from the letter. The casual loans, the rent bailouts, the emergency cash. Over 30 years, it totaled $214,000. Your parents explicitly stated in this letter that those funds were gifts, and they are forgiving that moral debt. Beatrice let out a shaky, triumphant breath, looking at Damon. See? They loved me. But, Arthur continued, his voice dropping an octave. The attached documents are a different matter entirely. He held up a notarized loan agreement. 6 years ago, Thomas and Martha lent you and Damon $95,000 for a commercial real estate venture that Damon promised was a guaranteed return. This is a formalized, legally binding promissory note. It includes standard interest rates and a strict due date. This note was never repaid, not a single cent. Damon's face drained of all color. He suddenly looked like he was going to vomit. And finally, Arthur held up the second document. This is a letter Damon sent to Thomas exactly 8 months ago. In it, Damon aggressively proposed that your parents quietly transfer the deed to the 70-acre Eastern Pear Orchard, the most lucrative parcel on the farm, into a private LLC controlled solely by Damon, explicitly cutting Beatrice out of the management structure to avoid tax liabilities. He told Thomas to keep it a secret from his wife. Arthur turned the paper around. Across the bottom of Damon's letter, my father had written 2 words in thick red Sharpie, absolutely not. Thomas forwarded this to me for the legal file, Arthur said coldly. He looked at Beatrice, whose eyes were darting wildly between the letter and Damon. The unpaid $95,000 promissory note is an active asset of the estate. As the sole trustee, Clara now has the absolute legal authority to pursue immediate collection of this debt, plus 6 years of compounded interest. The current legally enforceable amount owed is $102,500. The silence that followed was apocalyptic. Beatrice slowly turned her head to look at Damon. You tried to steal the orchard? Behind my back? You told them to cut me out? Damon took a massive step backward, physically distancing himself from her. His eyes were darting toward the door. The aggressive litigator, the arrogant bully, was completely gone. He was a cornered rat who had just realized his meal ticket was actually a bear trap. The debt belongs to Clara now, Arthur reminded them gently. Beatrice collapsed back into her chair. All the fight, all the venom, all the arrogant entitlement completely drained out of her body, leaving nothing but an empty, aging woman in a designer dress she probably couldn't afford. She stared at the cracked screen of her phone on the floor. I didn't know about his letter, Beatrice whispered, her voice cracking. Clara, I swear to God, I didn't know he tried to do that. The worst part? I actually believed her. She was greedy, yes, but Damon was a predator playing a completely different game. I know you didn't, I said softly, but Mom and Dad knew. That's why they protected the farm. Damon didn't say a single word. He didn't defend himself, he didn't apologize to Beatrice, and he didn't threaten me again. He simply adjusted his tie, turned on his heel, and walked out of the conference room. We listened to his heavy footsteps echo down the wooden stairs. By the time I drove back to the farmhouse an hour later, his rental truck was completely gone. He had abandoned Beatrice at the lawyer's office. Epilogue. It is now late April. The pear orchards are in full, magnificent bloom, painting the eastern slopes in brilliant shades of white and pale pink. I moved out of the freezing barn and back into the main farmhouse in late January. I spent weeks deep cleaning the place. I repainted the kitchen a warm, buttery yellow. I left my dad's muddy boots by the door, and I put his reading glasses neatly in the drawer of his nightstand, because I wasn't ready to throw them away. And finally, nobody in the world had the power to make me. Beatrice called me in mid-February. She didn't call to demand money. She didn't call to threaten a lawsuit she knew she couldn't win. She called on a quiet Sunday morning, her voice small and hesitant, and she simply asked me how the orchards were looking after the winter freeze. I told her they were dormant, but the roots were healthy and strong. We stayed on the phone for exactly 20 minutes. It wasn't a magical reconciliation. It was incredibly awkward, filled with heavy silences and unsaid apologies. It was either the very tentative beginning of something new, or the final, quiet end of something old. I haven't quite decided which yet. As for the $102,500 promissory note, it is sitting safely in Arthur's fireproof safe. It is fully legally enforceable. Damon is currently going through a massive financial crisis in Portland, and a 6-figure debt collection would absolutely bankrupt his firm. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. Some things are better left hanging over a person's head, like a guillotine waiting for a reason to drop. The farm is entirely mine now, all 450 acres. The orchards, the cattle, the timber, the dirt, the legacy. I wake up at 4 a.m. every single morning. I brew my coffee in Mom's chipped blue mug. I walk the property line as the sun comes up over the valley, exactly the way my father used to do. My grandfather had a saying that I never fully understood until this year: the land keeps the absolute record. He meant it agriculturally, that you can read a field's entire history of drought, rot, and harvest deeply embedded in its soil, but he also meant it spiritually. The land knows who bleeds for it, the land knows who abandoned it, and the land knows exactly who stayed to keep it alive. My name is the only one on the deed now, and that is exactly how it is going to stay. Top comments. User 1, the hired help kept the books, and the books don't lie. Holy shit, Clara, that is the most badass, mic drop line I have ever read on this app. Your parents were absolute strategic masterminds. They let Beatrice hang herself with her own greed, and they used Damon's own shady, backstabbing letter as the final nail in the coffin. Enjoy every single sunrise on that farm, you earned every inch of it. User 2, estate lawyer here. Arthur Vance is an absolute legend for how he handled that reading. An irrevocable trust with highly specific, compounding performance triggers. Residency plus coup plus bookkeeping is basically bulletproof in probate court. It perfectly proves intent, and removes any argument of undue influence. Also, Damon trying to snipe the 70 acres behind Beatrice's back and getting caught by the dad's absolutely not Sharpie note is the greatest karma I've ever seen. Ruin him with that $102K debt. Bankrupt his LLC. User 3, the fact that she kicked you out of your home of 30 years just 5 days after your parents died, and expected you to just take a $60K bribe for a $32 million estate. The pure, unadulterated arrogance is staggering. I'm so glad your mom left you that hidden note in the barn. She knew exactly how cold it was going to get, and she made sure you had the fire you needed to burn them down. My family called me the thrift store girl for years. As I became a millionaire, they begged me for $450,000. I turned them down and walked away forever. I realized early on that I was the family letdown. My name is Claire Thompson, and I've spent my whole life being the punchline to my family's failure jokes. My sister Olivia has the beauty, the charm, and presumably all the brain cells as well. According to our mother, I received hand-me-downs and lessons on being realistic. My moniker began when I was 16 years old. Olivia required a dazzling and pricey homecoming outfit from Nordstrom. I needed new clothing for school because I had outgrown everything during the summer. Mom brought us both shopping, but our budget only went so far. Olivia went away with a $250 outfit that she had worn once. I was dropped off at Goodwill with $50 and instructed to make it work. That day, I bought a vintage leather jacket for $10 that was real leather and had scarcely been used. I was quite proud of it. I wore it to school the next Monday, and when I returned home, Olivia was laughing with her pals in the living room. She noticed me and exclaimed loudly, "Look everybody, it's the thrift store girl. Did you get a good deal on those sad little secondhand dreams?" Her pals laughed. Mom, who was in the kitchen, did not say anything to protect me. Dad was on a business trip, which was essentially his constant status. The name stayed. Olivia used family meals, holidays and odd Tuesday nights to put me in my place. Out comes the thrift store girl. I grew strong skin out of necessity. While Olivia pledged sororities at USC and posted countless photographs of beach parties, I worked 2 jobs to pay for community college. My tiny apartment smelled like the Indian restaurant downstairs. I ate ramen and learned how to hem my own clothing. Nobody was handing me anything, so every dime counted. My parents paid for Olivia's whole schooling. When I asked if they might assist with even a semester's tuition, Dad mumbled something about teaching me the importance of hard work. Olivia had already received her degree on a silver platter, but I obviously needed character development. I majored in computer science since I excelled at it and the jobs paid well. My classmates were chatting, but I was coding. I constructed websites for small businesses, developed applications, and studied all I could about software development. I finished with honors and no debt, which felt like winning a secret battle. My first serious work was with a tech startup in Austin. The compensation was reasonable, and I could finally breathe without having to check my bank account every 5 minutes. I rented a 1-bedroom apartment and purchased my first new clothing in years. I posted a snapshot to the family chat, proud of my small place. Olivia commented, "Cute. Very minimalist. I guess thrift store furniture is making a comeback." She had purchased everything new. The remark hurt less than it might have years ago, but it still hit. I'd relocated 500 miles away for work, but also to avoid the continual comparisons. Austin seemed like a fresh start, a place where no one recognized me as the disappointed daughter. I could simply be Claire, the coder who writes clean code and meets deadlines. My flat was in a development close to the office. Nothing fancy, just mine. My balcony overlooked a courtyard where other young professionals gathered on weekends. I gradually gained acquaintances at work, largely co-workers who loved my dry sense of humor and knew nothing about my home dynamics. When asked about my background, I remained evasive. Parents live in California, and one sibling is not very close. The startup culture was strong and thrilling. We had ping-pong tables and complimentary food, yes, but we also had a mission. Everyone there thought we were creating something significant. Late nights seemed more like investments than sacrifices. I was learning from folks who had previously sold firms and knew the game we were playing. I began saving aggressively. Every payday, I estimated the precise amount I needed for rent, electricity, food, and a modest amusement budget. Everything else was either saved or invested. My coworkers thought I was paranoid. They spent money on excellent dinners and weekend getaways. I recalled being broke too well to be reckless with money. Around this time, Olivia revealed her pregnancy. The family discussion erupted with delight. Mom was ecstatic about becoming a grandma. Dad started discussing legacy and family continuity. I gave Olivia my congrats and a gift card, which she accepted with a generic thank you. Days later, the baby shower was held in California. I couldn't afford the airline ticket, the present, and the time off from work, so I opted to work. Olivia sent images from the occasion, including extravagant decor, fancy baby outfits, and a cake that likely cost more than my monthly grocery budget. Mom remarked on each shot, saying how lovely everything was and how lucky they were. I worked extra hours that weekend and accomplished a big portion of a tough job. My boss noticed. That notification resulted in increased responsibility, more money, and more prospects. I met Daniel Stevens, one of the company's co-founders at the startup. He was intelligent, uncomfortable, and absolutely preoccupied with creating software to improve data security. I started as a junior developer, but Daniel saw something about my work. Within a year, I was managing my own staff. Within 2 years, I had become his professional partner in many aspects. Daniel resembled me of myself in several ways, underappreciated and motivated by something deeper than money. He was the strange kid in school, the one who programmed instead of socializing. His parents had intended him to become a doctor. He disappointed them when he dropped out of medical school to establish a technology firm. We connected over familial expectations and the freedom to disappoint folks who never truly knew us. Our working connection was purely chemistry-based. He'd draw impossible concepts on whiteboards, and I'd find out how to make them happen. We complemented each other, his vision, mine execution. The rest of the squad noticed. They began dubbing us the Brain Trust, which was both flattering and little obnoxious. We worked 80-hour weeks. We survived on coffee and resolve. Brian had the vision, but I had the practical ability to make it happen. Our software was excellent, it was revolutionary. Companies began licensing it. Contracts that were formerly small become larger. Tech behemoths started paying heed. Daniel and I celebrated at a dive bar when a Fortune 500 firm licensed our software for the first time. We were not champagne people. We ordered whiskey and sat in a booth that smelled like decades of spilled beer, laughing at each other like idiots. "We've done it," he remarked. "We built something that mattered." "Your family must be proud," Daniel remarked, somewhat inebriated. I laughed. "They don't really understand what I do. My sister thinks I fix computers." "Seriously?" She once asked me if I could help her printer connect to Wi-Fi. When I tried to explain what I truly do, she became bored and switched the topic to her kitchen makeover. Daniel shakes his head. "My parents still ask when I'm going back to medical school. Some people can't see past their own expectations." We clinked glasses to that, to being seen by those who mattered, even if our families weren't there. As the firm expanded, so did my role. I wasn't only coding anymore. I was making strategic decisions, employing teammates, and negotiating contracts. Daniel absolutely trusted me, therefore I had equity that mirrored my worth. When we finalized the ownership structure, I ended up owning 40% of the firm. Daniel had 40%. The remaining 20% will be shared amongst early investors and important workers. I didn't tell my family anything about work, and why should I? Every time I cited an achievement, Olivia found a way to undermine it. When I informed them that I had been promoted to senior developer, she announced her engagement to Adam Walker, whose father controlled a chain of auto dealerships. The talk quickly turned to her princess-cut diamond and her wedding preparations. The interaction occurred in my second year at the startup. Olivia revealed it in the family chat, sharing a snapshot of her hand with a massive ring, at least 2 carats, possibly 3. Adam proposed on a beach trip in Maui, dropping down on one knee at twilight as a photographer documented the scene. The photographs were properly altered and uploaded within hours. Mom called me crying with joy. "Your sister is so blessed," she kept repeating. "Adam is such a catch. He's going to take such good care of her." I was troubleshooting a serious system breakdown when she phoned. I had 3 developers waiting for my feedback and a customer presentation in 2 hours. I said, "Congratulations." And then I had to go. Mom expressed disappointment because I wasn't more thrilled. The fact was that I felt nothing. Olivia's happiness had lost meaning to me somewhere along the road. Her life was hers. It was my. The only intersection was obligation. I went to the wedding alone. I was 25, wearing a dress I had purchased fresh from a department shop, and I still felt invisible. Olivia's bridesmaids were all sorority sisters who appeared to have walked out of a magazine. I sat at a table with distant relatives who had spent the whole reception on their phones. The wedding was held at a resort in Napa Valley, with 3 days of celebrations leading up to the ceremony. I could only afford to attend the wedding itself, flying in Saturday morning and departing right from the reception that evening. I missed the welcoming supper and the morning after breakfast. No one appeared to notice. The ceremony was gorgeous, but in an overpriced, impersonal manner. White flowers everywhere, accompanied by a string quartet. Olivia looked lovely in a couture gown that was probably more expensive than my vehicle. Adam sobbed as she walked down the aisle, which the cameraman filmed from several perspectives. I sat 17 rows back on the bride's side, between a great-aunt who kept inquiring who I was and a family acquaintance whom I'd never met. Olivia walked by on her way down the aisle, and her gaze swept over me. I don't think she even realized I was there. During the toasts, Olivia's maid of honor discussed how Olivia was always meant for success, knowing precisely what she wanted and how to attain it. Dad's toast highlighted how proud he was of his accomplished daughters, but he only provided instances of Olivia. Mom shed tears of delight. I sipped champagne and pondered why I had bothered to come. The celebration was held in a vineyard with golden hour lighting, which made everything appear like a movie. I attempted to socialize, but I kept finding myself in discussions where I was the odd one out. Olivia's pals discussed spinning lessons and vacation houses. Adam's family talked about golf handicaps and investment properties. I nursed my drink while checking my phone for business emails to keep myself occupied. At some time, a groomsman approached me. He was inebriated yet nice, asking how I knew the pair. When I told him I was Olivia's sister, he seemed shocked. Really? She never mentioned having a sister. We're not close, I said. He nodded as if it explained everything and went on to find someone more fascinating to chat to. I departed during the dance, stating I had to catch a flight. Nobody attempted to stop me. I got an Uber to the airport, changed into comfy clothing and a toilet, and worked on coding for a project due Monday as I waited for my red-eye flight. It was a better use of my time than trying to enjoy a party where I didn't fit in. Flying back to Austin, I felt relieved. I had completed my familial commitment. I had shown up. I had been nice. Now I could return to my normal life. The one I was creating. Brick by brick, the one that truly mattered. I texted Olivia from the airport with another congrats. She answered with the heart emoji. This was the extent of our conversation. Olivia revealed her first pregnancy about 8 months after the wedding. By then, she'd completely committed to being a lifestyle influencer, chronicling everything online, including gender reveal parties, nursery design blogs, and pregnancy photo shoots. Her pregnancy was a meticulously planned performance. She had Ella in the summer, and her birth announcement received thousands of likes. I gave a gift of useful baby goods from the registry. Olivia shared a boilerplate thank you story on Instagram, identifying everyone who had contributed presents. I wasn't sure whether she knew which products came from me directly. Being underrated means that no one pays attention to you. While my family was obsessed with Olivia's Instagram perfect existence, I was creating something genuine. Daniel and I had created software that was receiving significant attention. Technology businesses were no longer merely licensing it. They wanted to purchase the entire firm. 3 months after the wedding, I received a call from Daniel around midnight. A prominent firm wanted to speak with us about a potential purchase. He could scarcely speak, his voice quivering with excitement and dread. We had anticipated this moment, but the combination of theoretical potential and actuality seemed different. We met with their team the next week. Corporate executives in fancy suits address technical inquiries and make financial estimates. Daniel addressed the vision questions. I handled the technical aspects and actual execution. We were a good squad. By the end of the meeting, they were more intrigued than when we began. The paperwork began to pour, including NDAs, tentative offers, and due diligence demands. Our lawyer, a lady Daniel had previously dealt with, guided us through each stage. She was forthright about the odds. Most acquisitions failed. Don't get excited until the money's in the bank, she told me. I took her counsel. I did not inform my relatives. I didn't inform my buddies. I merely kept working, living in my tiny apartment, and saving money like I always had. If the deal went through, that's excellent. If it didn't, I'd still have a nice career and shares in a rising firm. I was 26 years old when I received the first serious offer. $14 million. Daniel and I both owned 40% of the firm, while the other 20% was distributed among early investors. My portion would be worth $5.5 million. I couldn't grasp the number. It felt like monopolistic money. Daniel wanted to wait. He believed we could construct something larger. I trusted his instincts. It had been correct about everything else. We rejected the offer and continued working. 6 months later, another offer came in. $22 million, then $32 million. We repeatedly said no. Every rejection seemed like a gamble. What if we reached our peak? What if we turned away life-changing funding only to see the firm fail? I stayed up several nights crunching numbers, calculating how long $5.5 million would last, and how different my life could be. But Daniel's confidence was contagious. He gave me predictions, market research, and growth possibilities. Our software was becoming the industry standard. Companies didn't merely license it. They built entire security systems around it. We were becoming crucial. That meant leverage. We hired a CFO who has experience with successful exits. She was in her 50s, as sharp as a razor, and would not take any crap from anyone. She examined our records, contracts, and development trajectory, and declared us fools for thinking anything less than $37 million. You're not just selling software, she explained. You're selling the future of data security, price accordingly. This is what we did. When the next offer came in at $40 million, we replied at $80 million. They laughed. We walked away. 3 corporations were interested by then, implying rivalry. Competition meant better terms. I was still living in my little apartment. I still browsed sales. The money was imaginary, attached to a corporation that existed mostly as code and contracts. My family had no knowledge since I never informed them. What was the point? They had already determined who I was. Olivia had resigned her marketing career following the wedding. Adam's family money meant she didn't need to work. She spent her days practicing yoga, having her nails done, and sharing her wonderful life on social media. Mom would send me Olivia's posts with captions like, "Your sister looks so happy." The inference was obvious. Olivia had triumphed at life, but I was still fighting. Olivia's second kid, Jacob, was born by this point. 2 children before the age of 30, both planned and fully publicized on social media. Her life appeared flawless, at least in the meticulously managed squares of Instagram. Beautiful home, lovely children, and gorgeous apparel. She'd become a lifestyle influencer with a small following, receiving free things in exchange for postings. What I didn't realize was that Adam's financial condition wasn't as steady as it looked. Adam's father had many dealerships, but he insisted on owning his own location to show himself. He'd taken out large amounts to invest in a franchise, sure he could make it lucrative. When things began to go wrong, his pride prevented him from asking his father for aid. However, I would not discover any of this until much later. I watched from a distance, enthralled and repulsed. How much of it was real? Did she truly adore the life she portrayed? Or was she trapped in the same way I had been, performing for an audience that expected perfection I didn't want? We scarcely communicated outside of the traditional Christmas texts. She was preoccupied with her wonderful existence. I was engaged creating something tangible. That Christmas, Mom attempted to plan a family meeting. I rejected, citing job constraints. It was somewhat true. We were in the midst of heated negotiations, but largely I didn't want to spend a week watching Olivia's highlight reel and being reminded of my own perceived incompetence. Mom was hurt. She sent a long email on how important family is, how I should not let work rule my life, and how I was losing out on witnessing my niece and nephew grow up. She made no mention of the fact that I had only met Jacob twice, both of which were quick encounters. She didn't add that Olivia had never inquired about my life, or indicated an interest in seeing me. It appeared like I was solely responsible for maintaining family connections. I did not answer to your email. I worked through Christmas and was happy with it. Thanksgiving that year was very harsh. Olivia and Adam had recently purchased a house in a gated neighborhood. She spent the entire evening discussing crown molding and granite countertops. When Mom inquired about my life, I answered that we were in acquisition discussions. "That's nice, dear," Mom remarked ambiguously. "Olivia, tell us more about the master bathroom renovation." I stopped attempting to explain after that. The last bid arrived in February, $80 million for the entire deal. Daniel contacted me at 11 p.m., his voice trembling. The purchasers were serious. They wanted our software, personnel, and vision. This was it. The moment we'd been working towards for 6 years. My portion would be $34 million. After taxes and repaying early investors who had chosen lower returns, I'd have around $8.5 million in liquid assets. $8.5 million. I sat on my apartment floor for an hour, staring at the wall. Daniel and I signed the paperwork in March. The money arrived in my account 2 weeks later. I watched my banking app update and noticed an unusual balance. I was a billionaire before I reached 27, but no one in my family knew. I didn't purchase a mansion, I did not buy a sports vehicle. I hired a financial advisor and invested the most of it cautiously. I did purchase a wonderful condo in a reputable area that was fully equipped with new items. I purchased clothing that fits properly. I contributed to causes that I cared about. I lived comfortably, but not extravagantly. The secret felt fantastic. For the first time in my life, I had something completely mine, something my family couldn't take away, claim, or make about Olivia. My financial advisor had handed me a package of paperwork to peruse and sign. I grabbed them on my way out the door one morning and planned to glance through them around lunch. Instead, I was called to back-to-back meetings. I slipped the folder into my handbag, figuring I'd deal with it later. Among the documents was a recent portfolio statement that showed my whole balance. I absolutely forgot it was there until Olivia discovered it. Easter was coming, and Mom called to demand that I come to supper. I normally avoid holidays, but something compelled me to agree this time. Perhaps I was feeling charitable. Maybe I wanted to see things from a different angle. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that their opinions weren't important anymore. I drove to their home in my new automobile. Nothing showy, simply a dependable premium vehicle. I parked on the street and strolled up to my childhood home, carrying a store-bought pie because I wasn't much of a baker. Olivia answered the door. She looked me up and down, and I realized right away that my clothes were costly. Very costly. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Claire," she explained. "You look different." "Thanks," I said, walking inside. "You look great too." The house was adorned for Easter with pastels everywhere. Adam was in the living room, watching basketball with Dad. Mom was in the kitchen finishing up dinner. Olivia's two children, Ella and Jacob, were running around high on chocolate. I hugged my parents and tried to relax into the usual awkwardness of family reunions. Dad inquired about my employment in the generic manner he normally did, not actually listening to my response. Mom admired my blouse and asked where I bought it. I said Nordstrom, and she seemed astonished. "Splurging a bit," Olivia murmured from behind me. "Did you get a raise?" "Something like that," I said. Dinner was the typical production. Olivia held court, discussing Jacob's soccer squad and Ella's dancing recital. Adam made periodic comments regarding his dealership's sales performance. Mom and Dad nodded, completely engrossed. I ate ham and scalloped potatoes and felt as if I were watching a performance I'd watched before. My phone rang after dinner, just as Mom was presenting the dessert. My financial advisor and I exchanged glances. I excused myself and went to the back porch to receive the call. It was nothing important, simply a query about some papers that needed to be signed. The chat lasted around 5 minutes. When I returned inside, the mood had shifted. Olivia stood in the hallway, holding my purse. My stomach sank. "You left this on the chair," she said, her voice weird. "Your wallet fell out when I picked it up. Things spilled everywhere." She held out a bank statement that had dropped from the folder. The equilibrium was obviously evident. $8.5 million plus change. The room became silent. Mom's pie server clattered on the dish. Dad's eyes expanded. Adam leaned forward. Olivia's face showed a variety of emotions. Shock, perplexity, and fury followed by calculating. "Is this real?" Olivia insisted. I took the statement from her palm, folded it neatly, and returned it to my wallet. My heart pounded, but my voice remained firm. "It's none of your business." $8.5 million. Mom's voice sounded low. "Claire, where did you get $8.5 million? "I earned it," I explained simply. Olivia laughed, but it was not a pleasant sound. "You earned it. Doing what?" "You work in computers. Programmers don't make $8.5 million. "This one did," I answered. "My company was acquired. That's my share." The hush that ensued was deafening. I could see them all recalculating what they believed they knew about me. The thrift store girl was a billionaire. The family disappointment possessed more wealth than any of them. Dad discovered his voice first. "Claire, that's wonderful. Truly, why didn't you tell us?" "Because it's my business," was my reply. "And because I knew this would happen." "What would happen?" Mom inquired, her expression wounded. "This," I motioned to their faces. "You've never cared about my success before. Why would I share this with you now?" Olivia's horror was deteriorating into something worse. I could see the wheels spinning and the entitlement coming to the surface. "After everything this family has done for you." "Like what?" I interjected. "Please enlighten me. What has this family done for me?" "We raised you," Mom explained. "You raised both of us. You paid for Olivia's entire college education while I worked myself into exhaustion to afford community college. You've celebrated every one of Olivia's accomplishments while barely acknowledging mine. You allowed her to mock me for years, calling me thrift store girl like it was funny." "That was just teasing," Olivia explained defensively. "It was cruel," I said back. "And you all let it happen. You all participated." Adam, who had been quiet, now piped out. "Claire, Olivia is just surprised. We all are. This is a lot to process, but family is family, right? And family helps each other." There it was, the underlying source of the tension in the room. They wanted my money. Help each other. How? I inquired, already knowing the answer. Olivia rushed in, her voice taking on a plaintive tone that may have worked on me once. "Claire, Adam's dealership has been struggling. The economy, supply chain issues. You know how it is. We might lose the house. We have kids to think about. You don't have children. You don't have a husband. You don't have anyone depending on you. You have more money than you could ever spend. I gazed at her. This lady had made my upbringing unpleasant, criticized my challenges, and never inquired whether I was all right or needed help. And now, she wants my money. So, let me get this straight, I began carefully. You want me to just give you my money? The money I earned while you were posting selfies on Instagram? The money I made while you quit your job to play housewife? You want me to hand over what I worked for because Adam made bad business decisions? It's not like that, Adam argued. It's a loan. We'd pay you back. No, you wouldn't, I said bluntly. And even if you intended to, you couldn't. If you can't manage your own finances, why would I trust you with mine? Mom walked closer, her expression sincere. Claire, honey, please. Olivia is your sister. Those are your niece and nephew. You wouldn't let them lose their home, would you? How much are you asking for? I inquired, truly intrigued by their chutzpah. Olivia and Adam shared a glance. $450,000 would cover everything, Olivia remarked. The mortgage, the debts, enough to get us back on our feet. It's nothing to you. It's barely 5% of what you have, but for us, it would mean everything. I sensed a change inside me. The years of being disregarded, dismissed and mocked crystallized into perfect clarity. These individuals did not love me. They never had. I was just someone they kept around to boost their self-esteem. And now that I had something they desired, I was treated like family. No, I said. Olivia blinked. What? No, I'm not giving you money. Not $450,000. Not $500. Not 5 cents. Her cheeks turned crimson. Are you serious? After everything? After everything. What? I said, raising my voice. After you spent our entire childhood making me feel worthless. After you called me thrift store girl at every opportunity. After this family made it clear that I was worth less than you in every way that mattered. Now you want me to rescue you? We're family, Olivia said. Family supports each other, I remarked coldly. Family doesn't mock each other. Family doesn't play favorites. You want to know what family is? It's not this. It never was. Dad tried again, his voice taking on the authoritative tone he used when we were youngsters. Claire, you're being selfish. Your sister needs help and you have the means to provide it. This is what decent people do. Something inside of me cracked. I began laughing. I couldn't get past the ridiculousness of it all. They called me selfish after a lifetime of selfishness. It was too much. The laughter kept pouring out of me in waves. Decent people, I said between laughter. Where were decent people when I was eating ramen for dinner so I could afford textbooks? Where was family when I was working 2 jobs and going to school full-time? Where was support when I was building a career from nothing? We didn't realize you needed help, Mom answered faintly. You didn't ask, I said, my laughter fading. You never asked because you didn't care. As long as Olivia was happy and successful and posting pretty pictures, I could suffer in silence. I was just the thrift store girl. Remember? I wasn't worth your attention. Olivia's expression was contorted with hatred. Now you're really going to let us lose everything? You're going to let your niece and nephew be homeless because you're petty and bitter? You're not going to be homeless, I murmured, exhausted. You're being dramatic. Sell the house, downsize, live within your means like I had to. Figure it out like I had to. Work for it like I did. I have children, Olivia said. Then set a better example for them, I fired back. Show them that hard work matters. Show them that you can't just coast on charm and good looks. Show them that actions have consequences. Adam stood up, his expression harsh. You're making a big mistake. We're family. You're going to regret burning these bridges. I grabbed my handbag and hurried out the door. They pursued me, their voices overlapping, pleading, demanding, and threatening all at once. Olivia grabbed my arm and dug her claws in. Please, she pleaded, and for a moment, she appeared truly desperate. Claire, please. I'm sorry about the stupid nickname. I'm sorry I wasn't nice. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Just help us, please. I gazed at her, really stared at her. She was still lovely and nicely put together, but her eyes were wild. Her entire existence had been constructed on the generosity of others, and now it was disintegrating. I felt nothing. I'm sorry too, I answered gently. I'm sorry you're in this situation. I'm sorry you made choices that led here, but I'm not your bailout. I'm not your backup plan. I'm not the thrift store girl you can dismiss and ignore until you need something. I released my arm and went for the doorknob. Olivia's apologies immediately turned into fury. You're selfish, she hissed. After everything we've done for you, we gave you a home. We fed you. We raised you. And this is how you repay us. You did the bare minimum that parents are legally obligated to do. I responded, that doesn't entitle you to my money. Mom was crying now. Dad was red-faced and enraged. Adam was pacing. Olivia seemed to want to physically assault me. I opened the door. Claire, if you walk out that door, you're not welcome back, Dad stated sternly. If you choose money over family, you're no daughter of mine. I hesitated in the doorway and turned back to face them. You chose Olivia over me. My entire life, you heard me say. You chose appearances over substance. You chose comfort over fairness. You made your choice a long time ago. I'm just finally making mine. You'll regret this, Olivia yelled after me. When you're old and alone with nobody who loves you, you'll remember this moment. You'll remember that you chose money over your own family. I smiled at her, and she took a step back, so it had to be a bad one. I'd rather be alone with $8.5 million than surrounded by people who only love me for what I can give them. Get out, Olivia yelled. Get out and don't come back. That's the plan, I explained. She surged forward, slamming the door in my face. I heard the lock click through the door. I could hear yelling, sobbing, and the pandemonium of a family disintegrating. I stood there for a time, expecting to feel anything. Regret, despair, or anything. Instead, I felt lighter. I walked to my car, got inside, and drove away from that house for the final time. My phone started ringing before I got to the freeway. Olivia. I refused the call. She called again, declined yet again. I banned her phone number. Then I blocked Mom's, Dad's, and Adam's. The stillness was amazing. Over the following few weeks, they tried everything. Mom wrote me emails imploring me to reconsider, stating Olivia was having breakdowns and the stress was impacting the kids. Dad's emails began reasonably, but became progressively irate when I failed to answer. Olivia generated new email addresses when I blocked the existing ones. Her communications alternate between apologies and threats. Adam tried everything to reach me, including LinkedIn messages and Facebook friend requests from false profiles. I disregarded it all. When Dad's lawyer wrote a threatening letter concerning alleged inheritance claims, my lawyer promptly issued a cease and desist letter, thereby closing that option. The harassing slowly lessened, then altogether. I learned via a mutual acquaintance that Olivia and Adam did lost their home. They moved into a rental in a less desirable area. Adam's dealership closed. Olivia had to find a real job, working in a mall's retail department. The gated neighborhood and the Instagram perfect existence had vanished. I felt a glimmer of pity, but it faded fast. They had made their selections. They had constructed their lives on unsustainable grounds. Their financial difficulties were not my job to resolve. It was entirely up to me how I spent my money. I provided scholarships for students from low-income families pursuing computer technology. I gave to organizations that support women in technology. I invested in businesses started by people that reminded me of myself, eager, brilliant, and underappreciated. When my grandmother moved into assisted living, I acquired her house. It was the one spot from my youth that brought back happy memories. I meticulously restored it, preserving all of the important details. I currently reside there, surrounded by objects. I pick stuff. I've earned things that are genuinely mine. I began dating someone I met via work. Another developer with their own success story. Someone who recognized the significance of hard labor since he experienced it firsthand. When I informed him about my family, he did not tell me to forgive them. He just grasped my hand and stated, "Some people are family, some are related. There is a distinction." 6 months after Easter, I received a wedding invitation. Olivia and Adam were renewing their vows as a PR stunt to demonstrate their enduring strength. The invitation was addressed to Claire Thompson and her companion. There was a handwritten message. "Despite everything, you're still my sister. I hope you'll come. We can talk." I threw it out without answering. A year after that Easter, Olivia sent me a message using a technique she had discovered that I hadn't blocked yet. It was lengthy, rambling, and full of apologies that seemed scripted rather than real. She discussed how difficult things had been, how much she had learnt, and how she now understood what I had been through. Finally, she asked if we might meet for coffee. She wrote that she did not want to ask for anything but rather to communicate an attempt. I reread it 3 times. I recalled the girl I'd been, yearning for morsels of acceptance from people who'd never seen me. I reflected on the woman I'd become, strong enough to walk away from those who harmed me. I erased the mail without replying. Some bridges are not worth repairing. Some doors, once slammed, should remain closed. Some family are best left behind. I learned throughout treatment. Yes, I went to therapy because money allows me to afford treatment, that I had spent my entire life attempting to earn affection that would never be freely given. I had been performing in front of an uninterested crowd. When I stopped performing and wanting their approval, I became free. The money didn't help me. It provided me alternatives, stability, and comfort, but it did not heal my wounds. That task was more difficult and took longer. I had to unlearn the idea that I was worthless, deserved less, and should be grateful for scraps. I am enough. I always was. The thrift store girl who pieced together ensembles from discarded pieces was just as valued as the billionaire I eventually became. The only difference is that I now understand it. These days my life is tranquil. I work on projects that I find interesting. I travel whenever I want to. I have friends that choose me not out of blood or obligation, but because they truly enjoy who I am. My boyfriend thinks my thrift shop discoveries are beautiful, who like hearing stories about the antique leather jacket that I still have hanging in my closet. I created a life that is mine. Nobody can belittle, disparage, or take credit for it. When I look in the mirror, I see someone who has endured, worked, and refused to let others to determine her value. Sometimes I wonder if my family remembers that Easter supper, if they could relive the moment they found I was wealthy and insisted I share it. Most likely, they will not comprehend why I laughed in their faces and went away. People like these seldom comprehend. They will constantly feel entitled to what others have earned. They will always believe that family means claiming each other's achievement without contributing to it. But occasionally, late at night, when I'm in the house that I genuinely own, I recall standing at that doorway with Olivia shouting at me, ordering me to go. I recall the sound of the door slamming in my face, and the finality of the lock clicking into place. I can recall how it felt to walk away. And I grin because they actually did me a favor. They relieved me of the last remaining duty I felt toward them. They revealed their true selves to me one final time. They slammed the door on a connection I had been striving to keep because of guilt and habit. I walked away feeling lighter than I had ever felt. The thrift store girl became a billionaire. The family's disappointment became more successful than they could have dreamed. The girl they passed over became someone they couldn't ignore. And when they finally saw me, wanted something from me, and required what I made, I declined. Nobody warns you about the power of stepping away, the power to choose oneself, the strength of refusing to put yourself on fire in order to keep others warm who would never do the same for you. I do not regret it. Not for 1 second. Not while I am laying in bed in my lovely house. Not when I'm sponsoring scholarships for females, as I was. Not when I'm living the life I choose rather than the one chosen for me. Olivia was correct about one thing though. It's not how she intended it. I am occasionally alone, yet I am not lonely. There is a distinction. Loneliness is being surrounded by people who do not notice you. Being alone allows you to breathe without having to apologize for taking up space. I'd rather have alone than to be unloved. The last time I considered reaching out was on my birthday last year. I awoke to messages from friends, my boyfriend, and others who decided to be in my life. I reflected on how different it was from previous birthdays, when my family would give me practical presents, while Olivia received jewels and trips. I considered calling briefly to see if anything had changed. Then I remembered Olivia's expression when she saw my bank account, the calculating in her eyes, and how quickly affection transformed into demands. I prepared pancakes instead and treated myself to a spa day. Some individuals spend their entire lives seeking approval from people who never offer it. Some people injure themselves attempting to fit into areas that were never intended for them. Some people accept crumbs and call them love. I did this for 26 years. Now I live differently. I now know better. Now I understand that stepping away does not mean giving up. It is growing up. My relatives used to nickname me, the thrift store girl, as an insult. They assumed that secondhand meant second-rate. They believed that bargain hunting meant cheap living. They believed I was inferior to them because I lacked what they have. They were incorrect about everything. The thrift shop girl learned to recognize value where others saw garbage. She learned to make damaged things beautiful. She discovered that worth is not decided by price tags, family acceptance, or Instagram likes. She learned to gamble on herself, and won. So, no, I will not reconcile with my family. I will not support Olivia's lifestyle or serve as the family ATM. I will not attend holidays, pretend everything is normal, or accept half-hearted apologies intended to manipulate rather than heal. I'll be here in my house, living my life and making my decisions. I'll be the thrift store girl who became a billionaire and discovered that some of life's finest things cannot be purchased. such as self-esteem, real connections, and the tranquility that comes from finally putting yourself first. They slammed the door in my face, assuming it was punishment. It was freedom. My sister set my house on fire after I refused to give it to her. My parents begged me to forgive her, but I let the police arrest her anyway. So I saved for 5 years, purchased my own house, fixed it up myself and thought, cool, life's finally stabilizing. My family saw this as a personal challenge. Before we get to the point where everything literally goes up in flames, let me start from the beginning. My name is Ethan, I'm in my late 20s and work in operations management for a medium corporation. It isn't flashy, but it's consistent. Long hours, problem solving, and preventing things from coming apart. That's pretty much how I've spent my entire life. As the one who figures it out. In my family, this led to my becoming the responsible one, which essentially meant that no one checked on him since he would be okay. My parents, Gregory and Catherine, always acted as if I was born knowing what I was doing. They assumed that if I struggled, I could manage it. Meanwhile, my little sister, Chloe, was treated as a precious collection. Dust her off. Keep her secure. Don't let her feel overwhelmed. Every move she made, no matter how dubious, was lauded as heroic, difficult, or too much for her to bear. I stopped expecting fairness years ago. Anyway, after 5 years of saving every penny, foregoing holidays, and working additional hours whenever possible, I eventually purchased a home. Nothing dramatic, simply a 2-bedroom cottage on the outskirts of town. Most people would have turned it down since it required a lot of effort, but I felt I could create something substantial out of it if I was patient. The apartment had ancient paint peeling like thin paper, flooring that looked like someone had dragged metal furniture over them for a decade, and a kitchen with cabinetry so bent I could see light through the gaps. But it was mine. No roommates, no landlords, and no shared walls. For the first time, I went into a space and felt relieved, as if the years of eating inexpensive food and maintaining my own car may finally be worth something. Renovating the house became my second full-time job. I'd work a 9-hour shift, come home, change clothes, and tackle whatever problem the house threw at me. I watched video after tutorial, till my eyes burned. Some evenings, I fell asleep on the floor, with tools all about me. My shoulders hurt for several weeks. Weekends were reserved for larger jobs like rebuilding the bathroom, removing old flooring and repairing the sagging deck. My friend Marcus came by to assist with the bigger items. He's been my best buddy since high school and knows enough about my family to understand why I am the way I am. He kept joking that the house would be my evidence of survival after years of playing the supporting role in my own family. His words were not wrong. When I eventually brought my parents to see the development, they seemed proud in that low-key manner folks do when they don't want to make a big deal about anything. My father glanced around and remarked, "You were always handy, son." As if it was evident I could restore an entire house on my own. My mother smiled and thought it was lovely. Not remarkable, not astounding, simply pleasant. They intended well. I know they did. But it felt more like they were marking something off a list. If Chloe had done the same task, they would have hosted a celebration complete with decorations and speeches. Speaking of Chloe, my folks still talk about her wedding as if it were the highlight of the decade. It's been years, yet they still talk about it all the time. The colors, the setting, how magnificent it was, how proud they were of their daughter. It wasn't until long later that I discovered how much they paid for it. I never received that kind of enthusiasm or support. When I mentioned that the down payment was difficult for me, my parents stated they wished they could contribute more evenly, but Chloe needed it at the moment. Like, need only matters when it's hers. But the reality is, I didn't buy the house to impress anyone. I bought it because I wanted something that couldn't be taken away or changed to fit someone else's tale. Nonetheless, as I stood outside and looked at the home after accomplishing the last of the main tasks, I anticipated to feel a part of something larger. Instead, I felt stable and strong, as if I had finally created something that belonged totally to me. The thing was, I hadn't realized that the others around me didn't perceive it the same way. For me, it was a home. For my family, it was just available. And that distinction is where everything went wrong. I intended the housewarming to be small. 8 or 10 persons, at most. Only my family, Marcus, and 2 coworkers assisted me in moving the heavier items. Nothing fancy. I bought a few pizzas, laid up some folding chairs because the living room furniture hadn't come yet, and planned a casual afternoon where folks could see the work I'd done. Chloe arrived 15 minutes early with 12 individuals I did not know. They swarmed through the front entrance, as if it were an open event. I hardly had time to digest it before Catherine clapped her hands and stated it was wonderful that Chloe added to the family enthusiasm. I was about to say something, when Gregory interrupted me with, "It's family. Stop being weird, Ethan. More people means more love." It didn't feel like love. It seemed like siege warfare. Chloe walked in as if she were the host, not me. Her little son Oliver was on her hip and she quickly let him go about the home. The guests she invited strolled around, opening drawers and complimenting items that didn't require them, such as the hallway light switch. Her spouse, Gavin, came in last. He had the same expression he normally had. Chin slightly up, eyes searching the room as if he's assessing a business venture he didn't pay for. He gave a slow nod as if he accepted the plan, which irritated me more than I expected. While everyone settled down, Chloe began making comments that sounded like jokes but did not land as such. "Wow, Ethan. 3 bedrooms. What exactly are you planning here? A bachelor compound?" I mustered a modest smile. She continued going. "It's kind of wild. One guy with all this space. What are you going to do? Talk to the walls? Must be nice having no real responsibilities." A few folks cracked a joke. I did not. Gregory jumped in with his own brand of helpful commentary. "Well, you do have extra space. Chloe is simply pointing out the obvious." Catherine contributed her own perspective. "I always said you'd grow into something like this when you finally settle down. Maybe it'll push you to think long term." I didn't know what to say. They made it sound as if I had purchased a toy rather than a house. We began the house tour, something I had not wanted to do yet, but Chloe urged. She moved ahead of the group, opening doors as if she were inspecting property she already owned. When she entered the first bedroom, she turned to her audience and remarked, "This would be perfect for Oliver. Look at that natural light. He needs sunlight." I blinked, believing she was exaggerating. She was not. Gavin leaned against the doorframe, grinning as if everything made complete sense to him. He answered, "Yeah, I can see this fitting our needs pretty well." Our needs. He stated it as if he had already moved in. Marcus stayed at my side the entire time. He watched the incident develop with a stiff look. He was not mistaken. Chloe continued to treat each area as if she were shopping for a kid. She did not bother to supervise. Oliver was dragging a plastic toy across the wooden floor. I spent 3 weekends sanding and sealing. Every scratch caused my stomach to plummet. Nobody stopped him, not even Chloe, who was too preoccupied discussing how she had arranged the furnishings in Oliver's future room. Or, by the time we were in the kitchen, one of Chloe's extra visitors had opened the fridge and inquired about the availability of more beverages. I politely requested him to cease searching through my belongings. Instead of apologizing, he smiled and added, "Chloe said this place was basically family property." I stood there, wondering whether I had misheard him. Chloe gave me a look that suggested I was being theatrical. "Relax, Ethan. Nobody cares about a fridge. It's just family." Marcus murmured something under his breath that sounded like a threat. I considered asking him to repeat it. As the trip came to a close, I realized I hadn't said anything throughout. The entire event consisted of Chloe going ahead, pointing, assigning, redesigning, and behaving as if the home was some kind of common resource that I had selfishly locked away. People had only just eaten their pizza when Chloe clapped her hands loudly enough to cut every conversation in half. She stood in the midst of my living room, as if she were preparing to give a class. I froze in the middle of a sentence. Marcus peered over from the couch and some of the people she had brought quieted down. Chloe grinned too widely. I didn't move. I wasn't giving her the stage. But she took it anyway. "I have a plan," she said, taking a manila folder from her large purse. I took a step closer and asked, "A plan for what?" This was my housewarming, not a strategy meeting. She ignored it, opening the folder and pulling out pieces of paper she had printed. That alone annoyed me. She had come prepared, deliberate, and confident. "Since Oliver needs a yard and stability," she started off. "And since you have all this unused space, Gavin and I came up with a solution that benefits everyone." I crossed my arms and straightened my shoulders, indicating that I would not entertain whatever this was. But she did not back down. If anything, she straightened up, as if expecting a claim. "You transfer the deed to us," she added, as if she were requesting a cup of sugar. "It makes the most sense. A young family needs a home more than a single man does." The room fell dead silent. Gavin stepped up beside her, hands in his pockets, like he was here to negotiate the merger of 2 companies. "Your mortgage isn't crazy," he said, nodding toward me. It's doable, and we already mapped out how we'll use the rooms. I abruptly interrupted him. You're talking like you own the place. Gavin smirked as if I were being exaggerated. We're being practical. You're a grown man with extra rooms, and your nephew actually needs the space. Chloe laid another sheet on the coffee table. Here's how it works. You transfer the house to us and then you can rent the basement apartment we'll finish. It'll be perfect for you. Something warm crawled up the back of my neck as I heard her confident voice. I came closer, dropping but not softening my voice. I'm not renting anything from either of you. I bought this house and renovated every inch of it myself. Chloe brushed it aside as if it didn't matter. Yes, you worked hard, but stability for a child is more important than your pride. Then the figures were released. Chloe pointed to a page with highlighted lines. The mortgage is around $1,300 per month. I did not respond. Gavin moved forward. We can contribute $500, maybe $550 when things are going well. You'd cover the rest because you make more. I laughed sharply and loudly. You want me to give you my house and pay most of the mortgage? Chloe asked without blinking. It's not giving. It's helping your family. If you say no, you're choosing money over blood. This time I didn't hold back. You don't get to guilt trip me in my own living room. Chloe attempted to maintain eye contact, but mine didn't move. She glanced away first. Gregory cleared his throat and stepped forward, attempting to appear indifferent. Let's just hear both sides. I stopped him off. There aren't two sides. There's my house and they're attempting to take it. Catherine stepped in immediately, hands raised as if she were the referee. Ethan, honey, stay calm. Your sister is just trying to solve a problem. No need to get so tense. She was staring at me. She made up a problem and her solution is stealing my home. Marcus rose from the couch, arms folded. Gavin snorted and puffed up. This isn't a negotiation. This is theft with extra steps. You don't understand how housing law works. I read that if you have extra rooms and refuse to assist family members, a court can... Marcus chuckled sharply and without amusement. That's not a law. That's something you saw online. Gavin's eyes widened as if he had been caught cheating on an exam. It's a thing courts look at. Neglect. Stop, I spat out. Don't pretend you know anything about law. You downloaded one PDF and now you think you're a judge. Chloe's expression got cocky. So you hate your nephew? That's what this is. You'd rather have him grow up in an apartment without a yard than support us. You are heartless. And I moved closer, looming above her. Do not use your child as a shield. This is about you desiring something I've earned. The room was silent for a moment. Everyone is waiting to see what I'll do next. Chloe looked around as if she expected someone to back her up. Nobody did. Not even the weird guest she brought in. I pointed to the door. All of you get out now. Chloe gasped, like if I had smacked her. You're kicking out your own family? Yes, was my response. Before you try stealing anything else. Gavin grumbled something under his breath but did not dispute. Gregory appeared astonished. Catherine covered her lips, but I didn't mind. Marcus stepped beside me like a wall. I opened the door wider. Out. And one by one, they departed. That's when the house stopped feeling safe. And this was merely the beginning. My phone lit up the morning after I kicked everyone out before I even got out of bed. At first I assumed it was Marcus checking in. No, that was Chloe. A wall of text dominated the screen. Paragraphs, voice notes, screenshots of stuff I never said, and lengthy guilt trips written as if she were auditioning for a theatrical speech. She didn't even attempt to conceal the insults. You're not a real man if you can't help your own family. You only care about money. You're cold and selfish. Oliver deserves better than an uncle like you. She alternated between threatening me, sobbing digitally with sad emoticons, and lecturing me on what it takes to be a brother. There was no pause between texts, only non-stop alerts. Then Gavin started. His tone was not hostile. It seemed condescending, as if he believed my reaction last night was only a little setback. Let us know when you're ready to have a mature conversation. We can work out the rent terms when you calm down. I'll start looking at contractors for the basement. Don't worry. I'll pick affordable ones. He texted as if he were the owner. I banned his phone number. He located another one and texted me from there. He also gave me a list of proposed modifications that he wanted me to do before they moved in. I did not react to either of them. By lunchtime, Chloe had shifted strategy and made the battle public. She wrote on social media that I booted out a woman and her infant in front of witnesses, and that I value empty rooms more than family. People who were unaware of the circumstances commented with love and "Stay strong, mama" under her messages. She even shared a few images from inside my home. In the comments, several of the individuals she brought tagged themselves in each other, as if it were a typical gathering rather than an ambush. I wasn't shocked when she twisted it. I was amazed by how quickly people believed her. Gregory called at about 3 o'clock. I expected him to start with something logical, noting how ridiculous the previous night had been. Instead, he sighed as if I had caused it all. "Ethan, can't you just apologize and talk to your sister? She's hurting." "She's not hurting," I corrected him. "She's angry because she didn't get her way." He brushed it off. "You know how emotional she gets. Don't escalate it." Catherine then called. I sent both of them screenshots. Proof: actual texts and voice messages in which Chloe called me heartless and Gavin pretended to have already moved in. Catherine continued to minimize it. Gregory interrupted with, "You're being arrogant, son. You're always stuck in your ways. Just be the bigger person." I nearly laughed. "She attempted to take my house. How am I the problem?" Neither of them responded. Marcus paid a visit that night. I showed him each message. He did not sugarcoat anything. "This is harassment," he stated. "You need to document everything, including screenshots and timestamps, and upgrade your security. People like this don't stop just because they're embarrassed." There's something in Chloe's tone that felt unstable, as if she'd convinced herself she was owed something. So I installed exterior cameras the following morning. Doorbell cam, backyard cam, new locks, motion lights. Nothing fancy, but enough to help me sleep better. I stopped opening the door until I had checked the camera first. They recorded to the cloud, which made me feel a little safer, but the majority of what they captured at night was shape and motion rather than clean faces. When Gregory and Catherine learned about the cameras, they acted as if I had bought attack dogs. "You're escalating," Gregory stated. "You're treating your sister like a criminal." Catherine added, "This is unnecessary." "No," I said. "This is protection." They refused to accept that. Family gatherings changed quickly. I stopped going and relatives who only knew Chloe's version began acting as if I had committed a crime. I received texts from cousins repeating her lines. "Family members should not fight over a house. You could have handled it differently. She just wants stability for her child." No one seemed to care that the stability she desired was the result of years of work I had done alone. Even worse, word spread that I exploded at the party, as if raising my voice in response to someone demanding ownership of my home was an unreasonable reaction. Gavin claimed I threatened him, which never happened. I did not threaten to hurt him. I did not make any violent promises, as he had told people. I shut him down and told him to leave. That is it. By the end of the week, it felt like half of my family had transformed into Chloe's echo chamber. Marcus remained consistent though. Every day, he reminded me to avoid emoji-filled traps and manipulative messages. He advised me to save everything and maintain a calm exterior. "People like them use chaos as leverage," he explained. "Do not give them more." I tried, but each day felt like a new level of disrespect, an accusation, or an attempt to make me feel guilty for not handing over something I built myself. I already had a work trip scheduled for the following week. It should have been a straightforward 2-day conference out of state. Instead, I left with a heavy tension in my chest. As I locked the door behind me the morning I left, I looked back at my house. For the first time since purchasing it, I did not feel excited or proud when I looked at it. I felt uneasy. Something was approaching, and I could feel it. I was halfway through the second day of my business trip when my phone rang with an unknown number. Normally, I ignore them, but something told me to pick up. A calm voice introduced himself as a member of the fire department in my hometown. He gave my address and then said the words I never expected to hear. "There's been a fire at your property." Everything around me vanished for a split second. My laptop screen, the conference room, and the notebook in front of me are gone. My first instinct was not even fear. It was disbelief. I inquired whether they had the wrong address. They did not. I grabbed my bag, informed my supervisor that I had an emergency, and got into my car. The drive back was a blur. I don't even remember the roads. Only the pressure in my chest increased as I got closer to home. Marcus called because one of my neighbors had his phone number after helping me with the deck. They're saying your place is on fire, he told me. I'm heading over right now. When I finally arrived at my street, I noticed the flashing lights first. Fire trucks, police cars, a few neighbors standing outside in their jackets, and then I noticed it. My house, or what remained of it. The right side was completely blackened. The windows had been blown out. Smoke was still coming from the roof. My stomach dropped so hard that I felt lightheaded. What hit harder was seeing Gregory and Catherine standing with two officers, talking quickly and waving their hands as if they were defending someone. Catherine approached me before I could say anything. "Ethan, honey, don't panic. These things happen." "These things?" I inquired. My voice sounded sharper than I intended. Gregory stepped in quickly. "My house is destroyed. We don't know what caused it yet, so don't go accusing anybody. Fires start accidentally all the time." I had not accused anyone. They were saying it before I had even processed the scene. One of the firefighter investigators approached me. He introduced himself, asked if I was the owner, and began walking me through what they had seen thus far. His tone was professional, but firm. They deemed the fire suspicious. The point of origin appeared to be intentional. There were signs that someone had been near the side entrance recently. When they inquired about cameras, I pulled up the clips. The footage showed a figure cutting across the yard's edge toward the side entrance. Hood up and head down. Nothing you could positively identify from a grainy nighttime video. The feed then dropped, as if the power or router had been disrupted. A few minutes later, the fire started. Then Catherine said, "Remember, our daughter lives nearby, she would never do anything like this." The investigator looked perplexed. "Ma'am, we didn't mention any suspects." That said it all. The police wanted to speak with me. They led me to the back of a cruiser, which was quieter. They inquired about conflicts, recent threats, and anyone who may have a motive. I opened my phone to show them everything. Chloe's lengthy messages, Gavin's smug texts, public posts, and even the housewarming chaos. "That's a lot," the officer stated. No. "Do you have the names of the people who were at the housewarming?" "Not all," I informed them. "She brought strangers, but she posted about it, and they tagged themselves in the comments." I screenshotted it all. They photographed my phone screen, asked follow-up questions, and carefully documented everything. As I walked back toward the curb, I noticed Chloe standing a few feet away, arms crossed and eyes red as if she had been crying. She was not being questioned. She was not upset by the fire. She seemed upset that I was giving the police information. When she saw me, she immediately went into performance mode. "I can't believe you're letting them think I had anything to do with this," she said, her voice trembling. "I'm your sister, I'm your mother. Why would I ever hurt you?" I didn't say she did anything. I did not imply it, but she responded as if she had already been accused. Gavin stood beside her, trying to appear composed. "You need to be careful what you're saying to officers," said the man. "You're emotional, you don't want to create a false version of events." He was staring at me. I told them the truth. He gulped hard. "Just don't let anger cloud your judgment," said a guy who had attempted to claim my house 2 weeks before. Marcus finally arrived and went right to my side. "You good?" he inquired quietly. "No," I replied. "Not even close." He remained there, a steady presence, while Gregory and Catherine hovered on the opposite side of the yard. I overheard Gregory tell an officer, "My daughter would never do this. She's a caring person. Whoever told you otherwise is exaggerating." The officer responded, "Sir, we're gathering facts. We haven't been told anything specific." Catherine kept looking at me as if I was the one who started the fire by cooperating. When another investigator approached me with clarifying questions, Gregory stepped forward like a defense lawyer. "Do you need to keep asking him questions? He is upset. Consider saving it for later." I said, "Dad, let them do their job." Catherine looked at me as if I had betrayed her. The questioning continued. More evidence was collected. More officers are walking around the property. Every few minutes, someone would ask me another question about the timeline or motive. Each time, Chloe and Gavin became more tense. Eventually, one officer approached me and spoke quietly. "I'm not saying anything officially yet, but the pattern of damage and the timing lines up with someone who knew you weren't home." My teeth were grinding. I didn't say anything. When I looked back at my parents, they were huddled around Chloe, as if they were comforting the victim, herself. It was obvious by the time the firefighters had cleared the scene and secured the area. The evidence pointed to Chloe. And my parents were not simply refusing to see it. They were already planning their defense. The investigation proceeded faster than anyone expected. A week after the fire, the police called me early in the morning and asked me to come inside. I sat in a small room alongside an investigator and a detective. Both of them appear serious, yet calm. They laid out their findings. There are traces of accelerant near the back entrance. Shoe prints that match the brand worn. My cloud footage captured a hooded figure moving toward the side entrance before the feed dropped. A neighbor's camera caught her car near my street while she claimed to be at home, and the history of threats prior to the fire. When they said, "We're issuing charges," my chest tightened. Not satisfaction or fear, but the weight of everything becoming real. Chloe was arrested later in the afternoon. I did not receive any news from the police. I heard it from Gregory, who called me in a panic, breathing heavily as if someone had died. "Ethan, what did you do?" he demanded. "They came to her house and took her away in handcuffs. She's married. She has a child." "I didn't do anything," I told them. "They arrested her based on evidence." "You could have stopped it," he said. "You should have told them this was a misunderstanding. Families don't destroy each other like this." My jaw clenched. "She burned my house down." Catherine cut into the line, crying loudly. "She made a mistake. She wasn't thinking clearly. She's under stress. You know how fragile she is. She has a baby. How could you let this happen to her? How could she do this to me?" I replied. Catherine sobbed harder. "You can still fix it. You can retract your statements. Tell them you exaggerated. Clarify the timelines. Say you're unsure. Anything. Just help your sister before her whole life is ruined." I almost laughed at the absurdity. I told the truth. I'm not lying for anyone. Gregory's voice dropped cold and sharp. "You are ruining this family." "No," I said. "Chloe did that." He hung up. 2 hours later, Gavin posted on social media claiming she was unjustly targeted and betrayed by her own brother who hates mothers and doesn't understand family loyalty. His followers ate it up. He painted her as a victim of a cruel system and an even crueler sibling. Then Gavin messaged me from a new number trying to sound tough. "You crossed the line, man. Fix this. Drop everything or things are going to get bad." I ignored it. He sent another. "I mean it. Don't underestimate me." Still ignored. That evening I stepped out of my car in my driveway. What was left of it? When I heard someone walk up behind me fast, I turned just in time to see Gavin rushing toward me with his jaw clenched and fists balled. "You think you're some kind of hero?" he snapped. "You think you're going to win? You're nothing without family. Nothing." Before he could grab me, I shoved him backward. He stumbled, but came right back, swinging sloppily. I sidestepped, grabbed his arm and pinned him against the hood of his own car. He struggled, but he wasn't strong. He fought like a man who thought bluster was enough. "You want to try that again?" I said through my teeth. Marcus pulled into the driveway right then and saw the whole thing. He got out ready if needed, but he didn't have to lift a finger. I had Gavin completely locked. "Get him off your property and call the cops," Marcus said. Gavin tried one more weak shove, so I released him with a hard push that sent him stumbling several feet back. He tripped, caught himself, then pointed at me with a shaking hand. "You'll regret this," he hissed. "You're destroying our family." "Your family destroyed itself," I said. "Now get off my property." He scurried to his car and peeled out like a teenager who just lost a fight he started. Marcus walked over. "You okay?" "I'm fine," I said. "He won't be back." "You know he tried to put on a tough guy act, right?" Marcus said. "You barely touched him. Guy fights like a wet sock." For the first time in weeks, I almost cracked a smile. The next few days were worse with Gregory and Catherine. They stopped pretending to be neutral. Every call was another attempt to twist my arm. "Just tell the court you misunderstood. Think about Oliver. He needs his mother. Why are you doing this? Why are you being cruel?" Each time I gave the same answer. "I'm not lying." Catherine cried every call. Gregory yelled every call. Both blamed me for everything. But Marcus stayed steady through all of it. "You're not doing this to her," he kept reminding me. "She did it to herself. She's responsible for her choices. You're just telling the truth." That's what kept me grounded. Facts do not change just because people cry about them. As the case progressed, my parents became colder. Shorter texts, calls, and accusations. It wasn't long before the tone changed from begging to resentment. Like they despised me for not sacrificing myself in the way they expected. One night, after receiving another message from Catherine calling me heartless, I finally realized something that should have been obvious long ago. I was not losing a sister. I was also losing my parents. The court was not quick. It was not satisfying. It was nothing like people imagined. It was paperwork, waiting rooms, phone calls, meetings with attorneys, and brief hearings in which everything felt heavier than the time allotted to discuss it. However, the case progressed, and the truth eventually surrounded Chloe from all sides. The plea agreement was reached in the middle of the summer. Because the house was unoccupied and she had no prior record, the charge she pled guilty to was not the maximum they could have imposed. The prosecutor proposed a deal that guaranteed restitution while keeping the case out of trial. The judge suspended jail time on the condition that she pay, comply, and stay clean, and warned her on the record that a single violation would result in a sentence. She took it. There was no dramatic speech, no final attempt to deny anything, and no major emotional breakdown. Just a quiet admission to the charges because the evidence was too clear to fight. Guilty. Her sentence included probation, mandatory counseling, community service, and something more important: court-ordered restitution. She owed tens of thousands in damages. It wasn't a random number. It was related to the fire investigation, insurance assessment, and the cost of the damage she caused. The restitution was structured as a long-term payment plan that she could not avoid. Wage garnishment, tax return seizure, and financial restrictions. It was the only time the court seemed to recognize what I had lost. In addition, insurance compensated me fairly. They covered temporary housing, personal property losses, structural rebuilding estimates, debris removal, and a portion of the replacement cost for items purchased during renovations. They did not hand me one large check. The initial funding covered temporary housing and immediate losses. The larger portion came down to a choice: rebuild and claim full replacement value, or reach a final settlement and walk away. It was difficult to get through the paperwork, and I argued with an adjuster several times, but the payout arrived, enough to recover but not enough to forget. The house's remains were inspected, photographed, documented, and then cleared. After the insurance settlement was finalized and it was clear that I was not going to rebuild on that lot, I sold the land to a small development company and let them deal with whatever happened next. I did not want to step foot on that property again. Meanwhile, child services became involved through the court system. Any parent who commits arson, particularly against their family, is flagged. They assessed Oliver's living situation, scheduled supervised visits, and required parental classes. It was a mess, and none of it was my fault. But in my parents' eyes, it was still all about me. Gregory and Catherine stood outside the courthouse on the day Chloe was sentenced, waiting for me. Catherine had tears running down her cheeks. Gregory appeared to have aged 7 years. Neither of them looked at me in the same way a parent would look at a son, but rather as someone who had ruined their carefully arranged world. Catherine was the first to step forward. "Ethan, enough is enough," she said, her voice shaking. "She's had her punishment. Please stop now." "Stop what?" I requested. "I'm done. The court handled it." "You didn't have to push it this far," the woman said. "She's married. She has a child. He needs stability." I looked at her, astounded that she could say that with a straight face. He needed stability before she set my house on fire. Catherine flinched as if I had slapped her. Gregory stepped in. "You got your compensation, you got your payout. You're starting over anyway. Just drop the hostility. Let her rebuild." "You think compensation fixes everything?" I was wondering. "You think money replaces the place I spent months rebuilding or the feeling of being hunted in my own family?" "You're being cruel," she said softly. "No," I said. "I'm being honest. Something you two haven't been with me in a long time." Their expressions hardened. Not because they disagreed, but because they were finally hearing something they had never wanted acknowledged. It did not end there. They tried one more angle. "Do it for Oliver," Catherine implored. "He needs his family." "He has family," I corrected myself. "Just not me." That was all. No yelling, no lengthy speech, just the absolute truth. I walked away as they remained frozen on the courthouse steps. That night I blocked Chloe, Gavin, and eventually Gregory and Catherine. It wasn't vengeance. It wasn't rage. It was about survival. You can't have people in your life who will watch your house burn and then blame you for the smoke. The final part of the insurance settlement was processed 3 months after the court case was closed. I had enough to rebuild or relocate. I chose neither of those old paths. Instead, I accepted a job offer from a branch of my company located 2 states away, better pay, weather, and distance. I packed the little I had left. The fire destroyed most of my belongings, so I moved into a clean, quiet apartment with new walls that did not carry old echoes. Marcus clapped my back as we finished unloading the last box. "Feels like the first normal chapter you've had in a long time," he told me. He was correct. There was no celebration, no victory lap, no dramatic rebirth. Just silence. The kind of quiet a man notices after years of tolerating noise. I found my rhythm again. Work, sleep, and small routines centered on my life, and no one else's. The first time I cooked in the new kitchen, I didn't consider who might knock on my door or demand something from me. Months later, sitting on my new couch, I recalled something that had stayed with me my entire life. My family always labeled me as strong. People believe that is praise. It is not. Being the strong one was just an excuse to take from me, assuming I'd never break, complain, or require anything in return. I'm no longer their strong one. I am just a man living in peace. Far away from those who mistook my stability for something they could exploit. For the first time in my life, that was sufficient. At my engagement dinner, my mom toasted my sister, said she was worthy of my fiancé. I exposed her secret texts about me to the entire family. My older sister Sophia was the golden child early on. My mother told me she was smarter, prettier, and more talented daily. My mom worried why I couldn't get straight A's like Sophia when I got a B on a test. Mom felt my soccer effort was cute but reminded me Sophia won the volleyball state championship. My parents preferred my decent college over Sophia's Ivy League. I was raised as the backup daughter in case the actual one died. I quit at 18 and remained away. After building my life and work, I met Daniel. Dan was my sole want. His kindness and support helped me. He proposed 5 months ago and I accepted immediately. We had an engagement dinner with both families. Emily said having my mother there would be great and new. First hour at a posh restaurant meal went well. My mother's warm words about my outfit surprised me. Sophia arrived late. She came in a too formal white suit to negotiate her promotion. Sophia's arrival brightened Mom's eyes again. Sophia's accomplishments was the topic for 30 minutes. I tried to resume the engagement, but my mother mentioned my sister. My mother stood and suggested toasting. Wanted her to compliment me. She lifted her glass and said Louis was great and she was thrilled for him. Too bad he met the wrong sister, she told Sophia. She joked but continued. She thought Sophia fit Dan better. She said Sophia was prettier, wiser, and worthy of him. She hoped Daniel knew what he was getting with me but indicated upgrading was possible. No one spoke across the table. Dan's parents were furious. Dan seems to want to disappear. Sophia grinned like she agreed with everything. My hands trembled and cheeks burned. My 26 years of rejection returned immediately. I stood up and told my mother I had something to say. Her Sophia texts were available when I set up her new phone 2 months ago. Each secret text about me was revealed. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I excelled Daniel. Mom agreed, saying she didn't see what he saw in me. Sophia's supper flirting with Dan was planned to turn his head. I saw both faces go. My mother complained I misread. Sophia thought I was flashy. Daniel stood and ordered them out. My mother sobbed because I ruined the family. No, I said. She damaged it. 26 years ago, she said I was never good enough. When they departed, Chloe's mother hugged me and said I handled it better. In addition, my mother doesn't know I screenshotted every message. A wonderful addition to family discussions with aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents is coming. I contemplate the send button in my car outside the restaurant for 20 minutes. Prepared family group chat screenshots. Transmitting is permanent. The meeting made me shake, yet I felt clearer than in years. I get chilly steering wheel hands and breath that fogs the glass. I read. Screenshots again. Every awful text is there. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I outperformed Daniel. Their black and white strategy tonight. Press send. The message reaches 39 relatives. Every angry conversation between my mother and Sophia, including the intention to flirt with Daniel tonight, is screenshotted. Read receipts instantly. 1, 3, 7, 15. Phone messages beep. The screen flashes regularly. I ignore notifications despite buildup. 2 callers. My phone is muted and in the cup holder. Daniel silently takes the passenger seat as he spots me in the parking lot. My phone is softly turned off by him. I sob as he clutches my hand. His folks got us home safely. As Chloe's mother served tea, I contemplated my actions on the couch. Her questions are absent. She circles my back while sitting next to me. Dan and Lillian's father chat quietly in the kitchen. Their tones rumbled, not words. Our guest room contains Chloe's mom. Tomorrow morning, start my phone. 215 warns. That amount scares me. Lillian's mother sorts texts awake. On the couch with her reading glasses, she tells me which family members support and attack me. Uncle Andrew writes a long letter claiming he always thought my mother treated me differently but never realized how horrible it was. Regrets not speaking sooner. My Aunt Olivia calls to discuss my mother's abuse for an hour. Mom always needed someone to degrade to feel superior. Olivia was pre-birth objective. She recalls family gatherings when my mother criticized her food, clothes, and spouse. She stops justifying my mother's actions and apologizes for not protecting me. She cryingly says she should have been braver. My father's 3 cousins spoke without Sophia, grandmother, or mother. Over time, they remember my mother's comments. She mentioned things during unguarded family gatherings. My relative says my mother said I was lucky to have a job despite my poor performance. Another cousin writes, my mother complained that I embarrassed the family by not being as accomplished as Sophia. The pattern of her cruelty is even more extensive than I realized. My mother texted regret. She calls me unappreciative. She claims I humiliated her in front of the family. She demands the communications be deleted and apologized. She'll visit my house if I don't react. Security blocks her when Daniel changes our access code. He calls and describes my mother while I read. Chloe texts Daniel to try something new. She admits fault and requests a private conversation. Dan immediately records and shows me her response. Without responding, he disables her number. He's assured. Father calls 3 days post-dinner. Tired voice. He claims my mother was emotional yet gave a bad dinner speech. Look into family therapy, he says. I won't repair anything my mother doesn't want. His silence lasts. After agreeing, he hangs up. Daniel's BFF Ethan brings takeout. He says Daniel's parents alerted half his family to the turmoil. Ethan thought his mother's breaking touch was greatest due of her nasty sibling. Validation from outside my family calms me. Over dinner, Ethan remembers his mother's boundaries. He made my first laugh in days. Lillian texts me 3 days after Ethan departs. She wants coffee. I haven't seen her because my mother made excuses for years. She'll drive 2 hours to me. Meet at a little cafe near my flat. Lillian smiles at me despite her age. She delivers lattes and we sit by the window. She reached out after seeing everything in the group. She claims my mother mistreated me as a youngster. She stopped attending family occasions 5 years ago because she couldn't stand it. Her voice quietens as she apologizes for not speaking sooner. She claims she was too young to discreetly question my mother. While having Christmas dinner at 12, my mother spoke about Sophia's accomplishments for an hour without addressing me. Lillian sobbed for me at home that night. She squeezes my hand across the table. She considers me courageous for standing up and proud for 2 hours over what transpired. Her rocky connection with her mother and how imposing limits improved her life are described. We say farewell and promise to communicate. She wants in since my mother doesn't restrict who I see. Her support makes driving home easier. Daniel and I eat as the family discusses. My phone buzzes so much I placed it face down on the table. Dan reads alerts. His face tightens and he shows me the screen. Grandmother wrote a lengthy defense of my mother. She claims I exaggerate and am sensitive. She thinks I'm exaggerating about the food and my mother loves both daughters equally. She thinks I'm splitting the family for a mistake. Rapid responses. Uncle Andrew claims he didn't misunderstand the screenshots. Aunt Olivia is fed of supporting my mother's abuse. Someone I hardly know advocates forgiving my mother because family is essential. Another relative claims family doesn't tolerate abuse. Threads grow as more join. My Uncle James recommends to relax before saying anything regrettable. Nobody listens. Reviving old grudges and conflicts increases fighting. Bad parenting is blamed. Someone recalls a sad 9-year-old wedding. The discussion centers on anger and blame. Dan turns off my phone's alerts. He suggests no reading tonight. I feel ill knowing my grandma is protecting my mother after seeing what she witnessed. Dan gets takeout and we watch a movie, but I check my phone. I got a letter 4 days later. On the envelope, my mother wrote. Thicker than expected, my stomach lowers. After sitting on the couch, I open it. 6 pages of my mother's immaculate cursive fall out front and back. Not calling her disturbs her. She says I misinterpreted the dinner toast joke. She insists I'm misremembering my upbringing, that she's always loved both daughters equally. She said helping me succeed was hard. She talks about helping me with schoolwork or driving me to soccer practice like it erases everything else. Sophia is worried I'm killing our family. She considers me selfish and cruel for not forgiving her. Multiple alterations occur in the letter. She never apologizes. She never apologizes for dinner comments. She considers me spiteful and oversensitive. The last page says she'll forgive me if I openly apologize to her and Sophia in family group chat. Her gestures show devotion, like nothing she written meanly, Mom. After 2 readings my hands shake. I become angry and move. Just take my keys and tell Dan to walk. He wants to join me but I need privacy. I relax by walking the block 3 times in the cold. Mom doesn't recognize her error. The victim mentality persists. It gets worse with letters. Daniel spots me on the couch while using my phone at night. I sit next to him and he asks if I want to go away for the weekend. For a few days he suggests relaxing and not checking our phones. Constant alerts and family turmoil fatigue me, so I agree instantly. We pack up and drive 3 hours to a mountain B&B the next morning. Small yet good, with hiking trails nearby. On day 1 of Woods travel, my family is not mentioned. Emily spotlights unusual birds and plants. We listen beside a creek on rocks. We trek to a valley-wide view the second day. We observe clouds while eating packed sandwiches. My phone is generally in my bag. I can focus without texting and ringing. I realize I've wasted energy satisfying my mother. I considered her opinion in every decision. Knowing she'd compare every success to Sophia hollowed them. Wanting her approval hurt my career. On that summit, seeing the countryside, I realize she'll never satisfy me. She won't see me well. Despite agony, the thought is soothing. No more trying. Emily holds my hand as we wait till sunset. Lighter homeward. Distance showed me my mother's perspective doesn't define me. Back home I activate my phone. 53 new posts. Most are from the family group chat, although my Uncle James gave me some. Family gatherings require a mediator. He advised a family conflict therapist. If everyone sits down and talks honestly, we can resolve this, he writes. The notion bore me despite his good intentions. I appreciate his aid when I phoned back. I won't sit with Sophia or Mom. His voice is sad. Although families are hard, he hates seeing them break up. Deny pulling things apart. Finally responding to my mother's lengthy behavior. He pauses before saying, I understand. If I rethink, the invitation stands. His promise is to always back me. I appreciate his effort, but mediation won't work. Mom would victimize herself again. James tells me to take care of myself to stop the call. I swear. A stranger sends me an Instagram message. No profile photo. Random username. What makes me read it after nearly deleting it? Her letter indicates she heard from friends and wants to reconnect. Madeline, my dearest high school buddy, sent it. After graduation, she moved to college across the nation and we lost touch. Even though I haven't thought about her in years, her name conjures up sleepovers and late-night talks. Our lunch is planned after I message her. She chooses a restaurant between our apartments. I enter and she rushes and hugs me. Her looks doesn't affect her laughter. The previous 8 years are eaten and reviewed. Her topics are job, home, and dating. My mom is mentioned. She always believed my mother was mean as a teen. My mother praised Sophia while ignoring me at home, she says. I placed second in school competitions, she says. Mom disappointed I wasn't first like Sophia. Madeline wanted to assist but wasn't. Sure how. My mother terrified her as a child. She regrets timidity. It's possible she did nothing. 3-hour conversation, and phone number exchange. I'll talk this time. Reuniting with her is like rediscovering myself again. 2 days after lunch with Madeline, a new Instagram user approaches me. Texts say Sophia is the victim. She claims I turned the family against her and she never hurt me. Scripture says she followed our mother's example and didn't know what to do. I read them demanding an apology or recognition for her actions. No substance, just excuses and blame. It states she's in treatment and self-improvement. She wants our romance back. Incorrect tone. She sounds like she's reading my want script. Her harm isn't valued. Every interaction is saved in my phone's behavior folder. Account blocking. Another person writes me within an hour with the identical profile photo. I block. Sophia persists, but I'm done. Saturday dinner is at Daniel's parents'. Father arranges a magnificent meal and mother makes pot roast. Daniel's mother wants to chat after dinner. We move to the living room as Daniel and his father clean the kitchen. She grabs my hand on the couch. She calls me her family despite me. She claims I'm her daughter. Praise for my management makes her cry. I established limits and stood up, which inspires her. She knows how hard this is since her mother was difficult. She vows to always include me in their family. Acceptance pinches my throat. I weep. She hugs. Motherly love should feel this. Support without limitations. Pride without comparison. Love without violence. Daniel and his dad watch us weeping. Her father jokes about women and emotions positively. Before leaving, they hug. A calm return. The family exists. Birth family, not my. Lunchtime, security contacts me at work. They say my mother wants to meet me in the lobby. My heart races. Promise descent. I take the elevator and notice her weeping in the waiting room. She misbehaves. Entryway people watch her. The woman is in view. She screams that I won't call back, breaking her heart. I retreat when she arrives. My voice is chilly as I order her to go. My friend calls me foolish and wants to discuss. She must depart, or security will. She's surprised by my sincerity. Security asks whether anything's wrong. Mother's face changes. Her face cools after sobbing. She says I'll regret it. She thinks I'm hurting her and will understand when I have kids. She turns toward the door. She yells across the lobby that I'm an unappreciative daughter before leaving. Everyone in the waiting room hears her. Shame warms my face. The security guy apologizes and checks on me. Just nodding, I go upstairs. My hands shook all afternoon, distracted at work. Work was stopped by Mom. She broke another line and it won't last. Seeking therapy in the morning. Miller treats family and harmful connections. Her office opens that afternoon, so I go. With cozy sofas and gentle music, the waiting room is serene. Dr. Miller brings me to her office. She has stunning backward black hair and eyes. She questions my visit. After the engagement meal, I recount my childhood. Listens uninterrupted. After I finish, she nods slowly. She calls my mother narcissistic. She believes some parents need a golden kid and scapegoat to feel in control. I did not cause it, and I cannot solve it, she says. Professional approval calms me. Not insane. Poor sensitivity. Mommy abused me. Miller questions my limits. I ignore my mother's calls and family functions. She approves of some restrictions. She advises my mother escalate before accepting. My mother says she struggles with control loss. Set weekly appointments. Leaving her office improved my behavior. An expert thinks I'm all right. It matters more than thinking. Dan and I are invited to dinner by Olivia on Saturday, 3 days after my last therapy appointment. She expects Andrew, her, and their 2 kids to be alone. No conflict, just family. I agree before overthinking. Daniel takes us to their suburban home on Saturday. My hands tremble entering the driveway. I trust Olivia, but past experiences make me uneasy at the first family meeting since the engagement dinner. Andrew opens the door and hugs us. Teens Chloe and Jake wave from the living room. House smells like chicken and garlic. Olivia hugs me longer after washing her hands in the kitchen. She whispers thanks for coming. Dinner in my house has never felt so natural. Discussing school, job and kids' sports. My mother and Sophia are disregarded. Nobody compares or backhandedly remarks. Olivia holds her dessert wine. As expected in the restaurant, she wants to celebrate my engagement. She thinks Dan is lucky to have me. She says, I deserve someone who sees my worth. Jake and Chloe sip Coke. I blink desperately to stop sobbing as my throat tightens. Family should experience this. During the week, families interact more. Isabella, my second cousin, emails me about her mother in detail. She alleges her mother humiliated her and favored her brother. We chat for 2 hours over coffee. Even if your parents mistreated you, she knows the strange embarrassment of separation. Her experience 5 years ago led her to happiness after leaving relationship mending. Both parties exchange numbers and agree to talk. My dad's uncle texts me support. My old images get heart emoji comments from 2 additional relatives. I'm developing a family that appreciates me, not backup daughter. Like beginning over, but better. It's great my family likes me. The bar was low. Phone rings while preparing breakfast. Caller ID reveals my grandmother's number. Almost not replying, curiosity triumphs. She speaks shortly after I respond. She worries about my mother's health. My mother saw a doctor for stress-related chest pain. She breaks as my granny accuses me for not forgiving. I breathe and speak softly. I'm not accountable for my mother's health. Stop endangering my health. My grandmother gasps like I uttered something terrible. She calls me cruel and says families forgive. I suggest her family respect each other. Screaming, she asks how I got chilly. I learned limitations from her treatment, not coldness. I disconnect before she continues. My hands shake, but I'm pleased I continued. Daniel and I read wedding magazines at our kitchen table. I cried when his parents funded our wedding. List guests. Daniel records family and friends. Olivia, Andrew, Lillian, my father, and others extended real support. The list excludes my mother. Neither does Sophia's. I grant Dan's request. He squeezes my hand and whispers, "Okay." We count names and choose 40 guests. Dan asks whether I mind. Yes, it feels right. They care about us. Not sad, choosing feels strong. I'm not inviting out of duty or fear. I pick who celebrates with us. My work phone gets email alerts. Forgot to disable Sophia's work email. Unknowingly, I open the "I'm sorry" subject line. She describes her treatment in 3 paragraphs. She recognizes our mother's bias made her rely on being the greatest at everything. She thinks she never learned real relationships because she wanted our mother's approval. She would like to be sisters and friends again. Read twice. The full email discusses her issues. She recounts her pain, treatment, and revelations. For certain actions, she never apologizes. Her smile disappears when Mom says I'm not good enough. No one claims she'll flirt with Daniel. Email victimized her, not me. End without reply. I reject her closure because she wants it. Next session, Dr. Miller and I will write my mother. She calls it border letter. It needs few tweaks to be perfect. Note adds, I will not have contact with my mother until she acknowledges the specific harm she caused throughout my life. It lists examples without being cruel. It says I need her to stop blaming me for the consequences of her own actions. It states clearly that I'm not asking for an apology that shifts blame or makes excuses. A page. Dr. Miller nods while reading. Clear and strong without being harsh, she says. Signing follows printing. I mail it certified so my mother can't say she never got it. Cashier requests insurance. I nearly laugh. No insurance covers that product. My mother replies 3 days later, but not in writing. She believes she's a dedicated mother punished for adoring both girls equally on Facebook. She says some kids don't understand parental sacrifices. For unknown reasons, her heart is broken. Without context, 20 likes, 12 comments. Family members who missed the first group chat contact me after viewing the post. They screenshot my mother and Sophia's text. Sending the border letter. 3 relatives said they had no clue things were so awful in an hour. No more excuses for her behavior. After 6 hours, Mom deletes Facebook post. Just in case, I screenshotted. Daniel advises leaving work early Friday. I must arrive at 5 without explanation. I'm scared about my 4:30 homecoming. I arrive and notice him dressed beautifully and smiling oddly. We go after he advises I change into something comfy. When queried, he claims our destination is surprising. We arrive at his parents 20 minutes later. There are several automobiles in the driveway. Daniel opens my door and shows me the backyard. Trees and a food and drink table with string lights. Olivia, Andrew and their kids attend. Lillian exists. Dan's friend Ethan brought his girlfriend. My father sits at the table, uneasy. His mother hugs me when Dan's parents visit. She claims Daniel wanted a family-friendly engagement celebration. All raise glasses as Chloe's father toasts new beginnings. Olivia applauds my womanhood despite everything. Watching me set boundaries and choose myself has been inspiring. Applause and tears. It's my first time getting praise without comparisons. I expect difficulties when my supervisor calls Monday morning. She promotes me to senior analyst. Get promoted and officed. She claims leadership and perseverance. I thank her and work without flying. Starting with Daniel and his parents. Daniel calls and says, "We're celebrating tonight." His mother tears and is proud. At my desk with my phone it hits me. I never considered phoning Mom. Telling her positive news is harder. Sadness is unpredictable. My mood improves. Living without her viewpoint hurts less than I imagined. Texting Lillian orders coffee. I accept, and we meet near her office. She commands and sits serious. Sophia alleges she asked Lillian to limit dialogue. Lillian promised Sophia to inquire without pressuring me. Looking at me, she asks, "I may never be ready." That option is accepted by Lillian, nodding. She'll reject Sophia without shaming me. I appreciate that she respected my decision rather than forgiving relatives. My hand gets gripped across the table by Lillian. She supports dissolving familial bonds. 2 weeks later, my dad invites me to coffee. He claims my mother doesn't know he's calling and wants to chat alone. We'll meet alone across town. He seems older at a corner table as I enter. Slouchy shoulders, new eye wrinkles. He stands when he sees me and we awkwardly hug before sitting. I usually say okay when he asks how I'm doing. His coffee is stirred calmly without adding anything. Finally lifting his head, he apologizes. He regrets not protecting me more as a child. He says my mother's rage is draining and he can't ignore it. Fatigued guy says it. He thought saying this was theft. I don't know what to say after waiting my whole life for him to confess. His words dull me, not relieved. Apologizing doesn't help. He's more accountable than I expected, but it doesn't erase my past or years of comparisons and put-downs. I tell him. Avoiding major matters, we speak about minor things for another hour. As we part, I declare I'll date him if he respects my rules. Not talking about my mother or letting him reconcile. He accepts instantly, almost nervously, like he needs permission to date me without her. Our monthly coffee meetups are simple. Although far apart, our relationship is more honest. I felt uncomfortable driving home, like I'd accepted something unnecessary. Next morning, my grandmother messages. Writing her long, formal statement probably took an hour. She warned me about mistreating my mother and prohibited me from family trips. She does not consider a daughter who openly humiliates her mother and refuses to apologize her grandchild. She mentions my holiday prohibitions, including guest list removal. I reread the message expecting pain. But relief floods me. I was excluded from terrible happenings. My mother commended Sophia's thinness and condemned my weight over Thanksgiving. Sophia received jewels and elegant outfits for Christmas mornings while I received socks. Easter brunches with my grandma, who asked why I wasn't married and praised Sophia. I can skip it all now without remorse. I copy and email Daniel the message with the description, "I guess we're having our own holidays now." He quickly replies, "His parents already invited us to everything and we're going to start our own traditions." I quiet my grandma and eat breakfast feeling lighter than in weeks. Daniel and I research wedding sites next Saturday. 3 attractive but unpleasant sites were visited. Next, we visit a little garden behind an ancient city building. The owner showed us around and I fell in love. Stone paths link rose arbors and flower gardens. An intimate 50-person patio with string lights amid trees. Nice and cozy, however my mother wanted huge settings. He feels Emily holding my 5-month reservation and deposit. Owner expects a beautiful wedding. On the way home, Emily advises bringing only relationship supporters. No obligation invitations or embarrassing relatives. Only those who arrived. Fun replaces stressful wedding planning. Who we want is on our lunch napkin lists. His list includes my dad, Aunt Olivia, Uncle Andrew, Lillian, Madeline, Chloe's relatives. I like all 40 names I'll chose. A mother's friend is in the vegetable department next Tuesday. She smiles as she approaches me before I change aisles. She inquires about my well-being in that gossip-gathering voice. I assure her I'm great, but she stops my cart. My mother is upset over the engagement supper, she adds. She regrets kids not valuing parents. She stares at me like I should apologize or explain. Instead, I look her in the eye and tell her my mother destroyed my heart for 26 years and one poor dinner doesn't compare. She should ask my mother why she said my sister deserves my fiancé more if she's worried about her feelings. She opens her mouth but says nothing. I pass her with my cart without apologizing or comforting her. Shopping makes my hands shake with delight, not guilt. Learning, guilt-free defense. I inform my therapist about the grocery store event and my father's call during my next appointment. Her patience in asking how I feel about losing my mother forever. Perhaps I never needed a mother. She agrees that I'm mourning the relationship I needed, not the one I had. Despite missing my ideal mom, she says the real connection was dreadful. The distinction clarifies things. I waited a lifetime for ideal motherhood, never would. The mother I needed never existed. My trust in her change is fading. Hope slows me. My therapist wonders about not expecting change. Similar to my life. Without her judging my value or happiness. The session feels like I dropped something heavy I didn't realize I was carrying. Weekend, Madeline invites me to her friends. She asked me to supper with friends she likes. I agree. However, I'm terrified to encounter family issue experts. I discover 6 ladies our age in her flat. No one asks about my family or bad things when Madeline introduces me. Work, TV, and travel are discussed during dinner. One woman joked about her lousy work, another about marathon preparation. Their interest in my profession and wedding is genuine. No one vets me or needs evidence. We converse freely, and I realize I've been so secluded by family strife for years that I forgot about friendships. I'm known as me, not as the backup daughter or the girl whose mother hates her. 3 new tunes and 2 for brunch next weekend are my takeaway that night. I text Madeline to thank her and she says she's delighted I came and her friends liked me. Although basic, it helps me live independently from my family. Monday morning brings a large flower arrangement to my office. My co-workers gather as I read the card. The blatant untruth, she forgives me in my mother's handwriting, makes me smile. Like I did something wrong, she pardons me. Like she's better for ignoring my wrongdoing. My coworker asks how I'm doing, and I tell her these flowers are from someone who doesn't forgive. My office is 2 blocks from the nearest nursing home. I offer their activities coordinator a flower during lunch. Excited, she believes others would welcome fresh flowers in the common area. I don't call or SMS mom to say I got them. My response and thank you card are missing. Silent responses are powerful. Daniel asks whether my mother sent anything else that night. I suggest flowers. He shakes his head, amazed she still doesn't understand. I think she knows now. She refuses. Not comprehending is different from my mother's unwillingness to adapt. Daniel's mother calls 2 weeks later to invite us to supper. We find his aunt, uncle, and cousins. His mother requests that they introduce me as their daughter-in-law at a family gathering. She wants everyone to know of their excitement for me. I become furious because the invitation signifies familial acceptance I've always desired but never received. Her attention is appreciated. 3 weeks later, Daniel's extended family excitedly welcomes me to the reunion. Grandma hugged me and said she'd heard good things about me. His cousins want wedding photos and venues. His aunt draws me aside and says she sees how happy I make Daniel, which is all that counts to his family. Nobody asks about my relatives. Daniel likes me and I'm kind, so they accept me. The afternoon was spent laughing and conversing with my supporters. Daniel adds his family thinks I'm great as we depart that night. My family finally wants me. I realize I haven't checked my phone for my mother or Sophia's texts in days in the afternoon at work. Without warning, my months-long monitoring ended. Checking my phone every morning prepared me for manipulation or guilt. Today I check my messages anytime I want without alerts. Telling my therapist that night makes her grin. She adds, "This is what peace feels like, and I should pay attention to how different my life is without their toxicity." I remark it's like breathing better. This reliably eliminates stomach knots. It feels like savoring amazing things without spoiling. My therapist says, "I've done the hard work of setting boundaries, and now I'm experiencing the reward of that work. Peace doesn't promise no issues, just that my predicament ended." As I drive home, I admire my growth and lighter life. Olivia calls 2 weeks later to ask me to dinner. She claims only she, Andrew, and a few family members will always support me. She may develop a family custom that values connections. I want to come, she's excited. Saturday night supper at her house. Found Lillian and 2 more relatives I haven't seen in years. Everyone embraced and complimented me for defying my mother. We eat lasagna and garlic bread without talking about Sophia or my mother unless it supports my boundaries. Olivia raises her glass and offers quarterly meetings. Respectable family. We all agree. And I discovered something superfluous. Family dinners should feel this. Instead of fretting and comparing, laugh. 3 days later, Daniel and I celebrate our first year. At our first date restaurant, he orders the same. He contemplates my modifications over dessert. He liked me more after seeing me stand up for myself at the engagement dinner because of my strength. I told him I worried imposing limits would alienate people but strengthen relationships. I appreciate his help. He grabs my hand across the table and says, "That's exactly what happened. Protecting myself didn't cost me love. It just cleared out the fake love to make room for the real thing." A week later, distant relative Isabella reaches me on Facebook. Since she lives 3 states away, We only see her at major family reunions. After hearing her story through the family grapevine, she wanted to contact my mother. Her family has always prioritized her brother and ignored her. She seeks advice. I address treatment, restrictions, and accepting you can't please everyone. After an hour of talking, she thanks me for being honest about how hard it is. Helping others with my grief is unexpectedly significant. At our next meeting, my therapist grins and adds, "This is part of my healing too." My father calls about coffee days later. Sitting, he looks afraid and fatigued. My boundary letter helped him realize his treatment-induced silence. He claims he normalized my mother's behavior for decades. He admits to not protecting me as a child. I respect his responsibility, but we can't undo the past. Our weekly coffee dates will continue if he doesn't call my mother. He agrees and we discuss our gardens over coffee. Sophia delivers my work address 2 weeks later. Final message almost gets deleted without reading, but curiosity wins. She won't contact me since she knows I don't want a relationship. She wishes me happiness and moves on. No apologies for her actions. I hope it works. After reading twice, I delete without reacting. I'm not responsible for her joy or closure. Her inability to apologize shows her shift. The wedding guest list takes up Sunday afternoon for Dan and me. We reviewed everyone after avoiding it since it appeared complicated. Last list has 42 persons. His family, my father, Olivia, Andrew, Lillian, a few supporting relatives, our close friends, and my therapist, who helped me heal, are invited. Dan finds the list interesting. We or they picked us, not visitors. The list looks right, and I don't feel terrible about missing somebody. I write wedding vows next week. Genuine promises. Building a respectful, loving family, selecting each other daily, and improving ourselves are my topics. As I read them, Daniel cries during rehearsal dinner practice. After I finish, his parents hug me, and his mother says she's honored to be in my new family tale. Father of Chloe says they've always wanted a daughter and are pleased it's me. His family accepts him differently than mine, which surprised me. Chloe's mother contacts me unhappy 3 weeks before the wedding. She says my mother wrote to their house to persuade me to invite her to the wedding. Page after page, the letter describes her suffering and why she should be my mother. Her mother feeds me sentences over the phone, twisting them. We thank her for telling me and decide she'll write back to not influence us. Chloe's mother will reinforce my limits tomorrow. His family defends my choices without my request, which I appreciate. Days later, Lillian offers wedding day motherly duties. She pledges to handle my mother's feared visit. Dan and I discuss it and hire venue security. Wedding security stated unwanted guests are more often than people realize, and will make sure no one crashes who isn't on our list. Being safe allows me enjoy my wedding without worrying about my mother. Later that night, Lillian texts me that she'll always support me, and I believe her. I wake up thrilled the week before the wedding, not nervous. When I get ready for work, I realize I'm unprepared for anything to go wrong or someone to destroy my day. In afternoon therapy, my therapist stated that this happens when you're unprepared for criticism or rejection. She says, "I've done the hard work of removing toxic people from my life, and now I get to experience what peace actually feels like. I'm marrying someone who loves me exactly as I am. I'm surrounded by people who celebrate me instead of tearing me down, and I don't have to perform or prove my worth to anyone." The relief of that realization makes me emotional in the best possible way. Olivia's house smells like vanilla and flowers when I arrive for the bridal shower. The living room is packed with women who have shown up for me, not out of obligation but because they actually want to celebrate. Lillian hugs me at the door and whispers that she helped Olivia plan everything, and I can already feel tears starting. Chloe's mother is here with 2 of his aunts, and they wave from the couch where they're chatting with Madeline. My cousin Isabella from my dad's side brought her daughter, and even my therapist accepted the invitation, which makes me feel seen in a way I never expected. Olivia has set up games and decorations, but what hits me hardest is that nobody here has ever made me feel like I wasn't enough. The shower starts with everyone sharing a story about me, and I brace myself for the usual backhanded compliments, disguised as praise. But Lillian goes first and talks about the time I stood up to a bully in middle school who was picking on a younger kid, and how that moment showed her I had more courage than most adults she knew. Madeline tells everyone about how I helped her through her parents' divorce by just listening without judgment. And Chloe's aunt mentions how Daniel lights up every time he talks about me. Each story reveals qualities I didn't know other people noticed. Strengths my mother never acknowledged because she was too busy comparing me to Sophia. By the time we get to the gift opening, I'm crying happy tears and Olivia hands me tissues while laughing. The gifts are thoughtful and personal things chosen because people actually know who I am. Then Chloe's mother stands up and asks if she can give me something special. She pulls out a delicate silver bracelet with tiny charms, and her voice shakes a little as she explains that it belonged to her own mother. She says she's been waiting for the right person to give it to, someone who would appreciate not just the jewelry, but what it represents. She fastens it around my wrist and tells me it's my something borrowed. But really, it's about welcoming me into their family officially. I lose it completely and hug her while everyone else gets teary too. This is what it feels like to be chosen and valued. To receive love without waiting for the criticism that always followed it in my original family. The shower wraps up with cake and more laughter. And as people leave, each one hugs me and tells me how happy they are for my wedding. Driving home, I keep looking at the bracelet and thinking about how different this celebration was from anything my mother ever hosted for me. 2 days before the wedding, my phone rings while I'm confirming final details with the florist. It's my father and my stomach tightens automatically, even though we've been doing better. He asks if I have a minute to talk and I step outside onto the balcony. He says he's calling to confirm he's still walking me down the aisle, which we already discussed. But then his voice gets quieter. He tells me he knows he can't make up for all the years he stood by while my mother tore me down. But he wants to be part of my future, if I'll let him. He says watching me set boundaries and build a life without my mother's toxicity has made him realize how much damage he allowed by staying silent. I tell him yes, he can walk me down the aisle. And while our relationship will never be what it could have been, I appreciate his effort to do better now. He thanks me and his voice cracks a little, and after we hang up, I sit on the balcony for a while thinking about forgiveness and second chances. I'm not ready to forget everything, but I'm willing to let him try. The morning of the wedding, I wake up feeling calm instead of anxious. Dan already left for his parents' house where he's getting ready with the groomsmen, and Lillian and Madeline arrive at my apartment with coffee and bagels. They help me shower and start on my hair, and the whole process feels easy and fun. We laugh about Lillian's disaster of a first date last month and Madeline's new puppy who keeps eating her shoes. And there's no underlying tension or competition. When it's time to put on my dress, they both help with the tiny buttons down the back. And when I finally look in the mirror, I feel beautiful without needing anyone to tell me I am. The dress fits perfectly and the bracelet from Chloe's mother catches the light. Lillian takes a million photos and Madeline gets emotional, and I realize this is what getting ready for your wedding should feel like. No one is comparing me to anyone else or pointing out flaws or making jokes at my expense. We're just 3 women celebrating a happy moment, and it feels completely right. The ceremony venue is exactly what Daniel and I wanted. A small garden with flowers everywhere and chairs set up for our 40 guests. I wait in the back room with my father while the music starts and he adjusts his tie nervously. When it's time to walk down the aisle, he offers his arm and we step out into the sunlight. Daniel is standing at the front with the officiant, and the second he sees me, tears start running down his face. My father walks slowly like he's trying to make the moment last, and halfway down the aisle he leans over and whispers that he's proud of me. For once, I believe a family member's compliment without analyzing it for hidden criticism or waiting for the other shoe to drop. When we reach the front, my father hugs me before handing me off to Daniel, and I can see he's crying too. The ceremony itself is simple and perfect. The officiant talks about love and commitment, and then Daniel starts his vows. His voice shakes as he promises to always see my worth, even when I struggle to see it myself. To be my family when my original family failed me and to spend every day proving that I deserve to be loved exactly as I am. By the time he finishes, half the guests are crying, and I'm barely holding it together. I manage to get through my own vows about building something better together, and when the officiant pronounces us married, Daniel kisses me and everyone applauds. The reception is in the same garden under string lights that make everything glow. We eat and talk and dance and Andrew stands up to give a toast. He talks about how the strongest families are the ones we choose, not just the ones we're born into, and how watching me set boundaries and build a life on my own terms has inspired other family members to examine their own relationships. He says, "This room full of people who actually love me is more like family than any holiday gathering ever was." And several people nod in agreement. When Dan and I dance to our first song, I realize I'm not thinking about who's missing from the room. I'm not scanning for my mother or Sophia or wondering if they'll show up to ruin things. I'm fully present with the people who showed up, the ones who proved their love through actions instead of just words. My mother's absence doesn't diminish the joy at all. If anything, it protects it, and lets me enjoy the day without bracing for criticism. At the end of the night, Chloe's parents find us by the cake table and pull us both into a hug. His mother says she didn't just gain a daughter-in-law today. She gained a daughter, and the distinction matters more than I can explain. His father says they're proud to call me family, and I thank them for accepting me so completely. I'm building a new family story where I'm valued and celebrated, where my worth isn't dependent on comparison or competition, and my mother's narrative about me being the backup daughter has no power here. Daniel and I say goodbye to the last guests and head to the hotel where we're staying before our flight tomorrow, and I feel lighter than I have in years. On our honeymoon in Hawaii, Daniel and I spend the first few days just relaxing on the beach and not thinking about family drama. But one evening, while we're watching the sunset, we start talking about the future and what kind of parents we want to be someday. Daniel says he wants our kids to feel equally loved and supported. And I agree immediately. We talk about how we'll never compare siblings or play favorites, how we'll celebrate each child's unique strengths instead of ranking them against each other. I tell him our children will never wonder which one is loved more and will break the cycle of favoritism and comparison that my mother created. Turning my pain into a promise to do better feels like the ultimate victory over my mother's legacy. Like I'm taking all that hurt and transforming it into something protective and healing for the next generation. Somewhere during the honeymoon, I realize I've stopped defining myself in relation to Sophia or my mother. When I think about who I am, I don't automatically compare myself to my sister or measure my worth by my mother's standards. I'm not the backup daughter anymore. I'm just myself. And that's enough. The voice in my head that used to sound like my mother's criticism has gotten quieter, replaced by my own voice telling me I'm worthy exactly as I am. I look at Daniel sleeping beside me one morning and think about the life we're building together, and I feel grateful for every hard decision that led me here. Setting boundaries hurt and cost me relationships, but it also freed me to become someone I actually like. 3 months pass after the wedding and I'm sitting at a coffee shop when my phone rings with my father's number. I answer and hear his voice quieter than usual, telling me he needs to talk. He says he's moved into a hotel temporarily and separated from my mother. The words hang in the air between us for a moment before he explains that watching me build a life without her toxicity made him realize how much her behavior affected his own happiness. He sounds tired, but also relieved, like he's been carrying something heavy for years and finally set it down. I tell him I'm not going to pressure him about what he decides to do long term, but I'm glad he's taking care of himself. We talk for another 20 minutes about nothing important. Just normal conversation without the weight of my mother's presence influencing every word. When we hang up, I sit with my coffee and realize this is what happens when you stop accepting cruelty as normal. Other people start to notice it too. The following week, I have my regular therapy appointment, and my therapist reviews the progress I've made over the past several months. She suggests we move to monthly sessions instead of weekly because I've built such a strong foundation of self-worth. She reminds me that healing isn't a straight line, and I'll probably still have hard days, but the work I've done means my mother's voice in my head doesn't control me anymore. I can hear criticism without believing I deserve it. I can set boundaries without drowning in guilt. I can accept love without waiting for the conditions that come after it. I leave her office and walk to my car, feeling proud of how far I've come from the woman who used to apologize for existing. November arrives and Daniel and I decide to host our first holiday dinner in our apartment. We invite his parents, my father, Olivia, Andrew, Lillian, Madeline, and Ethan. I spend the morning cooking while Dan sets the table, and when everyone arrives, the apartment fills with voices and laughter that feels genuine. Nobody makes comparisons between me and anyone else. Nobody gives compliments with hidden insults attached. Olivia brings a pie and hugs me in the kitchen, telling me how happy she is to see me thriving. My father sits on the couch talking to Chloe's dad about golf, and the conversation is easy and comfortable. Ethan tells a story about Dan's college years that makes everyone laugh, and Madeline helps me carry dishes to the table. We eat and talk, and someone suggests a game after dinner, and the whole evening feels warm and safe. This is what family is supposed to feel like. People who show up because they want to, not because they have to. People who celebrate you instead of tolerate you. I look around the table at faces that chose to be here and realize I finally have what I always wanted. A year passes since the engagement dinner that changed everything. I wake up next to Daniel in the apartment we share and think about how different my life looks now. I have a husband who loves me without conditions or comparisons. I have in-laws who treat me like their actual daughter instead of someone they're stuck with. I have a chosen family of relatives and friends who celebrate my wins and support me through hard days. But most importantly, I have my own approval. I don't need my mother to validate my worth anymore because I know it myself. Her opinion used to define everything about how I saw myself, but now it's just noise I don't have to listen to. The freedom that comes from that realization is worth every uncomfortable conversation, every boundary I had to set, every relationship I had to let go of to protect my peace. I'm not the backup daughter anymore. I'm just me. And that's enough. You were always sensitive, my father laughed, and my brother mocked me at dinner. That night I walked out, then find 15 missed calls. I'm Ethan, I am 28 years old. And for the majority of my life, I've been a supporting figure in my own family. I'm not the golden kid or the favorite, I'm simply there, quietly doing the right thing and keeping my head down. I was the kid who got all B's and never asked for anything. The one who did not ruin anything, yell at the dinner table, wreck the car, or sneak off to parties. I assumed that would be sufficient. It was not. My elder brother Liam is the golden one. He always was. He's 30, and he goes through life as if it owes him something. My parents, particularly my father, regard him as an unstoppable force. The one who will carry the family name forward, whatever that means. Liam played varsity football, even though he mostly sat on the sideline, and it garnered him years of adulation. Meanwhile, I was discreetly teaching myself how to make websites, edit movies, and even write some code. I got my first freelancing employment when I was 19. Nobody said anything. Mom used to call me the silent achiever. But things changed when Liam dropped out of college and chose to establish his own business. They hailed him courageous for it. Dad co-signed the loan. When I sought to start my own side hustle, a true LLC with a few respectable clients, Dad advised me to wait until I had more experience. I moved away as soon as I could afford to. I wasn't rushing away. Not really. I simply needed space. I continued to return for birthdays, holidays, and other occasions. Even when it felt awkward, Liam found new ways to tease me, calling me the intern, laughing at my attire and asking if I was still making money on YouTube. It wasn't just him though. My parents never intervened. They always let things slip. This year, things started to grow worse. I'm not sure why precisely. Maybe the tension was mounting. Perhaps something snapped in Liam. Or maybe I simply quit brushing things off. It began with small things. When I arrived at the residence, I'd find my seat at the table already taken. Nobody would ask whether I wanted coffee or assistance with the dishes. If Liam needed assistance moving a couch or putting up his new computer, I was suddenly essential again. Then I'd return to being invisible. The tipping point began a few weeks ago. It was Dad's birthday. Big backyard party, steaks on the grill, and the typical booze and bravado routine. I showed up with a kind present, custom engraved cufflinks with his initials and a phrase from his favorite book. I figured maybe this time it will work. Maybe he'd see I cared in my own way. However, when he opened it, all he said was, "Huh, that's different," before placing them on the table and going on. Meanwhile, Liam arrived 45 minutes late with a box of Cuban cigars and received a standing ovation. That was nothing new to me, but what came next hurt much more. I was assisting Mom in bringing out dessert when Liam began relating a tale about how I sobbed in gym class back in middle school. Complete falsehood. Everyone laughed, including my parents. Nobody glanced at me. I stood there holding a platter of lemon squares like an idiot, cheeks flushed and jaw clenched. When I eventually set them down, Dad just chuckled and remarked, "You were always sensitive, Ethan." After that night, I determined to put some space between us. I ignored a couple of texts. I skipped one of the Friday meals. I needed air, I needed perspective, but it simply made everything worse. Mom called 3 days ago to guilt trip me. She inquired if I had forgotten I was a member of the family. She stated Liam was worried about me, which was ridiculous. When I didn't bite, she asked if I could come over for supper Friday night. Only the four of us. It would be good to catch up, she remarked. Reset. Against my better judgment, I agreed. I figured they might have missed me. Maybe things would be different. It was not. Dinner was awkward from the beginning. The meal was fine. Mom always prepared a good roast, but no one was talking. Liam was on his phone half the time and Dad simply continued drinking his beer, looking between us like he was waiting for a performance to begin. I tried to keep things light, asking about Mom's garden and discussing a project I was working on. Blank gaze and groans. Liam responded, "Sounds like a lot of time to waste on something no one's ever going to see." I gently reminded him that I had a few clients who enjoyed my work, that I'd developed a fairly consistent income, and that I was even considering getting a larger space next year. That's when Dad smiled and asked, So are you finally going to get a real job? Something shattered in me. Then a faint crack, nothing too loud or spectacular. I set down my fork, moved my plate forward and asked, "Why do you even invite me if everything I do is just a joke to you?" Liam leaned in, his voice rising. "Because you need to hear the truth for once. You're the reason this family's falling apart." His words resonated across the dining room. Mom looked down at her plate. Dad did not skip a beat. He nodded slowly and continued. "He's right. We'd all be better off without you." I didn't disagree. I did not weep. I just rose up, grabbed my coat and went out. It was dark when I returned to my flat. I didn't get much sleep. I kept reliving their remarks, wondering how we got here and how I ever thought I was a member of that family. I ignored every phone call and text message that night. Then arrived this morning. I awoke to 15 missed calls, all from the hospital. And now I'm torn between picking up the phone and letting them experience what it's like to walk away. I looked at my phone for a long time. Just gazed. 15 missed calls, all from the hospital. No names. The same generic caller ID kept repeating itself, like an alert I had missed. I did not feel afraid at first. It's just confusion. Dull bewilderment. The type you get when your body awakens before your intellect. I crawled out of bed, legs weary. My mind still repeating the night before. Mason's voice echoed, and Dad's words felt like cold in my chest. Then followed the texts from Mom, one after another. "Ethan, please call me. Something has happened. It's your dad." That one landed differently. I did not react. Not straight away. I simply sat on the side of my bed, the sunshine streaming in through the blinds as if nothing had happened. But everything did. Because the fact is that I did not feel panicked. I felt nothing. That's when I understood how far they had pushed me. I'd always thought that no matter how awful things went, some basic part of me would still care and need them. But when I stared at my phone, all I felt was frigid remoteness. As if I were seeing a stranger's situation develop on someone else's television. I eventually made a call. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to know. A nurse responded, polite, professional, and detached. She said that my father had been in with chest discomfort and a suspected heart attack, stable presently, but under watch. They were attempting to contact family members in case something changed. I thanked her and hung up, but no part of me wanted to rush over. Instead, I sat in solitude, allowing the weight of it all to settle and the irony to flourish. "We'd all be better off without you," he stated. His heart stopped beating less than 14 hours later when he was sleeping. I don't say this with animosity, but more as an observation, as if the cosmos has been listening. An hour later, another call. This time it was Liam. I let it go to voicemail. His message was brief, clipped, and almost robotic. "You should come. Dad is begging for you." That was new. Dad never asked for me. He never made it plain to me as an adult that he wanted me around. Not after I moved out. Not when I graduated. Not when I landed my first large customer and emailed him a film I was pleased with. But now when he's afraid and hooked up to a monitor, he recognizes my name. I did not go. Not that day. Instead, I cleaned my flat, washed the kitchen countertops, vacuumed under the sofa, and reorganized the wires behind my desk. I needed control over something. I needed to anchor myself in an environment where I wasn't invisible. By nightfall, Liam had made 4 more calls. Mom, twice. I did not respond to any of them. I turned off the phone and went for a stroll. Cold wind, deserted streets, my footfall reverberating through the silence. I reflected on how many years I'd spent bending myself to fit into a mold that they never made place for. How many holidays had I shown up out of guilt, only to leave feeling smaller than when I arrived. I recalled the platter of lemon squares I'd held as a peace offering, the laughing, the expression on Dad's face when he uttered it. "We'd all do better without you." I'm not sure when it became typical for me to accept so little. The next morning I surrendered and went to the hospital. Not because I forgive him or miss them, but because I needed to see him. See, the man felt chopping me down would make him taller. I entered the clean white room expecting to feel anything. Rage, despair, and relief. But all I saw was a tired guy hooked up to machines, his eyes closed, and the lines around his lips tighter than I had recalled. Mom sat next to him, mascara streaked and hands gripped together as if a prayer had gone unanswered. Liam stood in the corner, arms folded and avoiding eye contact. When I entered, they both glanced up. Mom talked first. "Thank you, Ethan, for coming." Liam didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. I did not sit down. I stood near the entrance, heart steady. After a lengthy silence, Dad opened his eyes, sluggish and unfocused. Then they landed on me. "You came, Ethan," he croaked, his voice thin as smoke. I waited for something. An apology. A trace of regret. But all he said next was, "I did not intend what I said. I wanted to believe it. I actually did. But after a lifetime of being second best, you begin to recognize hollow words before they touch the floor." "I believe you did," I responded gently. "You just didn't think it would echo back." He flinched slightly, but he didn't deny it. Mom stepped in. He wasn't thinking properly. "Ethan," he was unhappy. Tired. "You know how he gets when—" I've known how he gets since I was 10 years old. And I interrupted him. No one talked after that. The heart monitor kept beeping steadily and slowly. I stayed 6 more minutes, maybe 7, before turning and leaving. That should have been the end of it, me walking out again, this time for good. But that night, something changed. It was late when I got home, nearly midnight, and I'd barely kicked off my shoes when I got a text from my cousin Olivia. We're not particularly close, but she's one of the few relatives who's always regarded me like a real human being, not just Liam's uncomfortable shadow. The text merely stated, "Hey, wanted to check on you. Heard what Liam did? That's screwed up." I blinked and reread it. "What Liam did?" I responded. "What do you mean?" 3 dots emerged and then disappeared. Then came the bomb. "You didn't hear? He told people you refused to come to the hospital unless Dad promised to include you in the will." My stomach dropped, so I called her right away. She picked up quickly, her voice hushed but urgent. "I was at Aunt Caroline's, and she said Liam was there, telling everyone you were blackmailing your way back into the family. He made it sound like he was threatening them, and he said you were only visiting Dad for money." I couldn't breathe, not because I was surprised Liam lied, but because everyone believed it so easily. I hadn't said anything about money, and I didn't want anything from them, but Liam knew exactly how to twist the knife. He knew I wasn't there to defend myself, and he knew how to turn my silence into a motive. Olivia kept talking, and he said, "You've always been jealous that you resented him for being successful." I laughed bitterly. "Successful? He's living off loans Dad co-signed, whereas I have a business, clients, and my own bills." "I know," she said. "But you know how it is. They all eat up whatever Liam says. He's the good one. Always has been." My hands were shaking. Not from fear, but from fury. A slow, cold kind of fury. The kind that creeps into your spine and whispers, "Enough is enough." That night, I didn't sleep. I pulled out my old hard drive, the one I hadn't touched in months, and started organizing files, contracts, invoices, screenshots, video backups, every bit of proof I had that I built Eva. He didn't realize I'd been documenting things for years. Old texts, passive-aggressive emails, voice memos from phone calls I'd recorded when I suspected he'd twist my words. I wasn't paranoid. I was prepared because people like Liam don't stop unless someone makes them. By sunrise I had everything in order, but the real twist came that afternoon. I received another call from the hospital, this time from the billing department. "Hello, is this Ethan Reynolds?" the voice inquired. "Yes. This is merely a courtesy call about the card you gave for your father's operation. We needed to check the allegations before proceeding." My thoughts blanked. "I didn't submit a card." The lady stopped. "It's listed under your name. The same address as the one we have on file for the emergency contact." I asked her to read it out. It was my old address, where I used to live before Liam moved in after I left. My jaw clenched. "Don't process anything," I whispered. "That card is not authorized." I hung up, and I knew he used my name, my identity, to pay for Dad's hospital bills, probably to look like a hero, and maybe even to make me look guilty if it came out later. I sat there, heart pounding, as the pieces fell into place. The lie about the will, the smear campaign, the fraudulent charge. This wasn't just family drama anymore. This was war, and Liam had just made the biggest mistake of his life. I don't remember the exact moment I hit rock bottom. It wasn't a dramatic collapse. No shouting, no tears, but rather a slow, silent sinking, like waking up underwater. Realizing you'd been drowning for a while, and wondering if swimming was even worth it anymore. After that call from the hospital billing department, I didn't yell or punch a wall. Instead, I sat in my chair, staring at nothing as the weight of it all settled in. Liam had used my name, my identity to cover a hospital bill, and he'd done so casually, as if it were just another tool in his arsenal. The betrayal hit me differently this time. It wasn't just words or cold shoulders over dinner. It was calculated, personal, a theft of both money and narrative, and it hurt. He'd twist the story later, perhaps to say I offered to pay, or that I tried to buy my way back into the family. Not because I needed their approval anymore, but because it confirmed something I tried so hard not to believe. They didn't just fail to see me. They chose not to. When I called the hospital back and told them the charge was unauthorized, they were polite but unhelpful, saying I'd have to file a fraud claim with my bank and that they couldn't remove the card unless someone else took financial responsibility. I asked who added my card in the first place, and they said it had been provided during intake, and the form was signed by an Ethan Reynolds. I asked for a copy and they said they'd send it by mail. I could already see it in my head, Liam's handwriting or a sloppy attempt at copying mine. But seeing it wasn't what scared me. What scared me was how normal it all felt, as if I was used to being violated by my own family. That night, I walked, just walked, with no destination in mind, my legs moving block after block as if trying to outrun the thoughts in my head. The sky was overcast. I didn't cry, I didn't scream, but I felt hollow, absolutely gutted. The next few days passed in a fog. I didn't work, I didn't sleep, and I ignored texts and phone calls. Liam had messaged me once with a smug line like, "Just cleaning up your mess, little bro. You're welcome." I couldn't respond. I didn't trust myself to say something I wouldn't regret. Mom texted as well, saying they were worried about me, that Dad was home now recovering and that we should put things behind us and come together. I almost laughed when I read that, as if we were a sitcom family arguing over Thanksgiving turkey, not a broken house held together by manipulation and selective memory. Then came the mail. The hospital's intake form. The signature wasn't even near to mine. It was hilarious, with big looping letters attempting to resemble my writing but full of irregularities, sloppy, hasty, and apparent. Liam didn't even bother to conceal it, he expected me to roll over as he usually did. I opened a new folder on my desktop labeled Truth and began building every email, voicemail, screenshot of Liam's texts, receipt showing my real address, actual bank information, and business activity. I pulled copies of my LLC filings from years ago, proof that I wasn't freeloading, jealous, or still figuring things out. For the first time in my life, I stopped editing myself for them, stopped shrinking to fit into the version of myself that made them comfortable, and began writing my story, not a Reddit post or a letter. I found old photos from family dinners where Liam would crop me out before posting them online, from parties where I was always behind the camera, never in front of it. I wrote down everything, the comments, the lies, the quiet betrayals, the gaslighting. I didn't intend to share it. I just needed to see it to remind myself that I wasn't crazy, that I had lived through it and survived. Somewhere in the middle of that process, I began to remember who I was before all of this. Before Liam's voice became the one that rewrote every room we entered. Before Dad's silence swallowed every opportunity to speak up, I remembered being proud of myself when I landed my first client. When I finished a 3-month video project that helped a small business triple their traffic, I remembered waking up excited to work rather than drained from carrying invisible wounds. I contacted an old client whom I had assisted in rebranding their company last year. We hadn't spoken in months, so I asked if they needed any video work done. They said yes, and within a day I was back in the zone, editing clips, selecting music and syncing transitions. My mind felt clear for the first time in weeks. I worked late into the night, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. 1 gig turned into 2, then a referral, then another. I didn't advertise or post anything online, but something had changed. The more I focused on myself, on building rather than reacting, the more momentum I gathered. And the more I worked, the more I realized how much my family had shrunk me. I started going to the gym again, nothing fancy, just a few light sessions a week to get my body moving. I used to second-guess myself, worried that I was being overly sensitive or making things about me, but the truth was that they made it about me when it was convenient, when they needed someone to blame, or when they needed someone to pay the bill. I changed my diet, started sleeping better, cleared out my apartment, donated old clothes, rearranged furniture, and threw out junk I didn't even remember owning. It felt symbolic, like shedding skin. I even booked a weekend trip to a small cabin upstate with no Wi-Fi or noise. I brought books, not screens. I hiked, journaled, sat in silence and listened to the wind. And somewhere out there, surrounded by trees and sky, I realized something important. I don't need them. I don't need their validation, permission, or even their love. At least not the kind they're capable of giving. What I needed was myself, my voice, my story, my strength. When I returned from that trip, I realized that Liam wasn't just a bully. He was a coward in a loud costume, a fragile ego dressed in bravado. Dad wasn't a patriarch. He was a man who picked favorites and called it discipline. Mom wasn't innocent. Her silence was a choice, and her refusal to stand up for me had consequences, whether she admitted it or not. But I wasn't going to chase an apology anymore. Instead, I was going to show them who they were attempting to erase. I started small, updating my portfolio, rebranding my website, polishing my client testimonials, adding new services, and then launching a YouTube channel, not for fame, but as a creative outlet, with tutorials, breakdowns of editing techniques, and behind-the-scenes project commentary. Within a week, a few videos began to gain traction. Comments began to trickle in, then more. One video reached 12,000 views, then 60,000 views. Emails followed. New clients, collaborations. I was creating something real, something mine. But here's the thing. I didn't tell anyone, not even Olivia. I wanted this to grow in silence, free of their reach, untouched by their narratives. But the universe has a funny way of delivering news. One night, about a month after that hospital incident, I received another message from Liam, short, smug. Heard you're doing YouTube now. Cute. No congratulations. No curiosity, just condescension. But here's what he didn't know. I'd trademarked my brand and secured contracts. I'd filed paperwork. I'd grown stronger in the silence. And he still thought I was the same person who would shrink when challenged. He didn't realize I was no longer playing defense. I was building an offense. And if he tried to interfere, I'd be ready, because rebuilding is quiet. It's quiet, intentional, relentless, and eventually unstoppable. I didn't set out to get revenge. For weeks after I started rebuilding my business and re-entering myself, all I wanted was peace and silence. A life where my name wasn't dragged into lies. Where my accomplishments weren't used as punchlines. And where I could wake up every day knowing no one could take credit for what I'd built. But sometimes, especially when you've been used and discarded for years, peace can only come after justice, and justice doesn't show up by accident. It began with the credit fraud, which Liam used my name and old address to slap on Dad's hospital bills. I'd already filed a report with my bank and was working with them to investigate the charge, but I needed more. That's when I remembered something. A year ago, before Liam moved in, I installed a small security camera above the door. It wasn't a high-end system, just a basic motion-activated camera that uploaded footage to a cloud account I hadn't accessed in months. I'd installed it after someone stole a package, but when I moved out I forgot to take it down. It wasn't connected to Wi-Fi anymore, but I remembered that it had an SD card, and I knew Liam didn't notice things that weren't about him, so the camera was probably still there, dead and dusty but still storing data. The next morning I drove by the old place, parked across the street and just watched for a while. Liam's truck was there, with the same vanity plate. M4 Son, as subtle as ever, and there was no sign he was home. I waited until he left, probably to the gym or to brag somewhere, and then I made my move. The camera was still there, hidden in the porch light housing, exactly where I'd left it. I popped it open, yanked the SD card, and dashed away. When I got home, I dug out an old adapter and plugged the card into my laptop. The majority of the footage was old, with me grabbing takeout, the landlord fixing a leak, and a raccoon doing unspeakable things to a trash can. But then I came across the one. It was 4 weeks ago, and the timestamp was 2 hours after Dad was admitted to the hospital. I saved the video, backed it up 5 times, and uploaded it to my truth folder. It didn't show Liam signing the form, but it did place him at the address associated with the fraudulent hospital charge, and most importantly, it proved I wasn't there. After completing step 1, I contacted Olivia. I hadn't told her much since the last time she messaged me about Liam's smear campaign, but I figured if anyone in the family would be open to hearing the truth, it would be her. I sent her the video and asked, "Do you think anyone in the family would believe this matters?" She immediately phoned me. "Oh my goodness, Ethan," she replied. This confirms he's lying." I described everything: the charge, the signature, the voicemail, Liam's text, and the video evidence. Her voice was low and weak. "I knew he was evil," she murmured. But this is next level. This is criminal. The word hung in the air. Criminal. It was no longer simply family turmoil. It was legal. Olivia didn't hesitate. You need to do something with this. Expose him. Go public. Inform the family. Call the police. Whatever it takes. I wasn't ready to go full nuclear yet, not until I had everything in order. But I assured her I had a plan, which I did, since Liam's most powerful weapon was story. Before I could burn his bridge, I had to rebuild mine. I began by writing a letter. Not a rant, not a revenge post, but a letter to every extended family member who had been fed Liam's lies. I told Aunt Caroline, Uncle Thomas, Cousin Olivia, and even Grandma Helen, everything calmly, clearly, and factually, including screenshots, timelines, camera footage, proof of the forged signature, and the fraudulent hospital charge. I explained how Liam used my name and framed it as if I demanded inheritance money. And I didn't beg for sympathy. I just laid out the facts, and then I asked one simple question. If someone can lie so easily about their own brother, what else have they lied about? Olivia assisted me in sending it. Some via email, others printed and mailed. And then we waited. For a few days nothing happened. Radio silence. I figured most of them had either ignored it or sided with Liam as they always did. But then Grandma Helen called. Which might not seem like a big deal, but in our family, it was. Grandma Helen was the matriarch, the spine, the only person Dad still listened to. She'd never been warm toward me, more polite than loving, but she was sharp, observant, and had always believed Liam's stories until now. Her voice on the phone was low and forceful. I read your letter, Ethan. I didn't know what to say. I believe you, she said, which nearly shocked me. I don't know what happened to your brother, she continued. It's spiteful, and I will not accept it. She didn't say anything further, but it was sufficient. Aunt Caroline messaged me, saying she'd always suspected Liam had twisted tendencies and that my letter just confirmed it. Uncle Thomas texted, asking for copies of the hospital documents. And Olivia, who used to call me boring Ethan, sent a DM that said, "Wow, I had no idea. I'm sorry for laughing at such jokes. I didn't know it was like this." I didn't need their sympathy, but I did need their eyes. And now that they were open, I took the next step. I set up a private Zoom call, not for drama or argument, but to let the truth be seen. I invited everyone who had responded positively, and I walked them through the evidence calmly and professionally, like a client pitch. I showed the video, the text messages, the hospital invoice, and even the voicemail Liam left me, where he said, "Just cleaning up your mess, little bro." When the call ended, there was silence, and then Grandma Helen said, "This family deserves better." I didn't say it out loud, but I thought I do too. Olivia contacted me after the call. "You're scaring him," she said. I stared. "What, Liam?" She continued. "He's messaging people, freaking out, claiming you're trying to ruin his life, that you're obsessed with him." I nearly laughed. Of course he was playing the victim, but I wasn't finished because Liam hadn't just lied. He tried to call me once and I let it ring. I had already spoken with a detective, shared the documents, footage and timeline, and they were looking into it. I didn't know how far it would go, but I knew it wasn't going away, and that scared Liam more than anything. Then another message appeared. "Please don't do this." I stared at it for a long time, the irony not lost on me. Please don't do this. As if I hadn't spent my entire life begging them to stop. But the real turning point came a week later when Dad called. Not Mom, not Olivia. Dad. I didn't answer, and he left a voicemail. "Ethan, I'm not sure what's going on between you and Liam. Your mother claims it's gotten out of hand. I'd love a chance to discuss face to face." I didn't call back. Instead I turned there, not out of compliance but out of strength, because I wanted him to see me. Not the picture Liam painted. Not the quiet achiever. Not the scapegoat. Me. And as I pulled up to that house, his house, I knew this wasn't the end of the story, but the beginning of the reckoning, and I had all the pieces in place. When I pulled into my parents' driveway that afternoon, I didn't feel nervous, which surprised me because this house had always made my stomach knot before I even stepped out of the car. Today, there was no fear, no anger, just a steady calm, as if I'd already crossed some invisible line and there was no going back. Dad opened the door himself and he looked smaller than I remembered, thinner, older. The hospital scare had taken something out of him that pride couldn't fully mask. For a brief moment, I almost felt bad. Then I remembered his voice at the dinner table, how he'd said we'd all be better off without me, and the feeling passed. "Ethan," he said, clearing his throat. "Come in." Liam was already there, pacing the living room like a caged animal. He stopped when he saw me. His face hardened, then shifted into something defensive, almost desperate. "So this is it," he snapped. "Are you going to flaunt your little slideshow for Dad too?" I didn't answer. I dropped my laptop bag down on the dining table and sat quietly, methodically. The way people do when they know they have an advantage. Mom remained near the kitchen, eyes darting between us, hands wringing the edge of her sweater. She appeared exhausted and guilty, as if she had waited too long to choose a side and realized too late that neutrality was a decision in and of itself. Dad motioned for Liam to sit, and he didn't say anything. "Explain why the family is being dragged into this," Dad said to me. I nodded, opened my laptop and turned it so everyone could see. "But first, I want to be clear. I did not bring the family into anything. Liam did." "I'm just finished covering for that," Liam scoffed. "Unbelievable. You've always been theatrical." I pushed play, and the surveillance tape filled the screen, showing Liam in a hoodie walking out of the old home with the clipboard, the timestamp and address obvious. Dad leaned closer. Mom covered her lips. "What is this?" Dad asked slowly. "This," I said. "Is Liam leaving the address associated with the hospital intake form? The same address used when my name and card were fraudulently attached to your medical bills." Liam laughed, sharp and forced. "That doesn't prove anything." I clicked to the next file, the intake form, the signature enlarged side by side with my genuine one. "Forgery," I continued. "Ask any handwriting analyzer." Liam's chuckle faded. I then played the voicemail. "Just cleaning up your mess, little bro." "You're welcome." Silence filled the room and Mom sat down hard on a chair. Dad's face turned pale, then hot, and then pale again. Liam opened his mouth, then closed it. "I didn't," he began. I raised my hand. "I'm not done." I showed them the text messages in which Liam told people I'd demanded money. The screenshots Olivia had forwarded of family group chats in which my name was dragged through the dirt while I remained silent. The bank correspondence, the fraud report, and the detective's email confirming the investigation. When I finally closed the laptop, the house felt different, heavier, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Dad stared at Liam, not with pride or indulgence, but with amazement. "You used your brother's identity," he said quietly. "You committed fraud," Liam shouted. "I was assisting, you were at the hospital. Someone needed to take care of it. Ethan never does anything for this family." That was it, his final card, and I stood up. "I've spent my whole life doing things for this family," I said, my voice steady. "I simply didn't do them loudly enough for you. I didn't lie, steal, or step on others to be important, and you despise me for it." I looked to Dad. "You taught him that," I said. "Every time you laughed at his jokes about me. You didn't merely select a favorite when you dubbed my work a pastime or remained silent while he tormented me. You built a monster and called it leadership." Dad was unable to answer, and Mom began silently weeping. "I didn't know," she muttered. I glanced at her. "You knew enough." Liam took a step toward me. "Do you believe you've won?" he hissed. "You think this would make you better?" I met his eyes. "No. It makes me free." 3 days later, the police arrived at the house, not for me, but for Liam. Fraud charges, identity theft, and document falsification. The detective was polite but firm. Liam tried to argue, spin, and blame me, but it didn't work. Evidence doesn't care about charm. The family fallout was immediate and brutal. Aunt Caroline stopped answering Liam's calls, and Uncle Thomas demanded repayment for money Liam borrowed years ago under false pretenses. Grandma Helen rewrote her will, but not dramatically. She simply removed Liam as executive and reassigned responsibilities to a neutral third party. Dad didn't speak to Liam for weeks, and when he did, he offered disappointment rather than forgiveness, which hurt Liam more than any punishment could. As for me, I walked away with closure, not anger or silence. I refused to be the glue that held together a structure built on lies, so I kept my distance and focused on my work. My channel grew, my business doubled, and I moved into a new place that was bigger, brighter, and entirely mine. Months later, Dad called to apologize. I accepted it without reopening the door. Mom sends occasional messages. They're careful now, measured, respectful. Liam, last I heard, is still telling people his brother ruined his life. Perhaps he believes that. But here's the truth. I didn't ruin anything. I simply stopped allowing myself to be the family's scapegoat. And when I ultimately walked away, I didn't retaliate with yelling or harshness, but with the truth, which strangely enough, doesn't need to raise its voice to be heard. My family starved me to marry me off. I escaped. They erased me. Then, his first wife crashed court and revealed a secret that shocked everyone. In my family, girls were married the minute they had their first period. It didn't matter whether you were 12, 13, or 14. The blood indicated that you were ready for a husband at least 3 times your age. I grew up with this idea, so it didn't seem so bad, until I was 11. Because that's when I witnessed my cousin Mayam being promised to a 43-year-old man only 3 days after her first period. His previous 2 wives had perished before the age of 20. That was the first night I opted not to consume enough food. Not because I was big or disliked food, but because I noticed the skinnier ladies in my family were the latest to get their period, and I realized it was my only option. I later discovered that your body requires adequate fat before entering puberty, lol. The other females dubbed me a skeleton, but I didn't mind. Other girls my age had already been promised to guys with older children. That did not mean they stopped preparing me to be a wife, however. Every Friday at 1 a.m., I was forced to serve meals to male family members without speaking for hours till 10 a.m. Of course, if I made eye contact or made a noise while serving, I would get 10 lashes on the belt. I had to hold flaming pots without oven mitts to toughen up my sensitive hands for culinary work. Every night, my mother applied skin whitening cream to my face so that I might look beautiful. And, aside from the secret starving, I was the ideal daughter. I played the act without complaint and constantly expressed my excitement about having children. But when I was 14 and still hadn't had a period, I discovered something that altered everything. For reference, we were in the United States the entire time, lol. My mother had just taught us that all of this was normal, and that any female who didn't do it was doomed to die alone, as well as be ugly and useless. Until one teacher compelled me to meet with her after I unintentionally wore a t-shirt to school and she noticed how slim I was. She had neglected to lock her drawer before leaving to use the restroom. Inside were books on marriage laws and booklets titled Your Rights as a Young Teenager and When Culture Becomes Crime. As I read, my jaw dropped. It was the first time I learned that marriage before the age of 18 was wrong. No cultural exceptions. There are no loopholes for parental consent. I stole the smallest booklet and hid it in my waistband. Over the next 2 weeks, while my parents believed I was sleeping, I memorized every page. Phone numbers for CPS, shelter addresses, and the specific words that would result in a mandated report. I learned that teachers, counselors, and doctors are required by law to report suspected abuse. So I organized a wife skills club in my uncle's tool shed. 6 younger relatives who had not yet bled were all trying to avoid their fate. There, I told them what I'd learned, which instructors were mandatory reporters, and how to say the words that would spark an investigation. We practiced in whispers. They're forcing me to marry. I'm only 13, please help. And at 15, my body betrayed me. During the early food prep, blood soaked through my white dress. My mother's shout of excitement sent every woman in the house racing. They were virtually smiling with happiness. Kissed my cheeks. They told me I was lucky. By evening, my father had already chosen my spouse, Hamuda Bibi, a construction magnate who had buried 2 of his wives when they turned 23. The death certificate said that the kidneys had failed. The women murmured that it was the result of too many pregnancies at a young age. 2 days later, my cousin Nora, a girl from the shed, began her period. Within hours, she was promised to a 51-year-old who collected spouses like trophies and had 8 older children than her. I saw the sparkle fade from her eyes as they talked about her bride price like if she were livestock. That night, I slipped her my notebook. Each shelter number. All legal facts. I learned every escape route. Tomorrow, I said under my breath. Tell the science teacher. Use the exact words I taught you. Her hands shook as she accepted it. What about you? My wedding isn't for 2 weeks. I'll work something out, I said, my voice quivering. But I was mistaken. That night, there came a knock on the door. It was CPS. My father's expression changed from surprise to outrage as they inquired about Mira, underage brides and forced weddings. They needed to speak with all of the girls in the household who were under the age of 18. The family circled like wolves as they went. They believed that someone had been teaching the girls lies. Someone had contaminated their innocent minds with Western misinformation. They turned the house upside down to find the culprit. Within an hour, my journal was discovered buried in the tool shed, complete with phone numbers and legal regulations. My father burnt it in front of everyone, calling me sick, unclean, and, my personal favorite, a cancer that needed to be removed. The wedding is tomorrow, he says, before she destroys anyone else. Dawn arrived too fast. In an hour, they'd arrive to dress me in red and gold and bring me to a man who'd previously killed 2 girls. My gut churned as the footsteps reached my door. I took out the plastic bag I'd concealed days before, loaded with only the necessities, a change of clothes, the shelter addresses I'd learned and rewritten, and the $20 I'd taken from my mother's handbag over months, $1 at a time. The door handle turned. I grasped my stomach and doubled down, emitting a groan that was not totally artificial. My mother appeared, already dressed for my wedding. "Get up," she demanded. "Thetian arrives in 30 minutes. I groaned loudly and pressed my hands against my abdomen. "Mama, something's wrong. My stomach." She frowned and approached warily. In our culture, a sick bride was a bad omen. "What did you eat?" "Nothing," I whispered, stumbling towards the door. "I need the bathroom now." She grabbed my arm. "You went 20 minutes ago." "Please," I begged, tears streaming down my cheeks. Fear made things easier. "It hurts so bad." She released me with contempt. 5 minutes. The aunties are waiting." I stumbled along the hallway, gripping the secret bag beneath my flimsy nightgown. I locked the door and stood on the toilet seat as soon as I entered the bathroom. The ceiling tile I had loosened weeks earlier shifted effortlessly. I stuffed the bag inside and then used the toilet to make the sounds realistic. 3 minutes have passed. I flushed, ran water, and groaned aloud again. "Mama, I can't stop my stomach." Her fist banged the door. "Open this door." "I can't," I wailed as I stood on the toilet again. The small window above it had been painted shut years before, but I'd been working on it with a butter knife taken from the kitchen. "Please, just another minute." More thumping. There are multiple voices now. My aunts had joined her. I pushed the window frame with all of my effort. The paint cracked and then gave way. Cool morning air surged in. The aperture was tiny, intended for air rather than escape, but months of privation had made me small enough. "She's taking too long." My father's voice boomed. "Break it down." I grabbed my luggage from the ceiling and pushed it through the window first. Then I lifted myself up, my shoulders scratching against the frame. The door shook as bodies slammed into it. My hips became caught. I bit my tongue to keep from crying out and twisted sideways. The lock cracked as my legs passed the window. I dropped 6 feet onto wet grass, my ankle twisting but not breaking. Shouts erupted behind me from the bathroom. I ran barefoot, my nightgown fluttering. I dashed across our backyard and into the neighbors. Dogs barked. The motion lights flickered on. I continued running. Our neighborhood was a tangle of identical houses populated by families from our community. Any of them would return me without hesitation. I went through Hassan's yard, past Mahmoud's pool, and around Sal's garden shed. An automobile engine screamed to life behind me, followed by another. They had mobilized quickly. As headlights rushed past, I crouched behind Abdullah's garbage bins. My cousin Adil's words echoed across the morning air. "Check every street." She couldn't have gone far. The major road was 3 blocks away. The bus stopped 4 times. I had mentally mapped this path 100 times, but never barefoot. Never before has my heart pounded so violently that I believed it could explode. I darted between houses, using parked automobiles for cover. My feet left bleeding footprints on the concrete. A shard of glass had embedded itself in my heel, but I couldn't stop to remove it. "There!" my cousin Bilal shouted from the left. An automobile screamed around the bend. I dove into Mrs. Chen's rose bushes, thorns ripping at my nightgown and flesh. She was not from our community. Perhaps she would not recognize me. I staggered through her property and into the alley beyond. The bus stop came into view just as the morning bus arrived. I dashed out from between buildings, waving furiously. The driver, an elderly black woman, took one glance at my bloody feet and tattered nightgown and held the door. I climbed the stairs and froze. No money. In my panic, I had left the $20 in the bag. Please, I whispered. I just need to get downtown. I'll pay you back, I promise. An elderly woman in the front seat stood up and inserted the exact change into the machine. Sit down, child, she asked quietly. She didn't ask any questions, simply directed me to the seat behind her and offered me tissues from her handbag. The bus left just as Adil's automobile crashed into the parking lot. I ducked beneath the window, but not before seeing his face contorted in wrath. The woman beside me moved slightly, obstructing my view. We rode in silence until we arrived downtown, where she pressed a $10 cash into my palm before getting off. Whatever you're running from, she said. Don't go back. The courthouse was a large structure that I'd only seen from automobile windows. I staggered through the metal detectors, leaving blood-stained footsteps on the marble floor. The security guys exchanged looks but did not stop me. The family court clerk, a middle-aged woman with warm eyes, took one look at me and moved around the counter. Honey, do you need medical attention, emergency protective order? I breathed out the words that I had memorized. I'm 15, they're forcing me to marry today, please. She directed me to a chair and provided forms. Where are you staying? We need an address for the order. I recited the shelter's address from memory, hoping they'd have space when I arrived. My phone, which I had forgotten in my backpack, began to ring. Mom, then Dad, Adil, and then numbers I couldn't recognize. The voicemails piled up without my attention. I knew what they were going to say: dishonor, shame, curse, disease. The clerk assisted me in filling out the paperwork, her expression becoming more unpleasant with each detail. Previous wives died at the age of 23. Too many pregnancies can lead to kidney failure. A forced marriage ceremony is scheduled for today. Wait here, she instructed before walking into the back office. She reappeared with a judge, who read my petition right in the lobby. Granted, he said. Emergency order effective immediately. The full hearing will be in 2 weeks. I held the paper like a lifeline and staggered back out. The shelter was 12 blocks distant. I made it 3 times before realizing they might not have beds. The phone call confirmed my fears. We're completely full, the voice explained. We can put you on a wait list for Thursday. Thursday. It's 3 days away. I didn't have anywhere to go for 3 days. That's when I remembered Ms. Bennett, the teacher who'd shown me the brochures and had neglected to close her drawer that day. Perhaps she didn't forget after all. 3 buses and 2 hours later, I was standing outside Jefferson High School. It was Saturday, so the parking lot should have been empty, but her car was still there. I'd observed she came in on weekends and graded papers quietly. I discovered her in her classroom, red pen in hand, and a stack of essays beside her. She looked up and dropped her pen. Oh my God. She was around the desk in seconds, inspecting my bloody feet, torn nightgown, and protection order clasped in my grasp. Sit. Don't move. She returned with the school nurse's first aid bag and began to wipe my feet. Only then did I begin crying. This time, there are real tears, not the ones from the restroom. They were going to make me marry him today, I whispered. The unlived 2 wives already. I got the order, but the shelter's full, and I have nowhere to go, and they're looking for me. She took out her phone. CPS emergency line. They have to place you somewhere safe. However, the voice on the other end was not encouraging. 15? We need more evidence of immediate danger. A protective order based on claims isn't enough. Has she been physically harmed? Ms. Bennett's expression darkened. She has glass in her feet from running barefoot. She's covered in cuts. Self-inflicted during escape doesn't count. We need evidence of abuse from the family. The phone rang again. This time Ms. Bennett answered it. Hello? Her face turned pallid. Mr. Habibi? No, your daughter isn't. What? No, she's. I heard my father's voice via the speaker, calm and sensible. His business voice, which he used to persuade others he was a decent man. She's sick, he said. Mental problems. She needs her medication. We're very worried. Ms. Bennett hung up. How did he know you were here? My phone. Of course. They were following my location. Delete everything, she replied. Factory reset. Now. As I wiped my phone, she made additional calls. CPS supervisors, social workers, and legal aid. They all stated the same thing. Without urgent physical risk or greater evidence, their hands were constrained. That's when we heard automobile doors slam in the parking lot. Miss Bennett closed the classroom door and shut the blinds. Stay quiet. Footsteps resonated through the hallway. Multiple sets. Male voices speak Arabic, then English. "We know she's here," my father announced. "Her phone showed this location. She's sick. She needs help." They tested the door handle, knocked nicely first, then harder. "I'm calling 911, Miss Bennett said quietly, but I grasped her hand. "Wait. Let me try something first." I rolled up my sleeves to show her the circular scars from marijuana training, the bruises from this morning's struggle, when my mother attempted to force me into the wedding gown. I then lowered my nightgown just enough to reveal the belt markings on my back from years of Friday morning service training. Her hands shook as she shot photos on her phone. "Why didn't you show anyone before?" "I thought it was normal," I said softly. "Until I read your pamphlets." She dialed 911. "There are multiple men trying to break into my classroom. I have a student with me who's in danger. Please hurry." The beating on the door increased. Then, my uncle's voice. "We have her medication. She's bipolar, schizophrenic. She makes up stories." "Check the parking lot cameras," I advised Miss Bennett quickly. "I came alone. If they have medication, they bring it with them." She called the school's security office and quickly explained. Mr. Williams, the security guard, stated that he was pulling up the film. Police sirens sounded in the distance. The beating has stopped. Footsteps receded swiftly. By the time officers came, my father had changed. The enraged man who beat down doors was no longer present. In his place stood a worried parent in a nice suit, holding prescription bottles with my name. "Thank God you're here," he told the officers. "My daughter is very sick. She has delusions. Make up terrible stories about our family." Officers separated us for questioning. One stayed with me and Ms. Bennett, while two others talked to my father and uncles in the corridor. "She's never been on medication," Ms. Bennett maintained. "I've been her teacher for 2 years. Look at these injuries." The cop looked at my feet. "The cuts, the bruises, could be self-inflicted," he answered slowly. "If she was having an episode, check when those prescriptions were filled." I abruptly responded. "If I'm so sick, why am I not in the system? Why no doctor visits? No therapy?" Ms. Bennett took out her laptop. "I have essays she wrote. Months of them, about family traditions, cultural expectations. They document everything, subtly." She had kept them. Every piece in which I hid truths between the lines. Writing about traditional culinary lessons entailed burning my hands. I described preparing for marriage as beatings for making eye contact. The officer perused them, frowning more deeply with each page. Meanwhile, Mr. Williams arrived carrying surveillance footage on his phone. It clearly showed my father and uncles arriving with the prescription bottles in hand. "Mira," I exclaimed quickly. "Call Nora Mansour. She made a report yesterday. She knows everything." But when Ms. Bennett looked for Nora's family, she discovered they had relocated out of state that morning. "No forwarding address. The phone is disconnected." My father must have sensed the tide turning because his placid demeanor shattered. He started speaking quickly in Arabic to my uncles, waving aggressively. "What's he saying?" the officer inquired. "He's telling them to call the family lawyer," I said, "and saying something about the dowry being non-refundable." That was his mistake, announcing the dowry. The officer's expression tightened. "Sir, what dowry?" My father's face became still. "I misspoke. My English—" "Your English seemed fine 5 minutes ago," the officer said. The following hour blurred together. More cops arrived. A CPS emergency supervisor, someone from the DA's office. My father wavered between threats of lawsuit and pleadings for family honor. My uncles claimed religious freedom and parenting rights. But the evidence was piling. The essays, the injuries, fake prescriptions, security footage. I'd filed an emergency protection order that morning. "She's a minor who's made credible allegations of abuse and forced marriage," the CPS supervisor finally declared. "We're placing her in emergency protective custody." My father erupted. He came at me, shouting in Arabic about dishonor and curses. 2 cops restrained him while he made threats about what happened to girls who betrayed their parents. Ms. Bennett took my hand as they led him away. The emergency placement coordinator arrived in just 20 minutes. Susan, a tired-looking woman who had clearly been pulled away from her weekend. She took one glance at my feet and instantly requested medical transport. "We need to get those cuts cleaned properly," she added, guiding me into a wheelchair. "The glass needs to come out before infection sets in." Ms. Bennett squeezed my shoulder. "I'll follow you to the hospital. You're not alone." The emergency room was in chaos. On Saturday afternoon, sports injuries and accidents filled every bed. A nurse swiftly triaged me, noticing the glass stuck in my heel and the multiple injuries that required treatment. Susan made phone calls while working, hoping to locate work. "Yes, I understand you're full," she said into the phone. "This is an emergency removal, cultural marriage situation. No, she can't go to regular foster care. Yes, she needs specialized placement." Each call concluded with the same message: no beds, no space, and no availability for high-risk cultural cases. Ms. Bennett paced the small curtained area. "There has to be somewhere. What about safe houses, women's shelters?" "All full," Susan groaned. "Weekend placements are always difficult in cases like this," she said, lowering her voice. "Families often try to retrieve the girls. We need somewhere secure." The doctor arrived to remove the glass, administering a local anesthetic before beginning the delicate procedure. I bit my lip, more out of panic than pain. Every minute without a placement meant an extra minute for my family to find me. "Wait," Ms. Bennett interrupted abruptly. "I know someone, a retired nurse who used to work with the district. She's done emergency placements before." Susan perked up. "Is she certified?" "Let me call." Ms. Bennett stepped outside and returned minutes later with a tiny smile. "Ellis Whitman. She's certified for emergency placement and has experience with cultural transition cases. She can take her tonight." As Susan started filling out the paperwork, I felt a surge of relief. The doctor completed bandaging my feet and prescribed medications to avoid infection. As we were about to leave, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "You have dishonored us all. This is not over." I presented it to Susan, and she instantly documented it. "We'll need to change your number, and you'll need to be careful about social media. Anyway, they might track you." The journey to Ellis's residence took 40 minutes, passing through strange communities distant from my own. Ms. Bennett followed in her car and refused to leave until she was certain I was secure. The house was modest but well maintained, with security cameras visible around every angle and a towering fence around the land. Ellis greeted us at the door, a strong woman in her 60s with piercing eyes and loving hands. She examined my bandaged feet and tired face with the trained eye of a nurse. "Come in, dear. Let's get you settled." The interior was warm and inviting, in stark contrast to the chilly marble and gold fittings in my family home. She led me into a little bedroom with a lock on the inside of the door. "For your peace of mind," she replied simply. "The windows have alarms, and I have motion sensors around the property. You're safe here." Susan finished the paperwork, and Ms. Bennett assisted me in unpacking my little items. Before leaving, my teacher placed a card in my hand. "My personal number. Call anytime, day or night." That first night I hardly slept. Every passing car made me anxious. Every shadow may represent an uncle or cousin attempting to bring me back. Ellis discovered me sitting by the window at 3 a.m., watching the street. "They came for the last girl too," she added calmly, sinking onto the chair next to me. 3 brothers and a father stood right at that gate, demanding I return their property. She smiled grimly. "The police response time to this address is under 2 minutes. I made sure of that." Sunday passed in a whirl of safety preparations. Ellis assisted me in setting up a new phone with a number known only to her, Susan, and Ms. Bennett. We talked over situations including what to do if someone approached me, how to change my routes, and which neighbors I could trust in an emergency. "Tomorrow we'll need to register you for school in this district," she told me. "Under a protective order, you can't return to Jefferson High." The prospect of starting afresh was daunting, yet remaining unseen was more vital than familiar halls. Monday morning marked the first test. Ellis's doorbell rang at 6 a.m., and the security monitor showed my aunt and 2 female cousins. They carried food containers and had concerned expressions. "We know she's here," my aunt said over the intercom. "We just want to talk. Her grandmother is sick with worry." Ellis did not even respond. He simply dialed the police non-emergency number. "Yes, the subjects from the protective order are at my property. Thank you." They departed before the patrol car arrived, but not before my cousin made a sign to the camera. "We love you. Come home." The manipulation had started. Susan contacted that afternoon to give an update. "Your father has hired a lawyer. They're claiming parental alienation and demanding your return." Can they do that? They can try, but with the protective order and CPS involvement, it's unlikely. Still, you need to be prepared for a fight. Tuesday brought flowers. And big bouquet appeared on the doorstep, along with a card. Our hearts are broken. Please forgive us, love. Mama. Ellis documented everything before disposing of it. Document everything, she advised me. Every contact, every attempt. I started at the new school on Wednesday, registered under unique circumstances that kept my data confidential. After being apprised of my predicament, the counselor assigned me a friend and made arrangements for me to eat lunch in the library if necessary. We've had similar cases, she reassured me. Your safety is our top priority. But when I noticed a familiar car in the parking lot after school, I was uneasy about my safety. Not my father's, he was too savvy for that. But one of my uncle's work vehicles, parked so that anyone going had to pass. I ducked back inside and called Ellis from the counselor's office. She arrived in minutes, parking right in front of the truck and guiding me to her car while recording everything on her phone. Let them know we see them, she said. Let them know we're not afraid. Legal paperwork was delivered via mail on Thursday. My father was asking for my return, alleging that I had been brainwashed by outside forces and was in risk of losing my ethnic identity. Susan linked me with a legal aid lawyer named Clark, who specialized in these kinds of situations. Standard tactics, Clark stated, reviewing the files. They'll claim religious freedom, parental rights, and cultural preservation. We'll counter with child welfare, documented abuse, and your own testimony. Will I have to see them in court? Not if I can help it. But you need to be prepared for that possibility. On Friday morning, the true escalation began. Ellis awoke me early, her expression stern. Check your social media. Don't log in, just look. On a borrowed laptop, she displayed my father's public Facebook post. My photograph, with a desperate plea. Please help us find our daughter. She is mentally ill and needs medication. She was taken by people filling her head with lies. We fear for her safety. The comments were already coming in, family friends praying, community people spreading the post, and some even offering rewards for information. This is witness intimidation, Clark explained when we called her. He's trying to control the narrative. We need to respond carefully. But the devastation was spreading. By the afternoon, the post had been shared hundreds of times. My photo was shared in community WhatsApp groups, along with warnings about the sick girl who needs help. Then came the first true betrayal. One of the girls in my wife's skills group, my younger cousin Raya, whom I attempted to protect, posted a video response. She sat primly by her mother and said well-memorized lines. She told us terrible lies about our family, said our parents wanted to hurt us. She made us scared of our own culture. Please, if you see her, help bring her home so she can get help. My heart shattered as I watched her empty eyes and realized how much strain she must have been under to record those remarks. Ellis held me as I cried. They're using everything you love against you, but that doesn't make what you did wrong. Saturday brought a surprise guest. The doorbell camera captured a young woman I didn't recognize holding an envelope. I'm from the law office, she said. I have documents for the minor child. Ellis was suspicious. Leave them in the mailbox. I'll retrieve them. But as the woman turned to go, I saw her profile and gasped. It was my cousin Hannah, 3 years older than me, dressed in a wig and work attire. Don't go out there, Ellis said. But I was already by the window. Hannah looked up, meeting my gaze. For a brief time, her mask slipped, and I saw tears. Then she collected herself, slipped the envelope into the mailbox and walked away quickly. The envelope included photographs. My granny looks frail. My younger sister at her birthday party. My chair is noticeably empty. My mother is crying while preparing my favorite food. Each image is carefully selected to increase guilt, but the last photograph made my blood run cold. Dina was returned from wherever she had been hidden. She stood between her parents, wearing an engagement ring, her eyes closed. On the back, somebody has written, "She came home, she's happy now, you could be too." They brought her back, I muttered. They're going to make her marry him anyway. Clark cursed as we called her. This complicates things. If Dina recants her statement. She won't, I replied firmly. Look at her eyes. She's terrified. Fear doesn't matter if she won't testify to it. Sunday's strike was more direct. Ellis's neighbor called to say that individuals were photographing the house from across the street. They had already left when the cops arrived. However, the message was clear. We know where you are. Maybe we should move you, Susan said during an emergency meeting. Ellis shook her head. Running tells them they're winning. We stay. We document. We fight. Monday morning saw the court hearing for the permanent protective order. Clark had prepped me thoroughly, but nothing could have prepared me for entering that courtroom. My entire extended family packed one side, aunts, uncles, cousins, and community leaders all dressed in their nicest attire and looked at me with pity and loathing. My parents sat in the front row and my mother dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. I took a seat near Clark, trying not to shake. My father's lawyer spoke first, describing a lovely family torn apart by Western corruption. He produced character witnesses, the imam of our mosque, family friends, and even my former pediatrician, who testified that I had never displayed signs of mistreatment during checks. Because I was never allowed to be alone with him, I confessed to Clark. My mother always answered for me. When it was our turn to deliver the evidence, Clark did it meticulously. Photos of my injuries. The articles describe years of preparation for forced marriage. Security footage shows my father arriving with bogus medications. She then called Miss Bennett to testify. My teacher stood calmly, although her hands shook slightly. She mentioned catching me reading the brochures, my weight reduction over time, and the essays that had troubled her. Did you ever report these concerns? My father's lawyer inquired during cross-examination. I tried to build trust first. I thought if she felt safe. So you didn't report? You didn't follow mandatory reporting laws? I reported when I had concrete evidence. After allegedly influencing her with anti-cultural propaganda, Clark complained. But the harm had been done. They were portraying Ms. Bennett as the manipulator, the person who had planted these beliefs. When it came my turn to testify, Clark directed me to concentrate on the facts, the burn scars, the beatings, the men my cousins had been promised, Hamoud Habibi's deceased wives. These are serious allegations, the judge stated. Do you have proof of these deaths? The death certificates are public record, Clark explained. Both women died of kidney failure before age 23. Both had multiple pregnancies. My father's lawyer stood up. Kidney failure is a medical condition, unless you're alleging my client murdered these women. I'm alleging a pattern, Clark responded. Young brides, multiple pregnancies, early deaths, and now they want to give him another child to... Objection, my father's lawyer exclaimed. Counsel is making inflammatory statements without evidence. The judge demanded order, but I could sense hesitation in his expression. Without Dina's testimony, and without clear evidence of forced marriage beyond my word. That is when the courtroom doors opened. A woman arrived, followed by a CPS employee. She was young, perhaps 25, wearing a headscarf and walked with a slight limp. Your Honor, the CPS official explained, this witness has information relevant to the case. My father became stiff. My mother gave a gasp. The woman mounted the stand, introducing herself as Layla Habibi. I was Hamoud Habibi's first wife, she explained quietly. I didn't die. The courtroom exploded. My father's lawyer objected vehemently, and my family murmured furiously among themselves. I was 15 when I married him, Layla explained once the order was restored. By 20, I'd had 4 children, and my kidneys were failing. My family told everyone I died, but a nurse at the hospital helped me escape. I've been hiding for 5 years. She stared at me directly. When I saw the Facebook posts about you, I knew I had to come forward. I couldn't let him do to another girl what he did to me. Her story was heartbreaking. The pregnancies that were too close together, the beatings when she couldn't conceive quickly enough, and the way her family knew but placed reputation over her health. They would rather tell people I died than admit their daughter left her husband, she told me. That's what awaits girls who try to escape, death or erasure. My father's lawyer attempted to discredit her, but she had produced medical records, proof of her injuries, documentation of her kidney damage from several pregnancies, and even images of the phony cemetery her family had dug. When the court eventually issued his ruling, it was clear, the protective order would be permanent. My parents would not be in contact. Any infraction would lead to criminal proceedings. My father stood as we prepared to go. You are no daughter of mine, he said in Arabic. You are dead to us. Sit down, sir, the judge cautioned. But my mother was also standing, removing her headscarf in an act of ultimate rejection. We don't have a daughter, she stated. She died today. Walking out of that courtroom felt like walking through flames. Family members turned away as I passed. Some spat on the ground, while others cursed. But Layla softly grabbed my arm. You're not alone, she said. There are more of us than they want to admit. Outside, Ellis waited with the car running. As we drove away, I noticed my family gathered on the courthouse steps, my father pointing aggressively while on his phone. "It's not over," Clark cautioned. "They'll try other tactics, stay vigilant." She was correct. Within a few days, the harassment escalated. Because they couldn't contact me directly, they devised other methods. My previously inactive social media accounts were hacked and revived, with posts concerning mental illness and pleas for assistance. Photos of me were modified to appear unstable and widely circulated. Ellis's regular shopping destinations began refusing her service. "We don't want any trouble," one shopkeeper apologized. "Your foster girl, her family is powerful." Then came the lawyers, not criminals this time. Civil actions for defamation, emotional anguish, and alienation of affection. Each one is baseless yet costly to dispute. "They're trying to bankrupt us into submission," Clark added. "It's a common tactic." But the worst came from the other gals. Videos began to appear online, showing relatives and family friends telling how I had contaminated them with hazardous views. Each testimony was meticulously constructed to portray me as a predator who targeted young females. "She told us our parents wanted to sell us," one cousin stated to the camera. "Made us afraid of our own families." I noticed the coaching in their stiff speech and the terror in their eyes. These were girls I had tried to help who were now being used as weapons against me. Ellis enhanced security after we discovered tracks in the lawn one morning. The police were unable to provide any evidence, but we knew someone had been watching the house. "Maybe you should consider the witness protection program," Susan said during an especially terrible week. But I thought about Layla, who had been hidden for 5 years, among all the other girls still confined. Running meant leaving them. "No," I concluded. "I stay, I fight. I show them it's possible." The next challenge came from an unexpected source. A woman approached Ellis's home, claiming to be from a cultural mediation organization. "We specialize in family reconciliation," she explained effortlessly. "Perhaps we could arrange a supervised meeting." Ellis closed the door in her face, but the woman left brochures about the horror of cultural isolation and the need for family unity. Similar tactics were taken, a therapist specializing in cultural reintegration, a religious leader promising to mediate, and even a distant relative I hardly knew stating my grandma was dying and pleading for one final visit. Every attempt was recorded, reported, and refused. However, they were wearing us down. Then Clark called with some unexpected news. "Dina wants to meet with you." My heart jumped and then fell. "Is it a trap?" "I don't know. She contacted me through her own lawyer. Says she has information you need to hear." The meeting was scheduled for Clark's office with security present. Dina strolled in, and I barely recognized her. She had lost weight, her eyes were lifeless, and she walked as if something was broken within her. "They made me come back," she said once we were alone. "Said they'd hurt my little sister if I didn't. Mira, I'm so sorry." "Listen," she said urgently. "There's something you need to know. They're planning something. I heard my father talking. They've given up on getting you back." "That's good." "No." Her eyes welled up with tears. "Now they want to make an example of you, to show other girls what happens when you betray the family." "What do you mean?" "I don't know exactly, but I heard them mention your new school and something about sending a message that everyone will understand." My blood ran cold. "When?" "Soon. Maybe this week." "I'm sorry, I don't know more. They don't trust me now." She grabbed my hands. "Be careful. Change everything. Don't follow patterns. They've been watching. Learning your routines." Security soon led her out, but not before she slapped a small piece of paper against my palm. "An address. Other girls," she mouthed quietly. "Help them." That night, Ellis and I made arrangements. I would take a few days off school, change my routine, and never be alone. However, we underestimated their determination. Wednesday morning, I was in the kitchen when Ellis's security alarm went off. Not the perimeter alarm, the window sensor in my bedroom. "Lock yourself in the bathroom," Ellis instructed, already on the phone with 911. I raced, hearing glass shattering behind me and loud voices shouting in Arabic. My father and uncles were too sophisticated to come by themselves. These were paid men, distant relatives or community members eager to do the nasty task. The bathroom door was solid wood with a reliable latch, but it wouldn't last forever. I could hear people seeking, calling my name and saying they only wanted to talk. "Police are 3 minutes away," Ellis announced through the door. "Hold on." The doorknob rattled. Then more thumping. They had found me. "Come out, girl, don't make this harder. Your family misses you." I pressed myself against the far wall, searching for something to defend myself with. A can of hairspray. Scissors are in the drawer. Not much against adult men. The door frame started to splinter. With one more hit, they'd be through. Then we heard lovely, glorious sirens blast down our street. The beating has stopped. Footsteps running, doors slammed. By the time police arrived, the men had vanished, leaving only broken glass and muddy tracks. "We need to move you tonight," Susan explained, coming within an hour. "This placement is compromised." As I packed my meager items, I reflected on Dina's warning, the address she had given me, and all the girls who remained trapped, still feeling they had no option. "I want to do something first," I told Ellis. "Before we go, I need to make a call." I called Miss Bennett's phone. "Remember those pamphlets? I think it's time we made more. A lot more. Because they could relocate, threaten, and hound me, but they couldn't suppress the information I spread. Every female who learnt her rights was a victory that they could not reverse. The battle for my liberation had not ended. But as we drove away from Ellis's compromised safe home and toward another placement, I carried something more potent than fear. The knowledge that I had already won the battle that mattered most. I demonstrated that it was possible to say no, make a different choice, overcome rejection, and start over. And that message, that hope, would spread to other girls, whether my family liked it or not. The new safe house was 40 miles away, a little flat above a retired police officer's garage. Susan stated that he had done this previously, housing females whose families would not stop seeking them. The security was even stricter than Ellis's, with motion sensors, cameras, and panic buttons in each room. I spent the first night staring at the address Dina had shown me. A house number in an area I recognized, where another group of our community members lived. More females needed to understand their options. Ms. Bennett arrived the next morning carrying boxes of supplies. We decided to make information packets, not just leaflets, but thorough guides disguised inside school notebooks. Phone numbers are written as mathematical problems. Legal material is disguised as history assignments. "We'll distribute them through the school nurses," she stated. "They're mandatory reporters and can identify at-risk students." While we were working, Clark called to provide updates. Fingerprints had identified the individuals who had broken into Ellis's house as distant cousins on my father's side. Warrants were issued, but they had already left the state. "Your family also filed an appeal on the protective order," she informed me. "They're claiming religious discrimination." The packs required 3 days to prepare. Each one has a concealed pocket containing emergency numbers, legal rights information, and step-by-step escape instructions. We made 50, knowing most would be thrown away by suspicious parents. But if even one reached a girl who needed it. Thursday marked a new development. A social worker arrived with a teenage girl, her eyes wild with terror. She came from a different family in our town, but her tale was familiar, a commitment to a 47-year-old guy. Her period arrived last week. "I found your notebook," she said in a whisper. "Hidden in my cousin's room, the one with the math problems that were really phone numbers." My heart soared. The information had already traveled beyond my reach. Susan set up her emergency placement while I sat with her and explained what would happen next. Her dread gradually gave way to determination as she realized she had options. That night, my new phone rang from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. "Don't hang up," a youthful voice said immediately. "I'm calling from a friend's phone. We're 6 girls. We found your information. We need help." I grabbed a notebook and began taking down everything she said in low tones. 6 females ranging in age from 12 to 16. 3 promises have already been made to elderly guys. They met in private and shared the notebook pages they discovered. "Can you get to teachers? Counselors?" I was wondering. "We're trying, but our parents watch us constantly now. After what you did, they're all scared." I provided her precise language to use, names of instructors at other schools who would respond, made her repeat the emergency numbers back to me, informed her about the courthouse's surveillance cameras, and how to file emergency orders. "What if they catch us?" she inquired, her voice quivering. "Then you try again," I stated firmly. "And again, until you're free." Friday morning, Clark called with urgent news. Your father's lawyer filed an emergency motion. They're claiming you're recruiting minors into dangerous situations. They want criminal charges filed for teaching girls their legal rights. They're calling it corruption of minors, interference with parental rights. It won't stick, but it's meant to scare you into silence. But I was done being intimidated into silence. That afternoon, I met with a journalist. Ms. Bennett knew a person who specialized in human rights stories. She'd agreed to write about the underground network of females who share information, concealing their identities while exposing the practice. No photos, no real names, she pledged. But people need to know this is happening here, in America. The story would not be published for several weeks, but knowing it existed felt like a victory. Saturday's mail contained a surprise, a package with no return address and postmarked from another state. Inside were photographs and a note written in unsteady handwriting. The photographs showed a young woman in nursing scrubs beaming during a graduation ceremony. Layla wrote the letter. I wanted you to see what's possible, she wrote. 5 years of hiding, but I built a life, became a nurse, found love with someone who sees my worth beyond being someone's property. Stay strong. I cried while holding those images, seeing evidence that surviving may lead to more than just survival. Susan called in the evening, and Sunday was peaceful till then. 3 more girls came forward today, different families, all citing the information packets. CPS is opening investigations. The outcry was quick. On Monday morning, my father's lawyer gave a press conference on the courthouse steps. He depicted me as a wayward youngster who ruined homes and corrupted innocent children with Western philosophy. Several community leaders stood behind him and nodded gravely. She targets vulnerable young girls, he explained to the cameras, fills their heads with lies about loving families who only want to preserve their culture. Clark was prepared with our own reaction. She had collected statements from teachers, social workers, and counselors who had noticed the trend for years but had no idea how to help. The former officer I was living with even volunteered to speak, detailing the extent families would go to rescue girls. But the major blow came on Tuesday. Raya appeared in another video posted online. However, this time she was not alone. 4 more girls from my wife's skills group sat with her, each recounting how I had attempted to turn them against their family. She said our parents were evil, one girl added bluntly. Said our culture was wrong. Made us hate who we are. I detected the coaching and the careful word choices. However, to outsiders, it appeared damning. Don't watch anymore, the retired officer said, closing the laptop. They're trying to break you. On Wednesday, everything accelerated. Clark called early. The journalist's editor had received legal threats regarding the story. My father's lawyer was claiming defamation and threatened enormous litigation. Then Susan arrived with news that chilled my blood. One of the girls who called you last week, her family found out. They're moving her out of state tomorrow. Which one? I inquired, even though I already knew. That would be the oldest, the boldest. Lena, age 16, is the most likely candidate to run. She was scheduled to meet with a counselor today. I thought quickly. The courthouse. If she can get there before they leave. Susan had already called to inform authorities. However, everyone was aware of the numbers. Once girls were relocated across state boundaries, they rarely returned. That afternoon, I made my decision. Despite everyone's protests, I insisted on coming to court. Not inside, that was too dangerous, but close enough, where Lena could see me if she managed to flee. The retired officer drove and parked where we could view the building. For 2 hours, nothing. Then a van drew up, and I saw her, Lena, wedged between 2 ants and being escorted to the entrance. Not for protection, but for passport documentation. They were transporting her out of the country. She noticed me through the car's window, our gazes locked for a brief second. I pushed my fingers to the glass, mouthing a single syllable. Run. Her aunts gripped her arms, so she couldn't run. But as they went through the security checkpoint, she did something else. Dropped to the ground, crying about stomach pain. Classic move from my playbook. Security responded by calling for medical assistance. Despite the pandemonium, Lena managed to clutch an officer's arm. I couldn't hear what she said, but I did notice his expression shift. He talked over his radio, and then additional officers appeared. Her aunts attempted to pull her up, saying that she was okay. But Lena continued to scream and grabbed the officer's arm. Within minutes, CPS personnel came. We need to go, the officer remarked as he started the engine. Now. As we drove away, I noticed my uncle emerge from the van, phone held to his ear, gesticulating angrily. They had lost another one. Thursday was a flurry of legal meetings. Clark was preparing a case against the intimidation methods, documenting every threat and harassing attempt. The writer had found a publisher ready to take the risk of lawsuits, and more girls were coming forward. Not just from my community, but also from others who had heard about the network. "You started something," Clark explained. "Something they can't stop." Friday morning, I awoke to sirens. Not uncommon in this neighborhood, but these came to a halt quickly, too close. The retired officer was already up and inspecting cameras. "Stay back," he said, hand on his service weapon. Through the glass I noticed flames. A car in the parking lot was on fire. It wasn't his automobile, it hadn't been there last night. As firefighters worked, investigators discovered something in the trunk. Dolls clothed in white bridal outfits that had been charred beyond recognition. The message was plain. "We're moving you again," Susan explained when she arrived today. "But I was tired of jogging. Number they want me scared, hidden, I'm done giving them what they want." The dispute lasted several hours. Finally we reached a deal. I would stay but with more security. Off-duty officers would rotate shifts, panic buttons were linked directly to 911, and I'd change locations, never sleeping in the same place twice. Saturday's news provided unexpected hope. The article was released online early and became viral within hours. Women who had escaped similar situations left comments giving help and information. Organizations I had never heard of contacted me, offering to help develop the information network. However, the best communication came from Nora, a single SMS from an unknown number. 12 girls in 3 states now have notebooks. They're making copies. You did it. Sunday was quiet, but I felt it was a prelude to something. My family would not tolerate this level of rebellion without a decisive move. It arrived Monday morning, not violence this time, but something worse in their opinion. A formal announcement in the neighborhood newsletter. Not only had my parents shunned me, but so had the rest of my extended family. My name had to be taken from family trees, and my photographs from homes. Anyone who spoke with me would meet the same fate. In their world, it was more serious than death. It was utterly erased. But as I read the announcement, I felt something unexpected. Relief. They had played their last card, and I was still standing. Tuesday elicited a torrent of replies. Girls who had been watching and waiting realized that the worst punishment had not destroyed me. 3 other emergency orders were issued that day. 2 girls made it to the shelters. One was apprehended, but managed to inform teachers before her family could relocate her. On Wednesday, I met with the organization leaders who had sought out. They sought to formalize the network, establish a real support structure with legal backing, and build safe houses expressly for these occasions. "We'll call it the Freedom Network," one woman explained. "Hidden in plain sight, like your notebooks." Thursday was my court date to renew my permanent protective order. I walked into the courtroom to find it packed. Not with my family this time, who had given up the fight, but with girls and women who had escaped, social workers who had assisted them, and teachers who had spotted the indications. My father's lawyer made one final try, claiming that the disownment demonstrated that the family preferred no contact. The judge shut him down swiftly. "Disownment doesn't erase threats made or crimes committed," she replied forcefully. "The order stands." Layla waited outside as we left the court. She had driven 3 hours to be there, to show me that I was not alone. We didn't need words. We just hugged and photographers caught the scene. 2 girls refused to disappear. On Friday, the Freedom Network conducted its inaugural official meeting. There are 15 volunteers, including Ms. Bennett and Ellis. We designed distribution channels for information packets, safe house locations, and emergency response processes. What began with stolen leaflets was becoming a reality. That night, my phone rang. Another unknown number. Another girl, her voice trembling with dread and hope. "I found your notebook," she muttered. "Can you help me?" "Yes," I replied, taking my pen. "Tell me everything." As she spoke, I thought of all the females who were still bound and believed they had no choice. The network would grow. The information would spread. Some would escape, while others would not. But every girl who learnt her rights was a success. My family had eliminated me. But I had become something they couldn't take away, proof that their girls could make different choices. That knowledge would spread through whispered talks and concealed journals, as well as by courageous girls who risked everything for freedom. The conflict was not over. It may never truly be over. But when I handed another terrified girl the words that could save her life, I realized we had already won the most important war. We had shown that it was feasible to say, "Sister wanted my fun to save her husband. She claimed it was life or death, but the court called it fraud, gave her a restraining order." My sister always pretended to run the show. Her name is Brianna. She's now 27 years old and married to Logan, who embodies her arrogance in male form. Meanwhile, I'm 17 and finishing high school, living with Logan after Dad died, because Brianna is too preoccupied with tantrums to deal with real life. Oh, Brianna and Logan have never gotten along. They've been enemies for forever. Brianna is a control freak. She is the type of person who enjoys being in control. When we were little, she would take over everything. Brianna was responsible for selecting the game for the night. Brianna had to have her favorite movie for movie night, and if she didn't get her way, she'd throw the world's most passive-aggressive tantrum. It worked most of the time, except for Logan. Logan refused to play Brianna's games, which upset her. I recall this one time when we were younger. Logan came over to help because Dad was unwell. Brianna was meant to be doing the dishes, but instead, she was texting Logan and pretending to not hear anything. Logan, being Logan, instructed Brianna to get off her butt and do her chores. Brianna rolled her eyes and murmured something like, "You're not my mom." Logan didn't flinch. She answered, "No, but I'm not your maid either, so get moving." Brianna cleaned the dishes, but she banged every plate and cup as if she intended to break them all. Afterward, she complained to me about Logan always being on her case and acting like she was in charge. I said nothing, but Logan was correct. Brianna's animosity of Logan grew stronger as we got older. Logan would show up to assist Dad with tasks Brianna should have been handling. She'd drive him to doctor's appointments, assist with bills, and ensure there was food in the fridge. Brianna called it interfering. She claimed Logan was attempting to control the family. I called it stepping up. Brianna did not want to view it this way since it made her appear horrible. Brianna's golden child act had been mastered by the time Logan arrived. Logan adored her, and she enjoyed having someone who believed she could do no wrong. Logan, of course, disliked Logan from the beginning. She described him as arrogant and insincere, which he was, but Brianna didn't care. She pretended that Logan was the best thing that had ever happened to her, ignoring anybody who disagreed. Logan wasn't simply arrogant, he was an outright jerk. Every time he came over, he said something sarcastic. If Dad prepared supper, Logan would say, "Well, this is interesting." If I discussed my ambitions for medical school, he'd laugh and say, "Better have a backup plan, kid, not everyone's cut out for that." Brianna never stood up for me. She merely chuckled along, as if Logan's harshness were a joke. Logan, on the other hand, did not hold back. She'd shut Logan down with a cutting remark or simply ignore him, which irritated him. Brianna's relationship with Logan worsened after she married him. She rarely attended family gatherings, and when she did, she left abruptly after bickering with Logan. Brianna went on a rampage one Thanksgiving about how some family members did not respect her marriage. Everyone knew she was talking about Logan, but he simply shrugged and replied, "Respect is earned, not demanded." Brianna departed in a huff, pulling Logan with her, and we hadn't heard from her for months. Despite everything, Logan never ceased being there for me and Dad. She was more than simply an aunt to me. She was like a second parent to Brianna, especially given how frequently she had been checked out. While Brianna was busy playing house with Logan, Logan was helping me with homework, transporting me to school, and teaching me how to make something other than mac and cheese. She never made me feel like a burden, even when I was going through a difficult time with Dad. Brianna's animosity for Logan was not solely motivated by him. It was about Brianna. Logan recognized Brianna for who she truly was: self-centered, manipulative, and not as wonderful as she wanted everyone to believe. Brianna was worried because she couldn't control Logan in the same way she did everyone else. She couldn't flatter her, guilt-trip her, or manipulate her words to make herself appear better. Instead of dealing with that, Brianna simply identified Logan as the enemy. Looking back, it's incredible that Brianna could hold on to that grudge for so long. Even after she married and moved out, she continued to grumble about Logan. She'd say things like, "Why does she always have to be involved?" And, "I can't stand how she treats me like a kid." Meanwhile, Logan was in charge of everything Brianna couldn't handle, such as ensuring Dad's safety and keeping the family together. I didn't realize how awful things would become between them until after Dad died. Brianna's anger evolved into something more sinister and terrible. It wasn't just that they didn't like Logan anymore. It was about attempting to bring her down. And believe me, Brianna wasn't finished yet. When Dad's health began to deteriorate, I knew things were going to get difficult. He'd had heart difficulties for as long as I can remember. But by my junior year, he couldn't keep it hidden any longer. He'd get winded walking from the kitchen to the living room, and some days he struggled to get out of bed. It hurt me to see him like that since Dad was always the strong one, the person who could work late nights and still prepare pancakes on Sunday mornings. Logan stepped in immediately away. She had always been there for us, but suddenly things were different. She began coming over practically every day, assisting with everything from doctor appointments to ensuring Dad ate. Brianna was nowhere to be found. I attempted to keep Brianna informed. I'd text her, call her, and leave voicemail messages. "Dad's not doing great," I'd say. "You should come by and see him." She always had an excuse. "Logan's been working late," or "I've got so much going on at work." The line that really irritated me was, "Let me know if it gets serious." What the hell did she believe was happening? Dad was severely ill, and she couldn't even spare an hour to see him. I'll never forget the night Dad collapsed in our living room. I was in the kitchen completing my schoolwork when I heard a loud crash. I rushed in and found him on the floor, holding his chest, his face pallid and sweaty. I panicked and phoned 911, then Logan. She arrived before the ambulance, her face tense with concern but calm enough to keep me grounded. Brianna didn't pick up. I left her a message. "Dad's going to the hospital. You need to come now." That hospital stay marked the beginning of the end. Dad was there for weeks, and every day I hoped Brianna would arrive. She did not. Logan and I were there every day, sitting by his bedside, holding his hand, and making sure he was comfortable. The nurses recognized us by name. Brianna didn't bother calling till the second week. Even then, the purpose was not to inquire about Dad's well-being. It was to lament about how difficult her life had become because of Logan's health concerns. Now, here's the deal with Logan. He has some form of chronic ailment. I don't know much about it because we've never been close, but Brianna would bring it up whenever it was convenient for her. "You don't understand how hard it is," she'd remark. "Logan's been so sick lately." I got it. It's terrible to be unwell, but she was using it as an excuse to overlook what was going on with her father. The day Dad died, it was just me and Logan in the room. He had been in and out of consciousness all day, barely able to communicate. I held his hand, and Logan caressed his hair, assuring him it was okay to let go. When he eventually stopped breathing, it seemed as if the entire universe stopped. I don't think I've ever sobbed this hard in my life. Logan was with me the entire time, even when I broke down entirely. Brianna had no idea till several hours later when I eventually reached her. She acted as if I was overreacting. "Why didn't you tell me it was this serious?" she said, her voice full of phony worry. I wanted to shout. I had been telling her for several weeks. She simply didn't care enough to listen. Brianna did not show up for the funeral either. She mentioned Logan not feeling well and how she couldn't leave him alone. Logan and I handled everything, organizing the service, looking through Dad's belongings, and ensuring that everything was paid for. Brianna did not raise a finger. She sent flowers and a bland condolence card, but that was all. I was enraged, but I lacked the energy to attack her. I was too preoccupied with adjusting to my father's absence. Logan sat me down a few days after the burial to discuss the next steps. "Your dad left a will," she explained. "We'll need to go through it with the lawyer. I want you to know that whatever happens, I'm here for you." I nodded, not sure what she meant. At that time, I wasn't even considering the will. I was simply trying to get through each day without coming apart. When Brianna finally showed up, she pretended nothing had occurred. She walked inside the house as if it were any other day, fully forgetting the fact that she had missed Dad's final moments and funeral. "So what's going on with the will?" she inquired casually. Logan simply gave her a chilly look and replied, "We'll find out when we meet with the lawyer." Brianna's only concern was money, and this was clear from the outset. She did not inquire about Dad's things, photos, or anything meaningful. She simply wanted to know how much she was getting. It made me nauseous. Logan, on the other hand, was intent on ensuring that everything was done just as Dad had requested. She understood how much Dad wanted me to attend medical school, and she was not going to let Brianna spoil it. By the time we met with the lawyer, I was ready for the worst. Brianna had already stated that she did not believe Logan had any right to be involved, but Dad's will indicated differently. Brianna and I were both entitled to half of the fortune, but because I wasn't yet 18, Logan was chosen custodian of my portion. Brianna's expression when she heard that was sheer hatred. She didn't say anything straight away, but I could tell she was furious. Brianna drew me aside after the meeting. You know Logan doesn't really understand us, right? She asked, her voice smooth and artificial. She's always been kind of cold, but we're family, and family should stick together. If you ever need help with the inheritance, just let me know. I didn't say anything, but I understood exactly what she was doing. She was trying to get me to support her because she couldn't stand Logan being in charge. Logan was having none of it. Later that day, Mom sat me down and said, I know Brianna's going to try to manipulate you. Don't let her. This money is for your future, and your dad trusted me to protect it. I'm not going to let her take that away from you. I wasn't sure what Logan meant at the time, but I trusted her. And thank God I did, because Brianna was ready to turn this entire situation into a nightmare. The day we met with the lawyer to review Dad's will was one of the most embarrassing days of my life. It wasn't just the grief of losing Dad. It was knowing Brianna was going to make the entire situation into a spectacle. She walked into the lawyer's office like she owned it, dressed in an expensive-looking attire that shouted, "Look at me," and didn't even greet Logan. She simply looked at me and asked, "So, what's the deal? How's this going to work?" Mr. Bennett, the lawyer, was an older man whose glasses kept falling down his nose. He appeared to have seen it all, which was fortunate given Brianna's overt objectives. He began by going over some legal issues, but Brianna was just concerned about the money. She interrupted him midway through to inquire, "Can you just skip to the part where we find out what we're getting?" Logan gave her an expression that could have frozen lava, but Mr. Bennett simply nodded and kept things professional. "Your father's estate will be divided equally between the two of you," the man added. 50% to each of you. However, since Jordan is still a minor, their share will be managed by Miss Susan, as designated in the will, until they turn 18. I swear, you could have heard a pin drop. Brianna's smile stopped on her face, and for a little while, she stared at him, as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. Then, in the fakest voice possible, she said, "Oh, that makes sense. Of course Logan would be in charge. She's always so responsible." I almost laughed because Brianna couldn't have sounded less sincere. Logan didn't say anything, but I could tell she was prepared for whatever foolishness Brianna was planning. Brianna cornered me in the parking lot following the meeting. "Hey, just so you know," she began, leaning in as if she was about to impart some important secret. "You don't have to listen to Logan about everything. I mean, she's great and all, but we're siblings. We should be making these decisions together." I just agreed, not wanting to start a battle right away, but inwardly I was furious. Brianna had spent years disparaging Logan, calling her domineering and overbearing, and now she was attempting to pretend like they were best friends. It was almost embarrassingly transparent. Logan must have noticed the look on my face when I got into her car, because as soon as we moved away from the parking lot, she asked, "What did she say to you?" "Just the usual," I said. "She thinks we should be making decisions together." Logan moaned and gripped the steering wheel firmly. I knew this was coming. Brianna's never been one to let something like this go. "Listen to me, Jordan. Your father trusted me to manage this money for a reason. He wanted you to have a future, to go to med school, to have the life he dreamed of for you. Don't let her guilt you into giving that up." I nodded. She was too headstrong to accept something like this without a battle. Brianna quickly revealed her true colors. Over the next few weeks, she began to visit Logan's residence more frequently than ever before. This was the same Brianna who used to shun family gatherings because Logan was going to be present. And here she was dropping by unexpectedly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She'd send pastries or flowers, acting kind and charming, but it was so phony that it made my skin crawl. "Family is so important," she murmured one day while sitting in Logan's living room, sipping tea as if she cared about anything but herself. "We've all been through so much, and I just think we need to stick together." You know Logan wasn't buying it. "What do you need, Brianna?" she inquired honestly. Brianna blinked, her phony smile sliding for a brief moment before she recovered. "Nothing. Just wanted to check in, see how you two are doing." "Is that so bad?" Logan did not react, and the stillness was so thick that it could have been cut with a knife. Brianna eventually stopped pretending and got right to the subject. One afternoon, she arrived at Logan's residence with tears in her eyes and a sob story concerning Logan's health. Apparently, his chronic sickness had worsened, and he required surgery, expensive treatment that their insurance would not fully cover. "I wouldn't ask if it wasn't life or death," Brianna remarked, wiping her eyes with a tissue. "But we're desperate. Logan's been so sick, and I don't know what else to do." She turned to face me, her eyes wide and begging. "Please, Jordan. Just a small portion of your inheritance. It would mean everything to us." I froze. I wasn't sure what to say. Logan's condition was terrible, but this was my inheritance. My future. I'd been saving it for medical school and the life my father intended for me. Giving it to Brianna would mean tossing everything away. Logan moved in before I could answer. "That money is for Jordan, Brianna," she stated firmly. "It's not for you, and it's not for Logan. Your father made that very clear in his will." Brianna's face contorted, and her phony sweetness vanished in an instant. "You've always hated me," she exclaimed. "You've been against me since we were kids. This isn't about Dad's wishes. It's about you trying to control everything like you always do." Logan did not even flinch. "Believe whatever you want, Brianna," she explained quietly. "But that money isn't going anywhere." Brianna went out and slammed the door behind her. I assumed that was the end of it, but I should have known better. Brianna was not done, definitely not. I figured Brianna storming out of Logan's house would be the last I heard from her, but I was mistaken. Brianna does not give up easy, especially when she believes she has been wronged. Brianna can't handle not being in control. It eats away at her, and when she doesn't get her way, she goes all out, cranking up the drama to the highest level. What surprised me was how far she was willing to go. It started simple, as it often does for Brianna. She texted me a number of times the day after she left Logan's, acting calm and sensible. "Hey, I know things got heated yesterday," she sent in an email. "I just want you to think about what I said. Logan's surgery isn't optional. It's life or death. We're family, and I know Dad would want you to help." I dismissed it at first. I didn't want to engage since I knew it wouldn't end well. But Brianna does not accept quiet as an answer. The next day, she returned to Logan's residence uninvited. I was in my room when I heard the doorbell, followed by Brianna's excessively loud and lovely voice. "I want to talk with Jordan," Brianna responded, attempting to appear innocent. "Whatever you have to say, you can say it from the porch," Logan told him. I looked through my window and saw Brianna standing there, carrying a folder as if she was preparing to give a big presentation. "Fine," she said, throwing her hair over her shoulder. "I brought some information about Logan's condition. I thought maybe if you both understood how serious this is, you'd reconsider." Logan did not say anything. She simply crossed her arms and waited. Brianna took that as a hint to begin her pitch. "Logan has been dealing with this for years," she explained, removing documents from her folder and held them up as if they were evidence. "But now it's gotten to the point where he can't function without surgery. The doctors say it's critical." She went on for a long, explaining how expensive the treatment was and how their insurance would not cover everything. "We've already put our savings into this," she continued, her voice cracking. "But it's not enough. I'm not asking for a handout. I'm asking for help. Just a small portion of the inheritance. It's sitting there unused, and Logan doesn't have time to wait." Logan didn't move. "Brianna, I understand that this is hard for you. But your father left that money for Jordan. It's not up for discussion," she told me. Brianna's expression shifted suddenly. The phony sadness vanished, replaced by pure rage. "You're unbelievable," she exclaimed. "How can you stand there and act like this is about Dad's wishes? You've always hated me. You're just using this as an excuse to punish me." "That's enough," Logan murmured, her tone frigid. "You can leave now." Brianna did not argue. She stormed away, slamming the gate behind her. But I knew it was not over. A few days later, Brianna took a new strategy. She started texting me directly, skipping Logan entirely. Initially, it was more guilt-tripping. "I can't believe you're letting Logan control your decisions like this," the message said. "You're old enough to think for yourself." When that didn't work, she changed tactics. "You know Logan has always supported you, right?" she said in response. "He was the one who said you could totally get into med school. He believes in you. I can't believe you're turning your back on him now." That one had me laughing aloud. Logan, the guy who insulted me for wanting to be a doctor, has suddenly come to believe in me. Yes, right. I didn't answer, but Brianna didn't stop. The texts continued, each one more urgent than the previous. Then came the photograph. Logan was pictured resting in a hospital bed, hooked up to a monitor. Brianna captioned this. "This is what you're ignoring. This is what you're letting happen." I presented it to Logan, who simply shook her head. "She's trying to manipulate you," she said. "Don't fall for it." When the texts failed, Brianna intensified. Logan received a call one evening from someone she hadn't spoken to in years, our cousin Sophie. Brianna had supposedly approached her with a sob story about Logan hoarding my money and refusing to help a dying guy. Sophie called Logan to obtain his side of the story, and when Logan revealed what was actually going on, Sophie was outraged. She tried to make me feel bad for not stepping up to help. She asked, "What's wrong with her?" It was not only Sophie. Brianna spent the next week reaching out to other family members, attempting to mobilize them against Logan. She painted Logan as a villain, keeping me under her control and refusing to help him out of anger. Most people saw through her, but a few fell for it and called Logan to express their concern. I couldn't believe Brianna was willing to go so far. It wasn't only about money anymore. It was about winning. Brianna wanted to shatter Logan, to force her to cave and give in, so she could feel in control. The breaking point occurred when Brianna arrived at Logan's residence with a lawyer. She didn't warn us or call ahead. She just showed up and demanded to speak. Logan answered the door, but refused to let Brianna in. "What do you want now?" she inquired, annoyed. Brianna motioned to the lawyer beside her. "I'm filing a legal petition," she explained, her tone arrogant. "You've been manipulating Jordan and mishandling the inheritance. I'm asking the court to remove you as custodian and appoint me instead." Logan did not even blink. "Good luck with that," she said, Brianna, slamming the door in her face. After that, it was official. Brianna wasn't simply trying to guilt me into giving her the money. She attempted to seize it by force. The court date was established, and Logan and I began preparing with our lawyer, Mr. Bennett. Brianna believed she had the upper hand, but she had no idea how much evidence we had against her. She'd picked the wrong fight, and she was about to learn the hard way. When the court date was set, it seemed like the quiet before the storm. Brianna's legal petition accused Logan of manipulating me, misusing the bequest, and attempting to dominate my life for her own gain. It was all nonsense, but Brianna was hoping she could spin her story convincingly enough to persuade the court. If she succeeded, the court would appoint her as my guardian, giving her power over my inheritance until I was 18. She wasn't asking for a portion of the money. She wanted it all. Logan was not rattled. She had seen enough of Brianna's games over the years to know how to remain calm under pressure. We worked carefully with our lawyer, Mr. Bennett, to gather as much information as possible to prove Brianna's objectives. Brianna came at court, accompanied by her lawyer and Logan. He appeared out of place, sitting in the rear of the courtroom with a scowl on his face, as if he would rather be somewhere else. Brianna, on the other hand, was totally in her element. She strolled in as if she were the hero of some dramatic story, exuding faux confidence and exaggerated care. Her lawyer began by portraying her as a caring sister who only wanted the best for me. "My client's sole intention is to protect her brother," the lawyer explained. "She is deeply concerned about the influence Miss Susan has over him and believes that the inheritance is not being managed in his best interest." I could feel my blood boiling as I listened. Brianna hadn't cared about me or my father in years, and now she pretended to be my rescuer. Logan must have sensed my tightened fists because she gave me a gentle nudge, quietly instructing me to be calm. When it was our turn, Mr. Bennett systematically destroyed Brianna's thesis. He began with the bank records, which clearly demonstrated that Logan had not touched a single cent of my inheritance. "The funds are held in a custodial account, as specified in the will," Mr. Bennett stated. "There is no evidence of mismanagement or improper influence." Then came the bit that radically changed the narrative: Brianna's bank records. Mr. Bennett had submitted a request for them as part of the lawsuit, and the results were exactly as expected. Brianna had gone through half of her fortune in just 6 months. There were fees for a brand new SUV, high-end kitchen items, luxury trips, and numerous other superfluous expenses. It provided a clear picture of someone who was financially reckless and desperate. Finally, Mr. Bennett showed me the text messages and voicemails Brianna had sent me during the previous few weeks. The court listened as her voice resonated across the room, appealing, demanding, and even threatening. "You're sitting on all this money while my husband is dying," one voicemail stated. "If you don't help, you're going to regret it." The judge's expression darkened as the evidence accumulated. Brianna trembled in her seat, losing confidence with each passing minute. When it was my turn to speak, I rose and took a big breath. This was my opportunity to reveal the truth, and I was not going to waste it. "Your Honor," I said to you, "this case isn't about protecting me or my inheritance. It's about my sister refusing to take responsibility for her own choices."
Brianna received the exact same inheritance I did, half of everything my dad worked his whole life to leave us. She spent her share on luxury items and vacations, and now she's trying to take what's left of mine to fix her mistakes. I looked across at Brianna, who was staring at me with a mixture of rage and amazement, but I didn't stop. Over the past few weeks, Brianna has harassed me with messages, tried to guilt me into giving her money, and even involved other family members in an attempt to pressure me. She's not here to protect me. She's here because she wants control. My aunt, on the other hand, has done nothing but support me. She's been there every step of the way, making sure I stay on track for med school and honoring my dad's wishes. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be here today. I sat down, my hands trembling slightly, and I felt a weight fall off my shoulders. I had spoken everything I needed to say, and there was no going back. When Brianna was given the opportunity to speak, she expanded on her sob story. "I've always cared about my brother," she remarked with tears running down her cheeks. "I just want what's best for him. Logan's surgery is life or death, and I thought this family could come together to help. I didn't expect this kind of hostility. It was so phony that it made my skin crawl." Brianna had spent years treating Logan as an enemy, and now she was attempting to portray herself as the victim. But the evidence was stacked against her, and the court was clearly not believing it. After evaluating everything, the judge issued his decision. The evidence clearly shows that Miss Susan has acted responsibly in her role as custodian of the inheritance. Furthermore, the petitioner's financial history and personal communications reveal a motive that is self-serving rather than protective of the respondent's interests. The petition is dismissed. Brianna's face turned bright crimson, and her jaw tightened so hard I feared she'd shatter a tooth. But the judge was not done. This court will also investigate whether the petitioner's claims and submitted evidence constitute perjury or fraud. If found guilty, there will be consequences. After a review, she was found guilty of filing false claims and attempting to conduct fraud. The ramifications hit her hard. They penalized her for wasting court resources, ordered her to attend treatment to address her deceptive behavior, and issued a restraining order to keep her away from me and my aunt. I could hardly control my relief. Logan gently squeezed my shoulder, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again. Brianna tried to catch up with us as we exited the courthouse, but Logan stopped her with a single look. "We're done here," she stated firmly. Brianna paused in her tracks, her hands balled into fists, but she said nothing. She knew she had lost. Logan remained silent the entire time, undoubtedly recognizing he couldn't speak his way out of this situation. Brianna muttered angrily under her breath as they went, but I didn't care what she had to say. The fight was finished, and we had triumphed. Walking out of the courtroom, I felt like I regained control of my life. Logan and I had kept our ground, and Brianna's plans had failed horribly. She believed she could use me and everyone else to obtain what she wanted, but in the end, she had just shown herself for who she truly was. And now she couldn't touch me or my future. My father's will left everything to my sister, even the car I bought him, so I exposed his financial secrets to our entire family. My name is Elliot, and I'm 34 years old. I'd like to tell you about what has been going on with my family lately. It has been a combination of old wounds reopening and new frustrations spilling over. The type of situation in which you keep telling yourself you're over it only to realize you never truly were. My family's favoritism was overt. If you asked my father, Walter, he would most likely deny it, but everyone else knew the truth. Clara, my younger sister, has always been the golden kid. She's 28, intelligent, ambitious, and has somehow managed to check off every box her father has ever wanted. I, on the other hand, could never quite measure up, no matter what I tried. For years I attempted to ignore it, certain that Dad had unrealistic expectations or that my accomplishments were not highlighted enough. But last week, everything became painfully evident. It was your typical Thursday night. Mom prepared dinner, and Dad, Clara, and I sat at the table. We were not close, not really. We had never been the type of family that sat around and shared every detail of their life. It was more of a formality, a weekly check-in in which everyone was physically there but emotionally detached. The talk that night was difficult, as it usually is. Dad was quieter, more restrained than usual. I assumed he was exhausted. Then, while I was telling Clara about a new project at work that I'd been looking forward to for weeks, Dad interrupted with a sharp, frigid voice. "You will never be good enough, Elliot. You simply don't grasp it." He didn't express it as a joke or casual observation. No, it was as if a verdict had been given in front of Mom and Clara. But nobody said anything. I felt my face flush and my hands stiffen. The words hung in the air, thick and oppressive. I wanted to say something, but didn't. A part of me wanted to scream, while another wanted to escape. Clara gave me that strange half-smile, as if she knew this was a ritual for Dad and was almost enjoying the experience. Mom swiftly shifted the subject, and we completed dinner quietly. The next morning, I awoke to an inundation of notifications on my phone. Dad had written a lengthy comment on Facebook praising Clara's huge promotion. She had been elevated to senior director at her firm, which she had undoubtedly worked hard for. But the way Dad worded it made it seem like the entire world was meant to bend down and honor her while I remained invisible. There was a photo of Clara clutching a glass of champagne and smiling as large as you could imagine. Dad's post was filled with compliments, calling her intelligent, diligent, and a shining example of what hard effort can accomplish. It was real in parts, but it primarily felt like a public announcement that she was favored. The fact that there was no mention of me wounded the most. No congratulations, no acknowledgement of my existence, just a bright spotlight on Clara. I sat there scrolling through the comments, friends and relatives all congratulating her and asking when the party would be, and I realized that, even in the eyes of our family and friends, I was the overlooked child. Later in the evening, my phone rang. He said, "Dad, Elliot," in the same tone he uses when making a demand. "We're throwing a celebration party for Clara's promotion. It's going to be at that hall downtown, the one with the chandeliers. I'm expecting you to help cover the cost. $1,500 will be enough." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Do you want me to pay for her party?" I asked in a tense voice. "Yes. She deserves the finest, and it is a family affair. You are a member of this family, hence you are responsible." I took a deep breath. "Dad, I do not fund your favorites." There was a prolonged hush. Then his voice became lower and harsher. "You owe her so much, Elliot. Do not forget it." I hung up before he could say anything further. I spent the rest of the night going over every phrase and memory with Dad. He constantly made me feel like I was a step behind. The way he dismissed my achievements. He lavished Clara with attention and resources, as if she were the only child who cared. I am not naive. I know Clara worked hard to achieve her promotion. But I also understand that this is not about merit or justice. It's about power and favoritism, and my father's unwillingness to view me as anything other than a disappointment. Something inside of me shifted that night. I vowed that I would not let this trend continue. That I would defend myself, even if it meant breaching some unspoken family norms. But then I did something I vowed I would never do. Something that has the potential to either change everything or completely destroy the family. That night, after hanging up with Dad, I sat alone in my apartment long after the lights were turned off. The stillness was far louder than any argument or shout. I continued repeating his rebrices. "You will never be good enough." Then came the request for money to fate my sister, as if she were some untouchable queen. I was angry, but mostly fatigued. It wasn't only about the money or the party. It was years of feeling invisible, disregarded, and completely rejected by my own family. The type of rejection that cuts worse than any angry word because it is gradual, steady, and consistent. Dad was always a difficult individual. He worked hard. At least that is what everyone claims. However, his devotion was always contingent on certain conditions. When I was younger, I remember trying so hard to impress him. Excellent grades, athletics, music courses, and even college scholarships. But nothing ever seemed to be enough. Clara breezed through childhood. Dad enjoyed showing her off. In his eyes, she was the perfect daughter, capable of walking on water. I do not blame Clara. She was a child simply trying to live her life. But Dad made it plain from the beginning that she was his success story, and I was just another kid. Every accomplishment I had was either rejected or overlooked. When I got a decent job right out of college, Dad barely looked up. But when Clara received a summer internship, Dad proclaimed it to every family member and friend as if it were a national holiday. Mom, she was different. She adored both of us, but she rarely intervened when Dad got like this. Sometimes I believe she simply didn't know how to fight him. Perhaps she thought this was the way things had to be. Mom's eyes twitched with regret during the dinner where Dad started saying I'd never be good enough. But she said nothing. I later found that she felt constrained, as if she couldn't intervene without worsening the situation. This left me torn between two people who should have been my biggest supporters, but weren't. 2 days following the call, I received an official invitation to Clara's promotion celebration in the mail. It was elaborate gold foil lettering on hefty card material, accompanied by a reservation at an expensive venue with live music, fancy catering, and an open bar. I looked at it for a long time, my stomach twisting. I knew Dad was using this celebration to highlight Clara's accomplishment to everyone, including their friends, colleagues, and neighbors who had watched us grow up. It was a public spectacle, a trophy display, and I was supposed to pay for it. I was not only angry anymore, I felt manipulated. The following day, I called Dad back. "Dad," I spoke softly, "I'm not sending you any money for the party." There was a lengthy gap. Then his voice became colder, sharper than before. "That is disappointing, Elliot. I thought you'd do the right thing for your sister. I'm doing the right thing. I'm not going to bankroll a party where I'm not even acknowledged. Maybe you're not the right son after all." I could hear the hidden threat behind that, the insinuation that if I didn't follow his rules, I'd be kicked out entirely. I informed him, "I'm done playing your game." I hesitated whether to tell Clara about it. We had never been close, but I hoped she would understand. After all, she has faced her own challenges. But when I brought it up, she didn't simply dismiss it. She accused me of selfishness. "Dad's working so hard to make the celebration perfect. You should be happy for me, Elliot," she replied with a forced smile. "I am happy for you," I said, "but I'm not satisfied with Dad's behavior or with being made to pay for it when I'm treated as if I don't matter." Clara's eyes narrowed. "You simply don't grasp it. You never have." It was obvious she wasn't on my side. At least not in this case. Later that evening, while I was trying to clear my mind, I received a message on my phone from an unknown number. "Elliot, this is Bryce. I am Dad's accountant. We're aiming to have everyone's contributions for the celebration completed by Friday. Please let us know whether you plan to send your share." I stared at the screen in disbelief. Even Dad's accountant was involved in this. It felt like a corporate takeover of what was supposed to be a family occasion. I replied, "Not contributing. Please notify your client." That night, I made a decision that astonished even myself. I began looking through some old family financial paperwork I discovered while cleaning up Mom's attic last year. I had never paid much attention to them before, but now I was seeking for anything that could provide me with leverage or at least some clarification. What I discovered made my mouth drop. There were records of money coming from Dad's accounts, including big sums for firms and investments I'd never heard of. Then there were personal expenses, fancy vacations, a new automobile for Clara, and costly gifts with no receipts or explanations. But there was something more lurking in the files, something I didn't expect. A letter from a lawyer explaining a revised will draft that left practically everything to Clara, with little mention of me. That was when everything changed. After discovering the wrath, I spent the next 2 days in a daze. It felt as if I'd discovered a hidden universe beneath the surface of my family. One based on exclusion and control, not love or fairness. I couldn't sleep or focus at work. Every time I considered phoning Dad or even Clara, my chest clenched with fear. The whole thing felt like a trap, and I wasn't sure whether I wanted to walk into it or run away. One afternoon I went to coffee with my mother. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could provide answers, or at least sympathy. She looked tireder than usual, as if the weight of the family was also crushing down on her. When I brought up the will, her face turned pale. She sighed deeply and added, "Elliot, your father has been planning this for years. He has always believed that Clara was the one who would carry the family name forward and make a difference." I shook my head. "So what about me? Am I just expected to disappear?" Mom hesitated before calmly admitting, "He has never wanted to see things that way. You were always hard for him to understand. You don't fit into the template that he had anticipated." It hurt more than I imagined. Meanwhile, Dad's messages were more frequent and less subtle. He began texting me, reminding me of our family commitments and the need of publicly and privately supporting Clara. When I ignored them, he called several times every day, occasionally leaving voicemails loaded with thinly veiled disappointment. He even sent me a group mail, with extended family and close friends copied, wondering why I hadn't yet donated to the party fund. I felt exposed and ashamed. The pressure was no longer just about money. It was about maintaining appearances. Dad wanted to project the ideal family image on Facebook, at parties, and in every discussion. and I was the inconvenient reality he desperately wanted to conceal. I contacted Clara again, expecting that things might change now that the will was out in the open. Instead, she returned a scathing reply. "Dad's right about you, Elliot. You don't understand how hard this has been for him. For me, maybe if you weren't so focused on yourself, you'd see that." It was as if she had become a defender of the one thing that was hurting me the most. It felt like betrayal, but I also recognized she was imprisoned in her own way, wanting to hold on to the favor her father had given her, no matter the cost. The celebration was less than a week away, and the family's stress was intolerable. Dad became increasingly distant from me, chilly in his texts, and Clara was preoccupied with party arrangements that excluded me altogether. I received a call from the event coordinator, who had been copied by Dad, inquiring whether I wanted to RSVP or send a present. I told her no. The planner seemed taken aback but courteous. Dad was clearly trying every tool at his disposal to coerce me into compliance, and I was holding firm, albeit barely. One night, while lying awake, I considered who I wanted to be in all of this. The child who passionately desired to belong and be loved by his family, or the adult who refused to be marginalized, neglected, and dominated any longer. I made a choice. I was going to address this directly, not just for me, but to expose the entire unfair, toxic relationship. However, doing so would put everything at jeopardy, including family gatherings, relationships, and possibly even my peace of mind. The days leading up to the party moved at a glacial pace. Every notification on my phone made me nervous. I knew Dad was watching, waiting for me to give in, send the money, and resume my role as the faithful son who paid for his sister's spotlight. But I did not. Instead, I started quietly plotting. I began by accumulating more evidence. Not only did I prepare the will, but I also looked through all of Dad's financial records, hidden transfers, invoices for lavish presents, and even payments to a firm that appeared to be registered in Clara's name but was actually run by Dad. It was a web of money moving behind the scenes, demonstrating how Dad directed his riches and attention solely toward her. I scanned the materials, made copies, and saved them securely. This was going to be my leverage and insurance. I also secretly contacted a family lawyer. I wasn't sure I wanted to launch a legal battle, but I needed some advice, someone neutral who could explain the meaning of these documents and my rights. I stayed at home the night of the party, while the rest of my family and friends gathered in that huge hall downtown. I did not send a gift. I did not attend. I surely did not send a cent. Instead, I tried something else. I sent a carefully worded email, not only to Dad, but also to the extended family, Clara's colleagues, and a few close family friends. In it, I detailed everything I'd discovered, while emphasizing Clara, the financial trail, and most crucially, Dad's habit of favoritism, which had rendered me and others invisible and unsupported for years. I framed it carefully. No allegations, only facts, doubts about fairness, and a need for transparency. I had sinned, pulse beating, knowing there was no turning back. The reactions were quick. Some relatives were shocked, while others were angry, most of which was aimed at me for airing dirty laundry. Clara called me furious and accused me of betrayal. Dad remained silent at first, but the tension was evident. In the days that followed, murmurs and awkward talks circulated among the family. Invitations were returned. The messages went unanswered. Dad's immaculate family image was breaking. But for the first time, I felt strangely relieved. The truth came out dirty and raw. After sending the email, my phone kept buzzing for hours. At first, I didn't have the courage to read any of the comments. I just sat immobile on my couch, staring at the pale glow of my screen as if it was about to catch fire. It was bizarre. For many years, I had waited to be heard. Now that I was here, the silence in my flat was deafening. I was expecting to feel triumphant, but instead felt more like loss, as if I had just buried the last illusion I had about my family. I eventually got up the confidence to read the messages. They are divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of silent support, a few cousins, and an aunt who reached out discreetly to say they, too, had noticed the partiality, even if they had never expressed it before. Eleanor, a cousin, commented, "I always wondered why your dad treated you like a distant cousin at reunions while Clara got a welcome parade. I'm sorry it took this long for someone to speak up." The second group was silent, a thick, revealing quiet. These were the ones who did not want to take sides, those who preferred quiet holiday feasts and tidy social media photos. I didn't blame them, but I didn't like their impartiality either. Then there was the third group, the defenders. They came in quickly and loudly. One of Dad's old pals emailed me back with a brief reply that said, "I'm not sure what your purpose is, but I recommend you think twice before hurting your own family." As if the family hadn't been slowly crumbling for years. 2 days after the celebration, Clara shared a lengthy note on her social media profile. It started like this: "When people are jealous, they will say anything to bring other people down. I've worked hard for what I've accomplished, and I refuse to let resentment dampen my delight in this moment." She didn't mention my name, but she didn't need to. The message was plain. I was being portrayed as the ungrateful, angry sibling attempting to destroy her special day. Her pals flooded the comments with things like, "So proud of you, don't listen to the haters," and "You're a star." A few family members even added their support. I did not respond. I did not have to. A few evenings later, Mom contacted me. I could hear the exhaustion in her voice before she said hello. "Elliot," she replied gently, "I received your email." Her pause after that was extremely long. I assumed the call had dropped. "I should have done something sooner," she finally admitted. "Your father has always had a strong personality. He knows how to make people feel small when they don't conform." I wasn't sure what to say. I wanted to be angry at her for not defending me sooner and for not challenging Dad, but I also knew she lived in his shadow. "Did you see the will?" I asked quietly. "I did," she replied. "It is real. He had it drawn out last spring. He said it was to preserve the family legacy. When I asked about you, he answered, 'Elliot will be fine. He doesn't need anything, like you were a stranger.'" She was in tears. I never agreed with it, but I was terrified of the consequences if I pushed. It was the first time I heard regret in her voice. I'm filled with deep regret. In the weeks that followed, the family did not implode, but rather cracked. Subtle alterations began to occur. My uncle Graham, Dad's younger brother, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken for years. He explained, "Your father's pride has always been an issue, but I had no idea it had gotten this far." We spoke for an hour. He told me stories about their youth, how Dad was always competitive, even with his own brothers. Graham stated, "You're not the first person he's tried to drive out of the circle." It was strange hearing that. For so long, I thought I was alone in this. The black sheep, the outsider. But suddenly I was understanding that maybe Dad had always been the one who built walls. Then one afternoon, I received a hefty packet in the mail with no return address. Inside was a handwritten letter from Dad, not an apology, but a lecture. He wrote, "You've made your choice, Elliot. I hope it provides you peace because it has caused humiliation to this family. I built what we have through hard labor and effort, and it is not yours to ruin." Then, at the bottom, in smaller, sharper lettering, "Do not contact me further. I will update the will to reflect this choice." There it was, the threat, the line drawn an inch, and yet I felt calm because something had shifted. The roles had changed. I was no longer begging to be seen. I wasn't the quiet, agreeable son, hoping for crumbs of approval. I had pulled back the curtain, and Dad didn't like being seen for who he was. I wasn't done yet. If Dad was going to dig in, so was I. I gathered everything I had, the financial documents, the emails, the copies of the will drafts, and met with the lawyer I had spoken with earlier. We went over everything methodically, constructing a timeline of decisions and patterns, not for a lawsuit, but for clarity. The lawyer said something that remained with me. Even if you never fight this legally, documenting the truth is a type of power that most people in your situation never exercise. And I realized he was right. I wasn't doing this to win a courtroom battle. I was doing it to finally say, without doubt or apology, that what had happened was true and wrong. A week after Dad's letter, I received a brief text from Clara. "Can we talk?" I stared at it for a while, unsure what to do. My first reaction was to ignore her. After years of favoritism, a public post that offended Dad, and coldness, she wanted to talk now. But something in me was curious. Maybe I just wanted to see if she'd finally admit what had been going on. Maybe I wanted closure. We met at a park near our old high school. It was quiet, shaded by tall maples, the kind of place where time seemed to slow down. Clara looked different, tired, thinner than I remembered. She didn't waste time. I read everything she said. The will, the documents, the email you sent. I didn't believe it at first. But isn't it all true? I nodded. It is. She looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers together like she used to when we were kids, and she was nervous. "I don't know how I didn't see it," she whispered. "Or maybe I did, but I didn't want to. I thought I had to protect what I'd earned, but now I see. Dad wasn't protecting me. He was using me." It was the first time she'd ever acknowledged the imbalance between us. I didn't say anything and let her talk. "He's angry with me now," she continued. "After the party, people started asking questions. He blamed me for not shutting you down, saying I'd let it get out of control, and then he cut off the business funding he promised me. I hadn't expected Dad to turn on her, but of course he had. His love was never love. It was leverage." "I'm sorry, Elliot," she said, finally looking up at me. "I was awful to you. I let him pit us against each other. I don't expect forgiveness, but I needed to say it. And for the first time in years, I recognized the girl I remembered. Not the polished adult Dad had molded, but the sister I used to build forts in the backyard." "I believe you," I said. "But that doesn't mean I'm ready to pretend everything's fine." "I know," she said, "but maybe someday." Following that conversation, things began to shift. Quietly but noticeably, word spread throughout the family. It was as if I had re-entered the family, not because I demanded it, but because I had forced everyone to see the truth. Some of the relatives who had initially dismissed me began to check in, and I received a letter from Aunt Diana apologizing for not believing me. I also received an invitation to a cousin's graduation. Dad, on the other hand, went quieter. In public, he maintained his stance, telling people that I had misunderstood the will and that the situation had been blown out of proportion. But in private, his support eroded, and the trust he once held over the family began to crack. Not dramatically, but gradually. He stopped being the man everyone looked to for approval, and that, I believe, was the real beginning of the end of his control. I haven't spoken to Dad since his letter. We're not exactly arranged, just disconnected. I send him a card on holidays, and he occasionally responds with a short, polite note. We exist at a distance, which I'm fine with for the time being. Clara and I are slowly rebuilding. We don't talk very often anymore, but she left the business her father had set up for her and started her own. She says it feels good to build something on her own terms. As for me, I'm fine. I didn't win in a big way, and I wasn't handed anything, but I did find something more important. Clarity. I saw the truth, named it, and stood by it even when no one wanted to hear it, and over time, that truth opened the way for something new. Peace. True peace, not reconciliation with everyone, not a flawless conclusion.
Mom said, "Born ugly, die ugly." Then helped sister abandon her kids at my house. Now I'm suing them both after they tried to destroy my career. My sister always had her way. No matter how cruel or unreasonable she was towards me, she always got away with it because she was the golden miracle child. My sister's outstanding beauty most certainly contributed to this as well. She had thick, wavy hair and light eyes, and my mother spent a lifetime comparing our appearances. I had dark eyes and straight hair, but I was never as attractive as my sister. My mother loved to make comparisons between us. After we both became teenagers, she was continually encouraging me to dress like my sister and begging her to teach me makeup. However, if I ever sought my sister for help making myself more attractive, she would ridicule and mock me. That's how we grew up to be so resentful of one another. I believe my sister simply adopted the worst characteristics that we witnessed in my mother, whereas I rejected them completely. I believe that my mother's constant putting her on a pedestal for her beauty has made her into a horrible person who doesn't care about anyone but herself and believes she can get away with anything because of her attractiveness. My mother's comparisons and criticism of me caused me to have low self-esteem, and as an adult, I am extremely quiet and reserved. Some folks call me a pushover. I recently started attending therapy to try to strengthen my spine. Even though it has been difficult for me to assert myself in my relationships for the first time, I believe that the way my family treated me harmed me as an adult. It's difficult for me to establish strong friendships and love connections. My sister even slept with my boyfriend in high school during senior year, for no apparent reason. She never liked him and told me repeatedly that she thought he was ugly. When my parents discovered what had transpired, they told me to let go of the past. My sister wasn't even given away, which made me realize how much they preferred her over me. The way my father basically stood by and watched my mother emotionally get under my skin for my entire life made me believe that no man would ever stand up for me or see value in me, and it's extremely difficult for me to trust and connect when dating. But my entire life hasn't been absolutely miserable because of my mother and sister.
Because one advantage of being the ugly sister growing up was that I had no social life and spent all of my time studying. I graduated high school with a 4.0 and received a full ride to my top university choice, which was fantastic because my mother informed me the night before I started high school that she was paying for my sister's college because she was the eldest, but I would have to go to community college and pay my own way through it. I remember sobbing and begging Mom why she didn't love me as much as she loved my sister, and she argued that she did, but my sister deserved it more because she was her first child. I spent the entire day excited to tell my parents about my scholarship. I believe a part of me felt relieved to have something that my sister did not. My sister had spent all of her high school years partying and achieving low grades with no repercussions from my parents, and she was only attending college because my parents could afford it. She wasn't even going to a good one because her grades were so low. So when I rushed home to tell my family that I had received a full ride to a top university, I had never been more pleased to share good news with them. But when I returned home and told my parents about my scholarship, all my father said was "good job," and my mother didn't glance up from her phone or respond. Then she ignored me for a week after I told her the news. I tried to ask her why she was upset with me for receiving a college scholarship, but she simply avoided making eye contact with me and walked into another room. It felt as if Mom despised me for receiving my scholarship when most parents would be overjoyed. Whatever. That's when I realized how alone I was, and how isolated my family wanted me to feel. I didn't understand why, either. Why had my mother given birth to me if she was going to spend her entire life loathing me, and thereby making me loathe myself? The day I received my scholarship turned out to be one of the worst days of my life, as I wept myself to sleep and accepted that I would never have a family who loved me the way my sister did. I detested her for it. That night, I wrote in my journal until the sun rose about my plans for the rest of my life. I was tired of being this miserable little kid, so I was determined to channel all of my hatred into academic accomplishment. Instead of throwing myself a pity party and begging my parents for love and attention, I was going to devote all of my focus and energy to my academics, like I always had, and give myself something they could never provide. I was going to be stable, independent, bright, and educated, even if I was never loved. So that is exactly what I did. I attended school and finished with honors. I obtained a great job at a company I interned for right out of college, and I've been making six figures since I was 23. When I returned home for the holidays, I would tell my family how I was doing and receive occasional praises from extended family members, but my own parents never went out of their way to recognize or congratulate me on my accomplishments. As an adult, I knew better than to tell my mother about my high position at my job or how much I was earning, since I knew it would just make her despise me more. But I told my father, and one year he even told me how glad he was for me. It was the greatest thing my folks had ever said to me. But even as an adult, my mother treated me like an unwanted guest. And even though I only saw them around the holidays, she would do everything she could to divert their focus away from me if they asked me a question or directed the conversation toward me. For example, one year over Christmas dinner, my uncle congratulated me on a promotion I had mentioned to him earlier in the day. It was my second promotion with the company, and I had received a hefty rise as well. I had been telling him that I was looking at buying my first home. My uncle mentioned the promotion and the potential house, and a few other extended family members thanked me and were surprisingly positive about the news. Another of my cousins asked me what region I was looking for a house in, and that's when my mother stopped me off and said, "This is boring, can we change the subject?" Then, under her breath, I heard her remark, "It's probably not even true." I ended up buying my house later that year, and when I announced it on social media, everyone in my family appreciated it, except my mother. I realized she was probably angry since my sister had an entirely different life experience than me. She had attended college right out of high school, all paid for by my parents, but failed out and became pregnant by her first college lover. I had a sneaking notion that my parents had encouraged her to end the pregnancy, but she kept it and tried to work it out with the baby dad, whom she had only known for 4 months. It turns out they were absolutely incompatible. But I suppose it didn't stop them from attempting to make things work, or repair their relationship by having another child. When I saw her post about having a second child, I had to hold back tears since I knew the baby would most likely be born into a toxic atmosphere because my sister, and her baby dad, were such nasty people. I encountered him around the holidays, but he never remembered my name or engaged in conversation with me. Every year, he would bring home platters of food despite the fact that he had brought nothing. Obviously, my sister and I's relationship deteriorated as we grew older, and we barely spoke after we both moved out of our parents' house. We had each other on social media, and the few times we saw each other around the holidays, my sister would make disparaging remarks about my weight or the way I dressed.
I honestly believe she was just projecting, because I wear a lot of fancy clothes and enjoy cycling through my designer purses. She kept asking me what phony purse I had brought this time. One year, as soon as I stepped into the house for Thanksgiving, Mom looked me up and down and remarked literally, "I see you're dressed up again like the stuck-up bitch you are." It was incredibly disrespectful and uncalled for. Despite the fact that her children were still little, she would regularly insult me in front of them, using profanity and everything. I don't feel guilty admitting that my sister is complete garbage, and I don't feel bad about whatever I did after she put her kids on my doorstep out of nowhere. One Saturday morning, I was relaxing in my house after a long work week when my doorbell rang, and I was utterly surprised to see my sister's 10 and 7-year-olds standing on my front porch, clutching overnight bags. When I asked what they were doing here, they explained that their mother was going on vacation for 8 weeks, and that she had told them I was watching them. My sister and I hadn't spoken since our family's July 4th BBQ, when she warned me not to eat more than one plate because she was tired of staring at my muffin top. I had no idea why she assumed I would be her free babysitter for 2 months. My nephews were good, quiet kids who were clearly puzzled, so I let them in while I called my sister. My sister rejected my first 10 calls, but I kept calling until she answered. As soon as she picked up, I told her that there was no way I was watching her children, and that if she didn't come to pick them up herself as soon as possible, I would call CPS on her. I was practically Googling the number for Child Protective Services as she was speaking to me when she dropped a bombshell. Her voice became extremely deep and frightening as she blackmailed me, threatening to phone my employer and warn them that I was not taking my bipolar medication, resulting in my termination. Even though my sister was an idiot who knew nothing about my profession, my career was the most important thing to me, and I couldn't risk losing my position there. I simply hung up after she said that and attempted to figure out what to do next. I felt like my head was about to explode from tension. Not only could I not care for her kids, but I had a month-long trip planned to see my long-distance boyfriend Greg in Australia and meet his family for the first time. We'd been dating for a long time, and I had been looking forward to this vacation all year. It was extremely crucial since he was introducing me to his mother and father, and I wanted everything to go smoothly. My life was now in disarray as a result of my sister's actions, and I had no idea what to do. I had no idea who else to call to save my mother, and I shouldn't have been surprised when she sided with my sister, as she had always done. I told my mother that my sister hadn't even been to drop off her own children, and she stated they were big enough to come to my place on their own anyhow. My mother began guilting me, telling me that my sister had done so much for me, and that I needed to be there for her just once, because I had never been. That made me lose my mind, and I screamed at her at the top of my lungs, asking her to tell me one single moment when my sister helped me, or improved my life in any manner. I informed my mother that she and my sister had never been there for me and treated me as if I were an unwashed dog in their home rather than a member of their own family. I demanded that my mother visit me so that, in the worst-case scenario, I could leave her at home while I flew to Australia to care for my nephews instead of myself. I had very little faith that my sister would abandon her vacation to return for her children, given how quickly she dumped them on me. When my mother finally arrived at my house, she was as icy as ever, staring at me with the same nasty gaze she always had for me. We sat down in my living room, and my mother told me that I was being an awful sibling to my sister as usual, and she lectured me on the importance of family being there for one another in times of need. I ignored my mother's compliments and demanded to know exactly what kind of vacation my sister was taking. It was so crucial that she would forget about her children and leave them with someone who essentially despised her, despite being her own sister. I told my mother that everything about this was strange and suspicious, that my sister departing for 8 weeks out of nowhere and leaving 2 young children behind made no sense, and that I wanted to know the truth if I was going to be engaged without consent like this. That's when my mother's expression changed, and she eventually disclosed to me that my sister wasn't just taking a holiday, she was being flown out by her sugar daddy. I literally chuckled when she said this because I assumed she was joking, but her expression was dead serious. I was so emotionally weary at this time that I flipped out on my mother, asking her how she could be good with it in any manner. I informed her that she had created a complete loser of a daughter who fled the nation to see a sugar daddy rather than simply getting a job to support her children. My mother, of course, retaliated and supported my sister as she always did. At one point, she even stated that no matter how much money I had or how gorgeous my house was, I would always be the ugly duckling in comparison to my sister. Born ugly, and you're going to die ugly. After she said that, I had to stop myself from seizing her shirt and throwing her out of the house. When I yelled at my mother to get the heck out of my house, she replied that she was not going anywhere.
When I tried to direct her out of the room, she shoved me into a coffee table that held one of my favorite vases. My lover had given it to me the last time he visited, and it was one of my favorite possessions. But as my mother shoved me into the coffee table, it tumbled to the floor and broke into a bunch of little pieces. Looking at the shattered vase on the floor made me feel just as devastated, and I believe I had a complete mental breakdown. I began yelling and crying at my mother, telling her to leave my house or I would call the police. I feel terrible because my nephews could clearly hear me from the other room, but I was a mess at the time. It had been a long and hard day. After I eventually got my mother out of the house, my nephews popped their heads out of the room and inquired if everything was okay. Their eyes were big, and they appeared anxious and sorrowful, which crushed my heart. Even though I didn't know them very well, they were just kids with a disaster of a mother, and I felt terrible for them at the time. I ordered DoorDash for everyone and let them watch movies and video games in my living room until they passed out. When I eventually got through to her, I immediately began ranting at her for absolutely destroying my life, and I mentioned CPS once more. My sister just gave me a wicked laugh over the phone and informed me that I had a choice: watch her kids or lose my job. She snarled at one point, saying she knew I was nothing without my job and would revert to being a loser without it. This struck me in the heart because it was the absolute truth. I had a degree and a strong resume, but I was deeply attached to my professional success and would go to any length to maintain it. At that time, I was crying and asking my sister why she hated me so much and why she had abandoned her young children for a sugar daddy. She simply stated that she was the type of lady who could make millions from a sugar daddy in 2 months. And I never had to worry about it. I believe she was just trying to break me down and make me feel tiny at that point, so I gave up. And frankly, it was working. We went back and forth for a while until my sister literally hung up on me after a final threat to notify my employer, and I burst into tears again, understanding that I had no influence over her. My nephews were downstairs watching a movie in the living room, so I had some privacy upstairs and decided to phone my boyfriend. I hadn't spoken to him since my nephews were left on my doorstep, and I ended up breaking down and talking to him about the entire incident. I could not hold back tears as I informed him about my sister's threats, my mother's continuing disdain, and how I felt absolutely trapped by my sister. Even though he lives on the other side of the world, my partner made me feel loved and supported, and he was literally the only one in my corner. And I'm so grateful for that. He stated that my sister was potentially committing many crimes by abandoning her children and threatening me with career blackmail, and that I needed to gather solid evidence of her acts. He suggested that I contact my sister again and try to persuade her to repeat her threat regarding the phony medical accusations, but this time, secretly record the discussion as evidence. My partner was aware of my history with my sister and mother, and he pointed out that my sister was plainly insane, and it wouldn't take much for her to act on the threat. He told me to do everything I could to prepare. Of course, hearing it terrified me, but he was absolutely correct. I knew my sister was insane more than anyone else, so I chose to follow his plan. Even though I was still feeling emotionally overwhelmed by everything that was going on, I wanted my nephews to feel safe and cared for. I understood what it was like to be a child in a family where you were unwanted, and I never wanted to make these innocent little guys, who were connected to me, feel that way. I went downstairs and spent some time with them playing a multiplayer video game, which turned out to be a lot of fun. They were amazed that I knew how to play first-person shooters, and they were adorable as they giggled and laughed as they watched me answer call after call. I wasn't expecting to bond with them after such a stressful weekend, but when we all ordered pizza and had a contest to see who could eat the most pepperoni, I found I genuinely liked the two little boys. They were nothing like their mother. Even though I knew my sister wouldn't have been a good parent, they were both quite courteous. And, while it took some time for them to come out of their shells, they were both very sweet and hilarious little guys. They were quite good at cleaning up after themselves and were constantly saying, "Please," and "Thank you." As I hung around with my nephews throughout the afternoon, I saw that they both had holes in their socks, and my elder nephew's clothes appeared a little short for him. I went through the rest of the clothes my sister had brought for them and found they were all either too old or too small for the boys. Again, I wasn't surprised that my sister was a cheap, irresponsible parent, so I took my nephews to the mall to get some new clothes. I almost stabbed several times on that excursion to the mall because my nephews burst out of their shells and were running around the mall, joyful and happy. As I previously stated, I knew what it was like to be a neglected child, and all I wanted them to know was that they could have whatever they wanted, that I was there for them, and that I wanted to make them happy. So whenever we walked past a window and they expressed an interest in going into a store, we went in. And I kept buying them whatever they wanted. It was impossible not to. My youngest nephew was missing 2 front teeth, and every time he gave me his funny little hollow smile, my heart wrenched, and I felt compelled to purchase him another small treat or toy. They left the shopping that day with new clothes that looked wonderful on them and fit comfortably, as well as both Nintendo Switches, which I had purchased. It was really hard not to treat them. I didn't have children of my own, and I had plenty of money to purchase them the little things they desired. When I handed them the Switches, they both burst into tears and hugged me, and I spotted the 10-year-old crying again on the journey home. I asked whether he was all right. He stared at me through tears in his eyes and wondered why I was so nice to them, and why they deserved it. I told him that they deserved my care since they were also my guys, and that they were children, which meant they deserved to be happy. This simply made him weep harder, and he informed me that he was unhappy with his mother for keeping us apart. This hurt my heart, and I apologized for not getting to know him previously, but I was so glad he and his brother were here with me now, even if I hadn't expected it. I asked him about his home life, and the answers were exactly what I expected. My elder and younger nephews gradually began to open up to me about how horribly their mother treated them at times. When I heard this, my heart felt like it had shattered into a million pieces. I knew my sister and her baby dad were terrible people who were most likely doing it, but hearing it directly from their mouths and hearing the sorrow in their voices was something else. When we arrived home, I cooked a big meal for everyone, and they spent the rest of the night playing on their Switches together. I left them alone in the living room to contact my sister again from my room, ready to carry out the strategy my boyfriend had devised. This time, I tried to remain calm and composed on the phone, despite my wanting to call my sister every name in the book. It wasn't difficult to direct the conversation toward the medical claim. When I brought up CPS again, my sister freaked out and threw the threat at me, screaming that I would be fired for being a crazy in secret, and that she didn't care if I was taking my medicine or not. No one would know if she was lying. She just continued telling me that no one would believe a crazy, sick batch like me, and that I didn't deserve my work. I honestly believe my sister was on drugs during this call since she sounded high and kept repeating strange phrases. After I got what I wanted out of the call, I hung up on my sister because she continued telling me that I didn't deserve anything in this world. I didn't deserve anything, over and over. Whatever. I put her remarks out of my head as I checked to see that I had correctly captured the entire call. I had my sister recorded on audio indicating she was planning to file bogus medical claims against my company. I recognized how brilliant my boyfriend had been to recommend acquiring this recording, and I began emotionally preparing myself for the consequences if my sister followed through on her threat. After receiving the recording, I tried to calm myself and put my nephews to bed. The next morning, before they awoke, I called CPS as soon as the line was open and reported the entire event. I mentioned that my sister had abandoned her children, and that we were entirely separated. I even went so far as to suggest that she had not only abandoned them, but had done so under false pretenses, and then used manipulation and compulsion to force me to care for them. I was shocked to find that CPS was actually rather helpful, and I shared the recording with them. The agent I met with listened to the recording and stated that it was evident that my sister was using blackmail to neglect her children, and was undoubtedly committing a litany of crimes. The agent informed me that they would begin an investigation immediately, and that my sister would be notified as soon as possible. I was shivering after the conversation, so I tried to decompress as much as possible and spent the remainder of the day relaxing and connecting with my nephews. My mom called me the next day, and I'm not sure why I answered. I guess I was still bewildered and emotionally sensitive, and I ended up having another massive fight with her over the phone. I told her I had called CPS and that my sister would eventually pay for the way she treated me, and my mother hung up as soon as I said that. I'll be honest. I was shaking after those calls. Just making the call to CPS was nerve-wracking, and then fighting with my mother over the phone and telling her about CPS felt like a tremendous mistake. I didn't regret calling CPS, but I knew my mother would do everything to protect my sister and didn't care about my nephew's safety, just like my sister. All I knew about my mother was that she hated me and loved my sister, and I had no idea what would happen next. There was no way my mother wasn't going to contact my sister right away after learning that I had contacted CPS and tried to put her 2 steps ahead. I was certain she had hung up the phone on me to call my sister right away, and there was no way my sister wouldn't find out about my call to CPS by the next day. I had a restless night, and the next morning, when I got to work, my receptionist informed me that my supervisor had booked a meeting with me before lunch, indicating that it was important. As frightened as I was to learn about this unexpected meeting, I knew it was coming. And, as I already stated, I knew my sister was insane, and she was clearly out to ruin my life.
I sat in the conference and cracked my knuckles to relieve the tension I was experiencing. My 2 supervisors were present, as was a higher-up whom I had never met before. They all looked at me suspiciously, and I felt like a bug under a microscope. Sure enough, they told me that they had been contacted by a trustworthy member of my family and had been advised that I was potentially unmedicated for a severe mental condition. They also told me that they had been provided detailed information about previous mental problems I had had and that they were afraid about me having a psychotic break in the office. But neither they nor my sister realized how well I had prepared for today's encounter. Of course, I knew my sister would follow through on her promise. She had always despised me, and being able to take my high-paying job would be the ultimate "screw you" to her ugly little sister, and I knew she wouldn't hesitate to do so. But she would relish it. If I hadn't been minding her nephews, or if I hadn't called CPS, I'm sure she would have kept it over my head and blackmailed me into doing whatever she wanted me to do for her. So, in some ways, I was relieved to be dealing with this and getting my sister's issues resolved. I took out my briefcase and handed each of the managers a copy of my doctor's letter, as well as the associated documents proving that I had been adhering to my medication routine. There was proof that I had never missed a prescription pickup date, and that both my medication and my moods had been consistent over the previous nearly 5 years. My primary care physician, as well as my therapist and psychiatrist, all confirmed my diagnosis. I gave my supervisors an informative but concise explanation of the issues in my family, as well as my sister's own mental health struggles, and informed them that the claims were completely unfounded, and that they could be confident in my stability based on all of the medical documentation I was providing for them. My supervisors took some time to go through all of the paperwork, but once they saw that I had medical evidence from multiple MDs, they seemed completely satisfied and even apologized to me for the inconvenience of calling me into this meeting. They explained that they only had a responsibility to conduct due diligence before closing this case. My one supervisor even used the meeting to congratulate me on a successful quarter and brag about my performance to the other supervisors, which made me look good. I literally left the meeting giggling because of how well it had gone, regardless of the reason, and thinking about how badly my sister's moronic plan had failed. I couldn't concentrate on my work for the rest of the day because I kept smiling stupidly every time I remembered how I got to call my sister after work and tell her how her plan had failed miserably. I called my sister as soon as I got back to my car that day and nearly burst out laughing as I told her how the meeting had only lasted about 15 minutes, because she had sounded insane and stupid on the phone, and my bosses had never believed her in the first place. My sister became enraged and accused me of lying, claiming that she was certain I had been fired and that I was simply trying to save face. This made me laugh even harder, and I told her that she had failed at everything in her life, including trying to get me fired. I told her that as a woman approaching 40, the only skills she possessed were lying and failing, and that her own children were disappointed in her. My sister lost it again and continued to call me the B word and the C word, claiming that I had completely betrayed her. She said she was getting on the first plane back and was going to make me regret everything I had done to her. I was still laughing after the call, but by the time I got home and reunited with my nephews, who had been in a much better mood since being dropped off at my house, I realized that this situation was far from over and could get worse before it improved. All I knew for certain was that my sister was completely insane, and she was flying home from another country to exact revenge on me. I realized I was truly terrified of what would happen next. My sister had nothing to lose at this point, and she had always been unstable, so I began to fear for my safety. Then I began to think about my nephews. I worried if I had made a mistake by phoning CPS. A large part of me wished my sister had lost her passport overseas and never returned home. I had grown so close to my nephews in the last several days, and I knew my heart would shatter when they had to leave. I did not want to say goodbye to them. I did not want to see them walk back into my sister's arms. She was doing the same thing my mother had done to me, and I knew I despise her more than anyone else on this planet. I checked on my sleeping nephews since I couldn't sleep due to my racing mind, and I cried silently in the hallway after closing the guest room door. They were such innocent little lads, and they deserved none of this. The next day was an absolute shit show. I awoke to the sound of someone knocking on my door, but it sounded like someone slapping a sandbag repeatedly on my front door. When I opened it, there was my sister next to a guy who had to be about 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed almost 300 pounds. He was massive, and one of his hands was the size of my entire head. I could barely see my mother standing right behind him, and before I could even open my mouth to tell them to get the hell off my property, the man put his hand on my shoulder and shoved me down with all his might. My sister and my mom and the stranger all made their way inside my house,
and I collapsed on my floor as soreness sank into my shoulder where the man had thrown me down. I immediately started screaming at my sister for bringing the stranger to my house and screaming at him not to touch me, but he seemed to speak only Russian. I had no idea how this was even happening. And then I realized that my sister had beat CPS to my house. They had been scheduled to come around 11 a.m. that day, but my sister had busted my door down at 8 a.m. My nephews had been woken up by the commotion and were walking out of the guest room with sleepy eyes. At that point, I tried to get in between them and protect them from the stranger, but my sister barked at the man to go put my nephews in the car, causing complete chaos. Once they realized what was going on, both of my nephews began asking my sister to leave them with me. My sister walked over to me as I held my head in my hands, and when I looked up at her, she spit at me square in the face. I sank to the floor and watched him carry my two little nephews out of my house. My mother was also crying, but she left with them. It was the most disgusting thing anyone had ever done to me, and one of the worst days of my life. They all drove away in this massive black Suburban that I had never seen my sister in before. I had no idea who the man was, and I couldn't believe the trauma that my sister had just inflicted on everyone. She hadn't even let them take any of their stuff. They had left without any clothes, neither of their switches, nor any breakfast. My heart broke for them, and I had a never-before-seen anxiety attack. I had no idea how much it would hurt to care so much for my nephews, but I seriously loved those boys with all my heart, and I just wanted to protect them and make sure they were cared for, like I had never been when I was their age. But now they were scared and shoeless in some random car with my psychotic sister and a humongous stranger. I was disgusted by my mother's behavior. I couldn't believe she had just stood by and watched that huge man toss me around in my own home and pull my nephews out of their aunt's house without saying a word. I couldn't stop thinking about my nephews and how evil my family had become. After calming down from my anxiety attack, I realized that I needed to take action and that time was of the essence, and I was running out of it. When I finally came to my senses, I immediately called the police, who were already aware of the ongoing investigation due to Child Protective Services involvement and an open case against my sister. My voice was shaking, but I tried to stay steady and focused as I described the stranger. I racked my mind to try to remember the image of the license plate. Fortunately, because of how much responsibility I have in my job, I was used to picking up on and remembering little details that other people ignored, and I somehow managed to. I gave the cops a description of the stranger, the full license plate, and a description of the outfits that my mom and sister were wearing. When my sister came to my house that morning, she looked absolutely feral and had this wild look in her eyes. I believe she had been doing substances since she landed overseas, wherever she was vacationing with her sugar daddy. My sister was insane, but something snapped in her, and I had never seen her act so truly unhinged and detached from reality. After I gave the cops every single detail I could remember about my sister and the car they had driven away in, I hung up and did my best to take my mind off things, but I literally couldn't focus on anything else. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't nap, I couldn't watch anything on TV. I just kept seeing I reflected on my mother and how she had always made excuses for my sister, allowing her to grow up to be a truly evil person. I also reflected on my sister's trip, wondering what she had done there, if she really had a sugar daddy, and how much he had paid her. I wondered if the money she had earned on her trip was truly worthwhile. I began to consider what it would be like if it was just me and my nephews. I had room for them, and now I definitely had room for them in my heart. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted that outcome. My sister out of the picture, and just me and my nephews. I could give them everything that my sister couldn't. And if my sister and I ended up in front of a judge in a custody battle over my nephews, the judge would be staring at on. I tried to think positively, but random dark anxieties about my nephew's safety kept leaking into my mind. I wondered if the giant man she had brought into my house was her sugar daddy, and if he was with my nephews. I had just been laying on my couch, staring at the ceiling, overthinking, not realizing how much time had passed, when I finally received a call back from the police station. They had been searching for the Suburban my sister had left in for hours and finally found them. The officer who had called me back was the same one from earlier and continued to be very helpful, sharing a lot of details with me. He told me that they had 3 different police cars on the scene when they went to pull over the black SUV because they knew the man had already been violent that morning. Despite having firearms drawn on him, the man ran forward and tried to attack an officer, getting hit in the thigh. He had punched 2 officers in the head and given a female officer a black eye. My sister had also physically attacked the officer who had initially attempted to handcuff her. I tried to imagine my insane sister and the giant stranger fighting a group of cops on the shoulder of the highway.
I couldn't believe that something like this was actually happening in my family, and I wasn't just watching it on reality TV or something. I was still reeling in shock from everything the officer had told me about my sister's arrest, when he began telling me that my sister actually wanted to speak with me. I couldn't believe my ears, and he confirmed that my sister was certain that she wanted to use her one call on me. I asked the officer if he thought she was going to ask me for bail money, and he was honest and said yes. That's what she was screaming about. I told the officer that I wasn't even going to take her call and that she could rot in there for all I cared. The officer ended up giving me an understanding laugh, and I eventually finished the call without speaking to my sister. Even though my sister was finally behind bars where she belonged, I discovered that my nephews were in CPS protection, and while they were safe, I was extremely concerned. I also had only a week until my trip to Australia, and if I didn't go, I would lose thousands of dollars in bookings. Also, as I previously stated, canceling this trip would have been extremely disrespectful to my boyfriend's family before I even had the opportunity to meet them. I had planned to marry my boyfriend one day, and the last thing I wanted to do was give his family a bad first impression of me if I was going to be in their lives forever. I called CPS to check on my nephews and simply asked if I could speak with them, but they refused. I tried to explain that I was family and one of the only mentally stable families they had, but they didn't care. I was dealing with a different department than I had previously contacted, and they were relentless. At that point, I was completely emotionally exhausted, and I had officially run out of options. I spent the rest of the week trying to prepare for my trip, while continuing to burst out in random tears as I remembered my nephews and thought about where they might be. I felt so bad because my boyfriend and I had been looking forward to this trip for so long, and now it was finally here, and I was completely distracted and full of anxiety. During the week leading up to my flight, all of our conversations revolved around how nervous and tense I was feeling. Despite the fact that my boyfriend was always kind and supportive, I was furious at my sister for how she had treated her nephews and me. I couldn't believe how disrupted my life had become as a result of my sister's single decision to go see her stupid sugar daddy. I was grateful that my job had been understanding, but just thinking about how my sister had been so quick to try to get me fired made me feel betrayed and distrustful of anyone in my family. Even my father was off somewhere and not getting involved in all this drama, despite the fact that he was undoubtedly aware of everything. He was spineless, just like my useless mother. My mother didn't even care about her grandchildren. She had encouraged my sister's idiotic decisions, which had resulted in her grandchildren being in the custody of strangers. I was sitting at the airport bar on the day of my trip to Australia, 2 cocktails in, when I began browsing through some photos of my nephews that I had taken when they were visiting with me. We had taken these silly photo booth pictures at the mall all together, and I couldn't help but begin crying all over again over how much I loved and missed them. I decided that would be the last time I cried until I landed back in America, and I told myself that I really needed to try my hardest to enjoy the time with my boyfriend and his family. I had a life too, and I couldn't let my sister ruin it, even from all the way across the globe. My time in Australia turned out to be fantastic. I hadn't seen my boyfriend in months, and when he ran up to me in the airport and picked me up princess style, my heart exploded with joy. I had been through a lot in the previous few weeks, and just being back in the arms of my boyfriend, who was so warm and caring to me, made me feel so healed, and he spent every moment of the trip catering to me. My boyfriend took me on a hike to his favorite secret waterfall, where we skinny dipped, swam, laughed, and kissed for hours. We did a lot of sightseeing together, and his parents turned out to be really fun, active people, and I got along with both of them right away. When I returned home, the nightmare with my sister resumed, so I went to the local police station a few days later to officially press charges against not only my sister but also my mother, for breaking and entering into my home. They had that man literally pick me up and toss me to the side so that they could barge into my house, and I was not going to let that slide. When I went to file the charge, I discovered that the CPS investigation into my sister was still ongoing, and I was disappointed to hear that they hadn't found anything conclusive yet. If they had just spoken to my nephews, they would have understood what they had gone through. Furthermore, my sister had been arrested alongside a man who had attacked multiple cops, and I couldn't see how that wasn't proof that she was clearly an unfit parent for my nephews. I left the police station that day relieved that charges had been filed against my family, but extremely frustrated to learn that the CPS investigation had not yet been completed. I just kept worrying about my nephew's safety and knew that being with strangers couldn't have been good for them, even if it was better than being with my sister. I couldn't stop thinking about how my sister had dragged them out of my house that morning without allowing them to take any of their belongings. My youngest nephew had this little dog plushie that he brought literally everywhere, and I'd been sleeping with it ever since my sister had taken my nephews away that day, and some mornings it made me want to cry just to wake up and see that little plush dog looking back at me. My sister had not even allowed them to put their shoes on, and I just wanted to make things right for them, but I felt powerless until CPS made a decision about a month after my sister was arrested. After phoning CPS every day and demanding information on her case, they reached a decision to officially remove both of my nephews from my sister's custody and place them in protective care. When the CPS agent first explained this to me, I was annoyed. I asked him to explain how this was any different from what had been going on, and they said that it now meant that my sister was not only being taken to court, but she would have to go to court if she wanted custody of her kids ever again. I asked the CPS agent if she was likely to win if she tried to get custody back, and the CPS agent told me that it depends, if there are any other, more fitting relatives. I knew right away that that was what I was going to do, so I opened a separate court case to try to win custody of my nephews. I didn't care how long it took, how expensive the legal fees would be, and I chose to hire the best lawyer I could afford to work on my custody case, knowing that it would be one of the most difficult legal battles I could enter. But before the custody case even began, the case I had against my sister for breaking and entering into my home was the first to begin. I know some people might judge me for taking my own sister to court, but I literally would have fist-fought her in a Wendy's parking lot at that point, but I figured I should follow the law if I ever wanted custody of my nephews. At the end of the day, all I wanted was my sister out of the way. On the first day of our trial, I saw my sister in court, and it was the first time we had seen each other since the day she had broken into my house and allowed the man to attack me. The last interaction she and I had had was me looking up at her and her spitting a huge glob of spit directly into my face, so neither of us were excited to see each other. The trial began, and the judge remarked that I had filed a custody case against her for full custody of my nephews. Apparently my sister's public defender had not notified her beforehand, and she found out for the first time in court that day. My sister has never been one to take bad news well, and when the judge told her about my custody charges against her, she snapped. Despite the fact that we were in the middle of a courtroom, she slowly angled her body towards me, screamed my name, and then pounced on me like a crazed hyena. She was clawing and scratching on my face and attempting to rip out chunks of my hair. It didn't take long for the bailiff to come over and pull her off of me, but she managed to bite down extremely hard on my forearm right before he arrived. It was one of the worst pains I'd ever felt in my life, and the bite looked nasty and ended up getting infected. All of this transpired in front of the judge, and when everything settled down, I realized my sister had sealed her fate. It took months and months, almost 2 years, for all of the criminal charges against my sister to be dropped and for her to be permanently imprisoned. She was serving a life sentence as a result of all of her crimes stacking up on top of each other, and there was no way she was going to see the light of day anytime soon, given her slim chances of appeal. I never dropped the breaking and entering charges against my mother, and the only way my mother stayed out of jail was by testifying against my sister in court and throwing her under the bus. I don't think I've ever felt such sweet satisfaction as watching my mother blame my sister for everything that had happened while sobbing her usual crocodile tears. I couldn't believe my mother was finally betraying her perfect golden child, even though it had taken a lifetime and the government's help. I knew that day, looking up at my mother on the stand, that it was the last time I'd ever see her. I'd seen enough of her and my sister for a lifetime, and I was tired of their constant toxicity. My sister had turned my life into a never-ending court struggle, and all I wanted was to live a regular life again. The custody battle for my nephews dragged on. Their birth father and his family began battling me in court for full custody against them, which only drew the case out further. I didn't care. There wasn't a force on earth that could keep me from my nephews now that my sister was imprisoned. It took nearly 2 years of legal fights, but I eventually won full custody of my boys and brought my nephews home. I'll never forget how huge they grinned and hugged me when they arrived home and saw the bedrooms I'd designed for them in my house. When I walked into my youngest nephew's room, he ran to me to show me his rediscovered Switch. I surprised him with his little plush doggy and caught him in a tight hug when he fell into my arms. Before I knew it, my eldest nephew joined us, and both boys cried into my hair and told me how much they miss me. My eldest son glanced up at me, smiled with tear-filled eyes, and simply said, "I knew it, Auntie. I just knew you would come back for us one day." My cousin was forced to marry at 15. I spoke up, 6 girls rebelled, so I stopped his wedding with 7 words. Now half our family is in court. You know, my family had a code regarding women and quiet. After the age of 16, a woman's voice was deemed poisonous. The somber ceremony occurred at midnight. Your father holds you down while your mother sews a crimson thread across your lips, not literally, but you wore it around your wrist as a reminder. If you break the rule even once, you'll be locked in the washing room without food. Break it twice, and they will pull a tooth. Nobody has broken it 3 times. Women's quiet was like currency. The man with the quietest residence received the most praise in society. At family occasions, my uncles would compete like children displaying baseball cards. Anita hasn't made a sound since January, Uncle Aaron boasted, widening his fingers. In response, Uncle Karan would lean back, smirking. That's nothing. Tara's been here for 2 years. When the doctor asked her a question during her checkup, she just pointed to me to answer it. It sounds insane to say it out loud, but for so long, this was the way things were. I was the loudest person I know. I couldn't get through a conversation without laughing at something the other person said, even if it wasn't supposed to be humorous. I like singing lyrics aloud and making funny noises with my friends. So I knew if I didn't find a solution quickly, my life would be finished. But I wanted the problem to go away on its own, and it eventually did. I was in 7th grade when Mr. Taylor informed us that we needed to take a foreign language. My ears perked up because ASL American Sign Language counted. You know, I and my family spent the entire time in the United States because it wasn't until you were 16 and swore the vow of silence that you were deported back to your country, and there, you were compelled to settle down and raise children. So 3 times a week, I sat in Mrs. Taylor's classroom, learning to speak with my hands. Adrenaline rushed through my veins. If she texted my parents about my language choice, they'd find out what I was doing and my life would be over. I had no idea what I was going to do with the lessons, because no one around me spoke the language. Then came Diwali supper. All of our relatives flew in from the motherland to lunch at our home. It was meant to be the happiest period of the year. But throughout the meal, I observed Tara seated alone at the end of the table. She couldn't explain why she was crying. She was 17 years old and had been silent for a year. When no one was watching, I handed her a drink of water and a note directing her to meet me by the garden shed. Bring your sister. I informed everyone that I observed her sari was wrinkled and that I would teach her how to fold it correctly. It all started in the shed. Every family gathering, as the men watched cricket and the silent ladies served meals, I and the younger girls would crowd together, eager to avert our fate. I taught them letters first, and then words. Then we had entire discussions pouring through our fingers. We got creative by practicing location signing while washing dishes with our hands in soapy water. We created our own secret gestures. A flick of the wrist signified, he's coming, while a thumb brush meant, save this conversation for later. By the time I was 15, we had a full network of 12 girls aged 9 to 15, all fluent in a language that our fathers and brothers couldn't understand. The older woman observed but did not say anything. Others began learning by observing us. Everything came crashing down at my cousin Angel's wedding. She was 15, and she married a 65-year-old man who had chosen her because of her early, well-trained silence. We were halfway through the ceremony when I noticed her 11-year-old sister staring directly at me. When I looked down at her hands, she added, "He hits her." She showed me her injuries. I observed Ria standing there in her crimson bridal sari, unable to oppose to her own marriage. Something within me cracked. As he began his final vow, I stood up and spoke. However, this time it wasn't in sign language. It was said aloud. She doesn't want this marriage. He's been hurting her. My mother's face became ghostly white. There were gasps all around me. The room exploded, 200 people staring as I broke the cardinal rule. My father grabbed my arm, yelling about shame and the repercussions, but he stopped in his tracks when 6 more girls rose up, some speaking for the first time in years. "We know about the beatings," one cried. "This is effing illegal," another person exclaimed. That was when I heard sirens outside. Through the window, I noticed 2 police cars and a CPS van. They had received a call regarding a marriage in progress. I never did find out who. When the cops arrived, they began to question everyone. They withdrew Raya from the others and led her to a secluded spot. The groom attempted to sneak out the back door, but a police stopped him. My father continued to squeeze my arm harder, creating marks that would bruise later. The other fathers were yelling at their daughters for speaking up, their faces crimson with wrath. Ria was taken to another room by CPS workers. I could see through the doorway as they looked at her arms. She was crying and nodding, finally able to speak the truth. One of the employees was taking photographs of the bruises. The cops began jotting down names and asking for IDs, their presence making the air feel charged with tension. My uncle Aaron rushed through the crowd, grabbing his daughter by her hair.
She yelled, and a police officer quickly intervened, separating them. That made things worse. They were now keeping a closer eye on the entire group. The men were unable to chastise their daughters with the authorities present, and their irritation was evident. The lead officer announced that the wedding would be canceled. He mentioned examining complaints of abuse and underage marriage. The groom fled during the ruckus, realizing that the police were preoccupied with the escalating pandemonium of families arguing and officials attempting to preserve order. No one tried to stop him this time. My father hauled me to the car, his hold never loosened. He wasn't saying anything, but I could sense his rage emanating from him in waves. My mother followed behind us, clutching her rosary beads so hard that her knuckles turned white. She had not glanced at me since I spoke out. The other families were also departing, pulling their daughters with them. The parking lot was chaotic, with slamming doors and revving engines. My father's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. He claimed that I had wrecked our family's reputation and that we would never be able to show our faces again. He claimed the other men would never respect him again. My mother simply continued praying beneath her breath, the Sanskrit syllables barely audible. I glanced out the window, trying not to cry as the city lights blurred by. At home, he led me straight to my room. He grabbed my phone and laptop and shoved them into his pockets. He said I'd stay there until he decided what to do with me. The door locked from the outside with a final click. I heard him storm downstairs and begin making calls, his voice echoing throughout the floorboards. I could hear him talking with my uncles through the air vent. He was cautioning them about the police asking questions. He told them to keep their daughters out of school for a few days, until everything settled down. He mentioned holding an emergency family gathering at grandfather's place. I attempted to fall asleep but kept thinking about Ria. I worried where they took her and if she was safe now. I was hoping she was safe. I thought about the other girls who had spoken up. Their fathers were undoubtedly doing the same thing. Mine was keeping them hidden like deadly secrets. Around midnight, I heard a gentle knock. My Aunt Anita sneaked inside with a plate of rice and dal, which was still warm. She was one of the silent women, but she gently caressed my face. She pointed at the food, then to her heart. I understood. She was proud of me, even if she could never express it. She brought out her phone and showed me the messages. My cousins were texting each other in a group chat that I had no idea existed. They thanked me for speaking up, but they were also terrified. Some of them were already locked inside their rooms. Their fathers were upset and threatened to send them home early. My aunt left as gently as she arrived. I ate the food and attempted to think rationally. I knew it was just the beginning. The men would gather and devise a plan. They always did when their authority was questioned. They'd find a way to regain control. The next morning, at dawn, my father unlocked my door. He instructed me to dress in my best Saritha blue gown with gold embroidery. We were heading to my grandfather's place. All the males would be there for advice. I knew it was horrible. Grandfather started our family's quiet tradition 3 generations ago. The drive took 2 hours on twisty country roads. My father didn't talk the entire time. My mother also came, but she sat in the back, still clutching those prayer beads. I witnessed the city transform into the countryside, with buildings giving way to farms and trees. My grandfather lived in a large house, alone and imposing. When we arrived, I counted 20 automobiles in the driveway. All of my uncles were there. Some cousins I hadn't seen in years had drove all night to attend. Only men though. They had gathered in the main room, seated in a circle on cushions. My grandfather sat in his chair like a king, holding court. They made me stand in the center of the circle. My grandfather wanted me to explain myself. I told him about Ria's bruises while keeping my voice steady. I claimed the marriage was wrong, and she was only a child. He laughed, saying I was too young to grasp our traditions and had been influenced by American views. The interrogation lasted for hours. They wondered who had taught me to be so disrespectful. They needed the names of all the girls who knew sign language. I kept stating I just talked about Ria, and nothing else. My uncle Karan came up and accused me of lying, claiming that I had poisoned the minds of all their daughters. His face was flushed with rage, veins bursting at his temples as he paced back and forth like a confined animal. The room felt suffocating. My grandfather sat at the head of the large wooden table, his fingers folded in front of him. The other man, my father, my uncles, and other male cousins old enough to have a say in family matters formed a semicircle around me. The overhead light created harsh shadows on their faces, making them appear like strangers rather than relatives. Then they began bringing in my cousins one by one. The first was Tara's younger sister, Lena, who was only 12 years old. She was shaking like a leaf, her petite form submerged in an enormous salwar kameez. Her normally bright eyes widened with horror. My grandfather inquired if she knew sign language. She gazed at me, then down at the floor, her lips twitching. Her father whacked the back of her head and demanded an answer. The sound echoed throughout the room. She nodded yes, tears flowing down her cheeks, and I wanted to hug her and tell her everything would be fine. But I couldn't move from my seat. They brought up another 8 girls. Some professed to learning ASL right away, speaking barely above whispers. Others tried to deny it, but their fathers threatened them with penalties I couldn't contemplate. Zoya, 14, held out the longest, maintaining she knew nothing, until her father grabbed her wrist so forcefully that she yelled out. Nina was the youngest, at 9 years old. She wasn't even sure why she was in danger. She just kept crying for her mother, who wasn't allowed in the room, her small voice calling out, "Mama," over and over until her father told her to stop. My grandfather announced that this was an infection that needed to be eradicated. His voice bore the weight of absolute authority, the kind that had dominated our family for generations. He stated that all girls who learned sign language would instantly participate in the silent ceremony. It didn't matter if some were several years away from reaching the age of 16. His words were, "Desperate times called for desperate measures." The other guys nodded in accord, some eagerly, others with what appeared to be reluctance that they were afraid to express. They split us into various rooms. I was led to the basement, a cold concrete area with a single little window near the ceiling that provided just enough light to tell me that the outside world still existed. The walls were unpainted cinder blocks that appeared to absorb any warmth. There was a flimsy mattress on the floor that smelled like mildew, and a bucket in the corner that I didn't want to think about. My grandfather told me I'd be there until I learnt proper respect. The door was sturdy wood with a heavy latch that clicked shut when he departed. The first night was the worst. The concrete floor radiated cold through the thin mattress. I could hear the house settling above me, creaking and moaning as it processed what had transpired. Every sound made me jump. Footsteps, muffled conversations, doors opening and closing. I covered myself in the one rough blanket they had left and tried not to worry about spiders or mice, or how long they intended to keep me here. For 3 days they kept me down there. Someone would bring rice and water twice daily. The rice was invariably chilly, with a few pieces of dal mixed in and served on a steel plate that clanked against the pavement when set down. Nobody spoke to me. I could hear footsteps above, indistinct sounds that could have been arguing or simply conversing. It was impossible to tell from the floorboards. Sometimes I heard crying, which could have been my younger cousins. The sound caused my chest to tighten with remorse and wrath. I did push-ups and jumping jacks to keep warm and sane. I counted them obsessively. 20 push-ups, 50 jumping jacks, then started again. I read poems that I had memorized for school, sung songs under my breath, and rehearsed ASL signs against the wall where no one could see. The small rectangle of sunshine that moved across the floor from the window served as a time marker for me. When it left each nightfall, the darkness felt complete. On the 4th morning, I heard a car drive up. The engine sound was different from what I was used to hearing in family cars. Then I heard voices I did not recognize. A woman asked for me by name, her tone professional and forceful. My grandfather's voice was as sweet as honey, telling me I had the flu and needed to relax. The woman insisted upon seeing me. She stated she was my school counselor. Mrs. Taylor came looking for me. My heart soared with both hope and anxiety. I overheard arguing. My grandfather's voice grew somewhat louder, losing some of its controlled smoothness. Mrs. Taylor's remained consistent, utilizing terms such as required reporter and welfare check. Then there were rapid, agitated footsteps coming down the basement stairs. My grandfather unlocked the door and shouted at me to dress properly. The unexpected light from the stairwell caused me to squint. He tossed a clean sari at me and instructed me to change fast. He stated if I tried anything, my cousins would bear the consequences. His eyes were as frigid as winter stones. I changed with shaky hands, attempting to smooth my matted hair with my fingertips. The clean clothes felt weird after days of wearing the same outfit. My grandfather stood outside the door, tapping his foot anxiously. When I came out, he grabbed my arm hard enough to leave scratches and marched me up the stairs. They brought me upstairs. Mrs. Taylor was standing in the living room, arms crossed, her normally warm face set in rigid lines. She examined my unkempt hair, pale face, and black circles under my eyes. She inquired if I was all right. I nodded and explained that I had been sick but was getting better, the lie tasting harsh on my mouth.
My grandfather stood directly behind me, his hand resting on my shoulder, fingers digging in just enough to remind me of his presence. Mrs. Taylor questioned why I hadn't been answering my phone. My granddad calmly said that I had been resting without electronics doctor's orders due to a nasty migraine. She didn't seem convinced, and her eyes narrowed slightly as she watched us both. She asked to speak with me alone. My grandfather claimed it was not suitable in our society for unmarried girls to meet alone with outsiders. She stared at him for a long time, and I could see her digesting the information and filing it away. Then she stared at me straight. She inquired if I remembered what we had learnt in ASL class last week. My heart hammered so loudly that I was convinced everyone heard it. I knew it was my chance. While my grandfather couldn't see, I signed help as plainly as I could, moving my fingers in the familiar pattern we had practiced. Her expression remained unchanged, but I did detect a little widening of her eyes before she regained control of her face. She stated she hoped I would return to class soon and left. My grandfather backhanded me as her car vanished down the driveway. The power of it pushed my head to the side, and I tasted blood where my teeth had cut my cheek. He had seen my reflection in the window. He called me a dumb girl and said I had only made things worse for everyone. He tossed me back into the basement, shoving me so hard that I tripped down the stairs. I overheard him making more phone calls, his tone hurried and aggressive. That night, I was unable to sleep. My face throbbed where he had struck me, and I kept repeating Mrs. Taylor's visit. Did she understand? Will she come back? Or had I merely made things worse, as my grandfather suggested? I placed my back against the chilly wall, trying not to cry. The next day, Mrs. Taylor returned. This time she brought a middle-aged social worker named Claire, who had compassionate eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. They stated that they were conducting a welfare check, which was typical procedure when a student missed many days. My grandfather had no choice but to allow them in, despite his tight smile. He promptly summoned some of the aunts to make the house appear normal. Within minutes, they began cooking and cleaning as if it were any other day, filling the air with the aroma of spices and the sound of everyday life. They washed me up again, my aunt aggressively stroking my hair and pinching my cheeks to add color. They dressed me in a brilliant blue salwar kameez and taught me what to say. My aunt whispered that if I didn't participate, they'd already chosen husbands for all of us. She showed me images on her phone of men in their 30s and 40s, some married, and all from conventional families back home. They would send us back within a week. I sat in the living room, attempting to appear normal as my insides churned with fear and wrath. The social worker questioned me about school and home. I delivered the scripted responses while my grandfather watched from his chair, his presence like a weight in the room. But I had buried my ASL notebook in my lap, beneath a pillow. When I moved positions to answer a question about one of my favorite subjects, I let it fall. The sheets were spread across the floor, revealing months of sign language practice notes for teaching my cousins, as well as drawings of hands making words. Claire went down to pick it up and discovered pages covered in sign language practice. She slowly gathered each page, taking her time to study everything. She returned it to me with a little nod that my grandfather could not see. She snapped shots of the house, claiming it was routine protocol, and her camera clicked regularly. She photographed door locks and window bars, which my grandfather claimed were for security. She said that they'd return for follow-up appointments. My grandfather's jaw tightened, but he smiled and said they were always welcome, and there was nothing to hide. After they went, everything progressed quickly. My grandfather called an emergency family meeting. He claimed the ceremony would take place that night, and they couldn't wait any longer. He summoned all the families to come quickly. He warned the outside world was attempting to undermine our customs, and we needed to act immediately. The guys began preparing the main chamber, shifting furniture and arranging ceremonial things with experienced skill. They dragged us gals out of our various hiding places. We saw rough, dirty hair, crumpled clothes, and sunken, tired eyes. Some girls sought to cover their bruises. They made us bathe and wear white saris. They explained that white represented purity. White as ghosts. White like to surrender. The fabric felt heavy on my skin. In the preparation area, they organized us according to age. I was the oldest, so I'd go first. I looked at the others. Lena was still trembling, Zoya was indignant but terrified, and little Nina was bewildered and longed for her mother. As the sun sank, the room filled with relatives, sending long shadows across the windows. The men sat in the inner circle on pillows, their expressions gloomy with the weight of tradition. The hushed ladies stood like sentinels against the walls, red threads visible on their wrists and gaze downcast.
Silver plates sat on a low table, along with scarlet thread and scissors. The ceremonial artifacts shone in the lamplight, tools of a culture that had stolen voices for millennia. Seeing them made my stomach turn. My grandfather began chanting in Sanskrit, his voice deep and rhythmic. The other men joined in, their voices forming a hypnotic rhythm that made the air tremble. They burned incense, which made the air heavy and difficult to breathe, sandalwood, and something else that made my head swim. The smoke curled up to the ceiling, like grasping fingers. My father approached with a red thread, his hands trembling slightly, but his expression was stone. He refused to meet my gaze. I gazed at my cousins. Some were crying quietly, tears running down their cheeks. Others looked straight ahead, already rehearsing their silence. The youngest one was sucking her thumb, a habit she had broken years before. I wondered where Raya was now. I imagined all the women lining the walls, decades of silence sandwiched between them like flowers in a book. I imagined Mrs. Taylor and Claire, somewhere out there in a world where women's voices were valued. I made a decision. When my father reached out for me, I signed to the other girls. We had practiced this in whispers and motions when the elders were not watching. We scattered in all directions. The males didn't expect it. We had devised escape routes, memorized which windows opened and which doors led where. Some girls fled for the doors, while others went for the windows. The place burst into turmoil. White saris glittered like birds in flight. I dashed for the kitchen, where I knew there was a rear entrance. My uncle Arun caught my cousin near the stairs, wrapping his hand on her dupatta. She turned away, leaving the scarf in his hands. 2 girls made it out before being apprehended. I could hear shouting and crying throughout the yard. My sari twisted over my legs and slowed me down. I hiked it up, no longer concerned about decorum. I burst into the kitchen. The women were there, making food as they typically did for celebrations. Pots bubbled on the stove and the aroma of dal and rice permeated the air. They looked up, shocked. I implored them to assist us, words falling out of my mouth. Most people glanced away, schooled by years of terror, and their hands continued to operate instinctively. But my Aunt Anita stepped forward. She had always been different, quieter in her defiance. She blocked the doorway as my father appeared, panting heavily from the chase. He told her to move. She shook her head, a simple action that appeared to shake the very foundations of our existence. Another aunt joined her, then another. Slowly, the silent ladies built a barrier between us and the males. For the first time in decades, they had to choose sides. My father attempted to push through, but they linked arms, their red threads forming a chain that bound them together. That was when my grandmother appeared. She no longer attended ceremonies, preferring to spend time in her chamber with her memories and images from a life before silence. But she stood there, 90 years old and angry. Her white hair hung flowing over her shoulders rather than in the typical bun. She still wore her crimson thread from the time she was silenced at 16. The fabric had faded over the years but never broken. She reached up and yanked it off her wrist with her arthritis-ravaged fingers. She talked for the first time in 40 years. Her voice was hoarse but clear, like a door opening with rusted hinges. She instructed her sons to cease. She claimed she had seen this habit damage too many lives and too many bright girls fade. She claimed she remained mute when her daughters were silenced, but she would not let her grandchildren suffer the same fate. Her comments flooded the room, like water crashing through a dam. The room became utterly still. Even the pots on the stove appeared to calm their bubbling. My grandfather looked at his mother as if she were a stranger. She moved through the swarm of guys, which parted before her like a wave. Her steps were slow and steady. She used the scissors from the ceremonial plate to cut each red thread into bits. The sound of cutting seemed unbearably loud. She then turned to face the women lined the walls. She told them they could talk. She said that their silence had given the men an unfair advantage for too long. She claimed she had spent 40 years regretting her silence, with words festering in her throat. One by one, the women began removing their threads. Some cried as they did it, releasing decades of buried emotion. Others laughed, the sound rusty yet sweet. My mother removed hers and spoke my name for the first time in years. The sound made me cry. The males weren't sure what to do. They were suddenly outnumbered, and their vaunted moral authority was collapsing. Some relatives attempted to seize their wives, but the women stood united. If her husband persisted, my aunt threatened to depart with their daughters. She had already packed her things, she explained, and had been planning for years. Other ladies issued identical threats. The movement we started with sign language had grown into something more. My granddad told everyone to halt. His voice had lost its strength and sounded almost forlorn. He explained that customs existed for a reason, and that they had kept our civilization strong. But his mother laughed at him, making a sound like bells clanging. She questioned why stealing women's voices was justified. She inquired whether he had ever considered what his wife would have said all those years if she could speak. She questioned if he was aware of his girl's favorite colors, dreams, and concerns. His silence was the enough response. The ceremony collapsed like a house of cards. Families began arguing, releasing years of animosity. Some men attempted to maintain control, but their wives were finished listening. My father appeared perplexed as my mother informed him just what she thought of his weakness. She claimed he had hidden behind tradition rather than thinking for himself. She stated she had once loved him but wasn't sure if she still did. She would have to relearn who she was with a voice. Over the next few weeks, everything changed. The family, which had appeared to be so solid and forever, displayed flaws. Some families break up totally. Die-hard traditionalists severed relations with individuals who violated the silence norms. My cousins were shifted between relatives as their parents determined where they stood. The girls' network remained strong, as they texted constantly, sharing resources and offering support. We set up a hidden Facebook group where we could chat freely. Mrs. Taylor assisted several girls in reporting abuse to the authorities. She connected us with counselors and lawyers who understood cultural backgrounds, but refused to use culture as a justification for abuse. Some lawsuits proceeded, while others did not, but the threat prompted some men to re-evaluate their acts. The community couldn't hide any longer. The story was taken up by local news outlets. Reporters called and asked for interviews. My parents rarely talked to me at first. The house felt different, as if the walls were learning to accept new sounds. Then my mother started making my favorite things, including aloo paratha with extra butter and mango kulfi, which she used to prepare when I was younger. She inquired about school in her underused voice, tripping over syllables. She told me stories of her own childhood before the hush, about how she wanted to be a teacher and how much she enjoyed singing. My father waited a while, but he ultimately asked to see what I had learned in ASL. His fingers were awkward when I taught him to sign "I'm sorry." Some cousins went to live with relatives who had already abandoned traditional practices. Others remained with parents who were gradually changing. A few were taken back to the motherland, but they now had phones and could communicate. We continued to teach one other ASL, not only just in case, but also because it had become our hidden language of defiance and liberation. My grandmother unexpectedly stepped forward as our champion. She went to families and told about her decades of forced quiet. She informed the men how much they had missed hearing their wives' thoughts. She told them about the poems she had written in her thoughts, the jokes she wanted to tell, and the advice she wished to provide. She informed the women they were stronger than they realized. Some listened, some did not, but she continued to speak, making up for 40 years of silence. At the following family reunion, everything felt different. It was Diwali, our largest event. Half of the typical attendees did not arrive, but those who did brought their voices. Women conversed and laughed, their voices blending with the explosions outside. Some people still chose to wear their threads, but it was no longer a requirement. The guys felt smaller in some ways, as if they were no longer the only ones who could talk. They needed to make room for different voices. Ria was there beside her sister. She lived with progressive cousins and attended school. She still had nightmares, but she was recovering. In defiance of custom, she cut her hair short and dressed in jeans rather than traditional clothing. She praised me for speaking up. I assured her that we all did it together. Nothing would have changed until the other girls had also stood up. We became each other's voices when we didn't have our own. We continued to teach sign language, but it had become just another form of communication. Some mothers learned it to communicate with daughters who were still discovering their voices after years of quiet. We made signs for feelings that had been buried for too long, for the specific frustration of unanswered words, the delight of earned voice, and the terror that persisted. The language that began in revolt evolved into one of healing. My father apologized months later. We were sitting in the garden, where he taught me how to ride a bike and where we had planted tomatoes when I was 7. He claimed he had followed traditions without thinking because it was what his father did. He added that seeing my mother regain her voice showed him what he had been missing. He stated he was proud of me for being more courageous than he had ever been. He still struggled with the changes, but he tried. Not everybody changed. Some families dug in further, relocating away from towns that still practiced traditional methods. They branded us perverted and claimed we had lost our culture. We lost some females, who were married off before they could protest. We could not save everyone. The weight of that failure rested heavily on my shoulders. But we had broken the generations-long hush. Finally, voices began to emerge through the cracks. The months after Diwali were strange. Some families pretended nothing had changed, while others entirely broke up. My cousin Lena's father attempted to arrange a marriage for her, despite the fact that she was just 13. He found a 35-year-old guy from his hometown who operated a convenience shop. He believed that if he acted quickly enough, he could marry her before anyone could stop him. However, Lena had learnt more than simply sign language from us. She used her phone to videotape her father discussing the wedding plans. She sent the recording to our group chat, and we realized we needed to act quickly. I called Mrs. Taylor, who alerted the authorities. Lena was living with my family in 2 days while her father dealt with a visit from Child Protective Services. My house became a midway house for cousins fleeing troubled situations. My parents weren't delighted at first, but my mother kept emphasizing how she wished someone had assisted her at that age. We had 3 females staying with us at one time. My father transformed the basement from a storage area to a bedroom in the same basement where I had been locked up at grandfather's house. This one featured brilliant paint and windows, but no locks on the doors. Uncle Arun stepped up at our house one night, asking that we return his daughter. He was pounded and enraged, hammering on the door so hard that the windows rattled. For the first time in his life, my father confronted him. He instructed Arun to leave or he would call the cops. They engaged in a shoving contest on the front lawn. The neighbors turned out to watch. Someone did contact the police, and Arun spent the night in jail. Things quickly got out of hand. The traditional families began organizing. They held meetings in my grandfather's house to discuss ways to restore power. Someone leaked their plans to us. They planned to yank all of the girls out of school and send them back immediately. They had even purchased airline tickets for some of them. We have to go quickly. Mrs. Taylor referred us to a custody lawyer. Some of the girls were able to apply for protective orders. Others were forced to go into hiding with relatives who supported them. It was like a bizarre underground railroad for adolescent females attempting to avoid forced marriage. The neighborhood was absolutely split down the middle. At the grocery store, families would literally switch aisles to avoid each other. People refused to pray together, so the temple held 2 separate services. Some of my uncles attempted to establish their own temple with the old regulations in place, but they were unable to raise the necessary funds. My grandfather tried one final power move. He convened a gathering of all male elders from neighboring states. They were about to vote on whether to officially expel the families who had broken the quiet custom. He believed that if enough towns banded together, they could bring everyone back in line. But my granny had her own intentions. She'd spent months talking to ladies from other communities. She organized a counter-meeting on the same day. Women who had been silent for decades traveled from hundreds of kilometers away. They crowded a community facility that we had hired, leaving their red threads at home. The men's meeting had about 30 people. More than 200 people attended the women's meeting. My grandmother stood up to tell her story again, but this time she mentioned names. She mentioned which senior had struck his wife for humming while cooking. She talked of a girl who committed suicide rather than be silenced. She had dates and information that exposed the men's claims of tradition for what they truly were: power and abuse. Some women from other communities returned home and removed their threads the same day. Their husbands contacted my grandfather upset, claiming that his family had infected theirs with disobedience. The network of support expanded beyond our immediate family. We began receiving messages from girls in different states, asking how to learn sign language and how to resist. My father lost his job because his boss was a traditional uncle. However, my mother obtained a job for the first time in 20 years. She worked at a daycare facility, finally able to teach like she had always wanted. Her voice grew stronger every day. She sung while cooking, perhaps poorly, but joyously. The next difficulty arose when Uncle Karan attempted to kidnap his daughter at school. He walked up with 2 more males and attempted to force her into a van. But the school was ready. We had warned them about possible attempts. They quickly locked down and alerted the cops. He was apprehended in the parking lot while his daughter observed from a classroom window. That's when things became pretty ugly. The traditional families began to threaten everyone who aided us. Our tires were cut. Someone threw a brick through the window. My father installed security cameras and my mother learnt to use pepper spray. We traveled in groups and checked in frequently. But we were not backing down. The females who had been pushed into marriage began to seek aid. Some were able to obtain a divorce or an annulment. Others were stuck, but at least they could communicate with us and know they weren't alone. We raised funds to help some of them start afresh. My cousin Zoya became our spokesman. She was 16 and fierce. She started a YouTube channel to tell about our experiences. The films became viral throughout our town and beyond. She received death threats, as well as messages from girls all across the world who shared similar customs. The breaking point occurred on my cousin Sana's 16th birthday. Her parents were orthodox yet wavering. They had planned a tiny ritual, not complete silence, but symbolic thread-wearing. Sana played along until the moment arrived. Then she stepped up and delivered a speech she had practiced for weeks. She discussed wanting to be a doctor and having dreams that required a voice. She mentioned liking her parents but not their traditions. She took the thread they had just tied and handed it back. Her mother began to cry and then removed her own thread. Her father stood there, stunned, as his wife said his name for the first time in 20 years. That became a pattern. Girls would pretend to go along until the vital moment, at which point they would refuse. Some families accepted it, while others burst. But each denial made the subsequent one easier. The custom involved dying one birthday at a time. My grandfather's health started deteriorating. I believe the loss of control damaged something in him. He suffered a heart attack and spent several weeks in the hospital. My grandmother sat by his bed and spoke to him continuously, making up for the years of silence. I'm not sure if he heard her, but she needed to talk. When he got out, he seemed smaller. He stopped organizing meetings and tried to manage everyone. He spent his days sitting in his yard, observing how the world changed without him. Sometimes I felt terrible for him. But then I remembered the basement and my cousin's fearful expression. The following Diwali, we had two celebrations, one for traditional families and one for the rest of us. Ours was noisier, filled with female voices and laughter. We could hear another celebration across town, modest and somber. Some families sent individuals to both, attempting to maintain their footing in both worlds. Raya was accepted to college. She was studying pre-law and wanted to help other females in our predicament. She still had physical and mental scars, but she was establishing a life. Her younger sister resided with her, protected from the marriage that their father had arranged. My parents renewed their vows for their anniversary. Instead of being silent, my mother stepped up and made her own commitments. She swore not to stay silent again and to teach their daughters to use their voices. My father vowed to listen and heed her words. It was not flawless, but it was honest. The sign language sessions continued, but now they were purely for entertainment and communication. We educated both parents and siblings, resulting in a fully inclusive language. Some of the elderly women struggled with arthritis, causing the symptoms, yet they persisted. They had waited too long to converse openly. Mrs. Taylor received a state award for her intervention. She brought all of the girls to the ceremony. We signed thank you in unison, like a sea of hands moving together. She cried and said that we had taught her more than she had taught us. Some family left, unwilling to accept the changes. They discovered communities that still followed traditional practices, where their girls' voices would be stolen at the age of 16. We couldn't save those girls, but we could be prepared if they ever reached out for assistance. My grandmother passed away that April. At her funeral, hundreds of women expressed how she had influenced them. They told each other about their first words after being silent, and how she had given them courage. Even guys spoke forward, confessing their mistakes. My grandfather sat in the front row, looking lost without her voice to brighten his days. By the time I graduated from high school, our community's quiet custom had mostly died out. Some families staged symbolic rituals using temporary threads for a day or a week. Others abandoned it completely. Some stuck to the old customs, but they became increasingly isolated. I got into college on a scholarship and intend to pursue social work. I wanted to help other girls who were being held back by harmful traditions. My parents were proud, albeit my father occasionally seemed astonished when I expressed my opinion at supper. The network we created evolved into a formal organization. We received nonprofit status and money to assist girls fleeing forced marriages and abuse. We provided workshops on sign language and self-advocacy. Some of the ladies who had been silent the longest became our staunchest supporters. Instead of being silent, I counted voices during my last family reunion before college. 23 women speaking, laughing, debating, and singing. My youngest cousin did a dance to a tune she wrote herself. My aunts discussed politics while cooking. My mother shared embarrassing stories about my childhood. Most of the males had made adjustments. They assisted with cooking and cleaning, which were previously considered beneath them. They listened as their wives and daughters spoke. Some still appeared uneasy, but they were trying. Change was slow, but it was occurring.
When words fail, I still use sign language. The language that saved us has become a part of us. We teach it to all new girls in the family just in case. But now it's a choice, not an absolute requirement. Our voices are free, and they will never be suppressed again. Looking at my red thread bracelet one last time before departing for college, I cut it off and discarded it. I didn't need the reminder anymore. Neither of us did. We had found our voices, and nothing could take them away. I paid $14,000 in family bills. On my birthday, they said, "No gifts, help your sister instead." So I cut the power, Wi-Fi, replied, "We're done." I turned 31 on a Tuesday. It wasn't a huge milestone, but it felt significant. I'd spent the previous 4 years assisting my parents with their bills, covering unexpected expenses, lending money to my sister Rachel when her ex failed to pay, and basically acting as the family's silent ATM. I did not complain. I assumed we were all simply getting by, and I happened to be doing slightly better. I think they appreciated it. I assumed it meant something. I invited them over. Nothing fancy. I barbecued, cleaned the place, and prepared the table as if it were Thanksgiving. I even created a playlist. I'm not sure what I expected. Perhaps some warmth, a card, or any indication that they knew it was my day for once. They arrived half an hour late. No presents, not even a bottle of wine. Rachel was already on edge since her child was behaving up. She put her stuff on my couch without saying anything. Mom gave me a short hug without looking at me. Dad went directly to the refrigerator to see what beer I had. They pretended to be stopping by someone else's house, as if it was not my birthday at all. I served them steak, nice wine that I had purchased myself, and even had the chocolate cake chilling in the kitchen. Nobody commended anything. Rachel was scrolling through her phone halfway through the meal, while her child splattered food all over my table. I attempted to keep the discussion light, but I kept getting one-word answers and exhausted groans. Mom turned to me as they were departing, as if she was realizing something she had forgotten. "There won't be any presents this year," replied the woman, "but your sister needs help with gifts for her child." Dad joined in, as if everything was settled. "You owe it to your family." I just stood there. No one had said happy birthday, not even once. It wasn't the lack of presents that bothered me, it was how they expressed it. Like I should have known. Like it made perfect sense to forego my birthday so Rachel's child could have something extra. Like I was an afterthought. I told them it was all right, smiled, said I understood, and let them leave thinking they were still in charge of the screenplay. After they went, I sat in silence for a bit. I kept expecting the weight in my chest to turn into despair, but it didn't. It transformed into clarity. I opened my laptop and signed into every account I had ever made for them. Their electricity and gas were disconnected. They canceled their Netflix, Wi-Fi, and streaming subscriptions, which they never paid for but always used. Rachel no longer has the extra card I provided her for emergencies. Then I went downstairs to turn off the thermostat. It was going to be freezing tonight. Good. Let them feel it. I initiated our family conversation with my parents, Rachel and myself. No emojis and no drama. Only one line. "I'm taking back everything I gave you, and I'm leaving." With it all. I immediately turned off my phone and sat in the dark for an extended period of time. It felt peaceful, but not empty, like the calm before a storm. And that is exactly what happened next. When I awoke the next morning, I knew exactly what I was going to see. My phone buzzed as if it had something vital to tell me, but I let it vibrate until the battery died. When I finally plugged it in and turned it on, there were over 70 unread messages across our family group chat and direct texts. Rachel had initiated it, of course. The texts came in waves, first demanding to know what was going on, then accusing me of being dramatic and emotionally unstable, and ultimately attempting to pull me back in with passive-aggressive guilt. "You're blowing everything up over nothing. Grow up. This family has done so much for you. You think you're the only one struggling?" My mother then delivered a lecture that appeared to be typed with shaky fingers. It was all about how families make sacrifices for one another, and she couldn't believe I was turning on them like way. She expressed disappointment. That word has always been their favorite. Never sorry. Only disappointed. It felt as if my entire function was to gently carry the weight they had given me. My father didn't bother with paragraphs, just sent "grow up." There's no period, just these 2 words. That was his understanding of emotional involvement. Rachel was the only one who continued messaging after I had not responded. She began asking about the thermostat. They said it was 63 degrees in their residence, and the child was cold. They asked when I planned to turn it back on.
She used her son as a barrier, as if I was harming him, rather than removing myself from the disaster they continued to pretend was normal. Around 9:30 p.m., there was a knock on my door. I did not look through the peephole. I knew it was Rachel. No call, no text. Only she stood there, as if nothing had occurred. She didn't even wait for the invitation, just walked right past me and into the kitchen. She opened a cabinet, poured herself a glass of water, and leaned against the counter, as if she still lived there. "You're seriously cutting everyone off because you didn't get a birthday present?" said the woman. I did not respond right away. I kept the stillness just long enough to make it uncomfortable. She didn't stop. "Everyone's helping me except you. Even mom and dad have been trying. But you act like I chose this." That's when I politely asked her where she was currently working, which firm she was with. She did not look me in the eyes. Said something cryptic about working freelance contracts, part-time work, and remote cases. I waited. She finally sighed and spoke. She wasn't working anymore. Hasn't been in about a year. Got laid off. Never informed our parents. She'd been lying about it, stating she was still making 6 figures while blowing every penny of her funds. Her credit cards were maxed out. She stated that she intended to sort it out eventually, but in the meanwhile, everyone else's money was required to fill in the gaps. That's when it all became clear. The parties, the clothes, and the extravagant gifts for her children that she never paid for herself. It was not about survival. It was all about appearance. She was drowning, but too proud to admit it and too lazy to swim. She expressed exhaustion, overwhelm, and difficulty doing things alone. I said I believed her. I said I'd help, but not by giving her money. I stated I'd phone social services in the morning because someone needed to intervene before things got worse. I was afraid she would have a breakdown. Instead, she burst. Someone called me a snake. Said I was punishing her for being a single mother. They accused me of turning on my own family over something trivial. She stormed out and slammed the door behind her. I did not chase her. I didn't feel sorry. For the first time, I felt a sense of tranquility. I placed the call at 8:43 a.m. the next morning, not because I was upset or attempting to provoke a scene. There was no wrath left in me, only the absolute certainty that something had to be done. I calmly told the woman on the other end of the telephone that my sister had lost her legal career over a year ago, that she had lied to the entire family about it, and that she was stealing money from everyone while partying and uploading filtered images as if her life was perfect. I told how her son was used as a shield, only referenced when she needed money, and never seen or discussed otherwise. I told them I wasn't sure if he was in immediate danger, but I was certain he wasn't receiving the care he needed from someone who was silently spiraling behind a facade. The woman did not sound horrified, but rather professional. She accepted my statement and promised to follow up if required. I assumed that was the end of it. It was not. 3 days later, they arrived at Rachel's door. I just discovered out because she burst in the family group chat, like a volcano keeping it in. She said that someone had contacted child services on her, and that it was clearly me. And how could I attempt to take her child away? How dare I ruin her life? How dare I act like I was superior to everyone? Then came the true venom. She wrote that I was envious. That I had always envied her success, her life, her child, and her apparent independence. I read it all silently. Everyone else in the group chat became quiet. Mom didn't say anything. Dad did not even log in. Then she began threatening legal action. Said she was going to file harassment charges and possibly sue me for defamation, as if she had the money or standing to do so. I did not respond. Instead, I contacted my mother privately. I just wrote, "She's not a lawyer. Ask her." That was all. I'm not sure what happened after that, but according to what I heard later, my mom contacted Rachel the same night. And whatever Rachel told her didn't go down well. Because the next day, my mom messaged me unexpectedly. "We didn't know. This is a lot. I don't know what to say." That was the closest thing to an apology I had ever received from her. But that didn't solve anything. It only reaffirmed what I already suspected. They were all too willing to look the other way as long as someone else bore the consequences. Rachel did not lose custody, but she was subjected to a number of conditions, including parenting seminars, financial monitoring, and proof of stability. The caseworker even informed her that they would be returning for unannounced visits. Suddenly, the money flow halted. No more gifts. There will be no more rapid deposits from mom and dad. The well had dried up. And it hit her quickly. She began attempting to repair her internet image by posting lengthy paragraphs on how difficult parenthood is, and how people closest to her had tested and betrayed her. I disregarded it, but other individuals did not. A handful of cousins I hadn't spoken to in years messaged me privately. They'd also loaned her money, believing she was still a practicing lawyer. One of them asked me directly if it was true she had been unemployed all year. I did not lie. I just answered, "She's been hiding more than that." A week later, an old family friend who always supported Rachel in everything invited me over for supper. She did not even mention Rachel. She simply stated that she had been meaning to catch up, as if something had quietly shifted and she was ready to speak it out loud. That surprised me the most. I had not asked anyone to choose sides. I'd spent my entire life being the quiet one, the dependable one, the man who never made waves. And then, when I finally did, a few individuals began to gravitate toward me, not out of devotion, but because they were weary of pretending. Then Dad contacted me. He said he did not want us to be enemies. He claimed he missed when we were all close. He claimed the family was falling apart and blamed me for not consulting them first before going public. I told him the truth. "You were only close to the version of me that let everyone else walk over him. That version is gone." He left me to read, which I was happy with. I began sleeping better not because everything was fixed. It was not. My family was dispersed, and my relationships had deteriorated beyond repair. But there was a sense of calm in the honesty, even if it came with consequences. No more pretending. No more silent resentment. Then came the letter. It arrived in my mailbox one Friday afternoon. There's no return address, just my name and oddly neat handwriting. Inside, there was one folded sheet of paper. It was from an attorney. Rachel had petitioned for the temporary transfer of my guardianship of her child. It didn't make sense at first. I was not the child's father. I had no custody rights. I was not even named as an emergency contact in any papers. But there it was, in black and white. Rachel had filed for temporary guardianship of her child, alleging emotional instability caused by familial persecution and the need for distance. Rachel had filed for temporary guardianship of her child, alleging emotional instability caused by family persecution and the need for space to rehabilitate. It was her ruse, a setup she didn't expect me to see through. Because I was classified as a temporary guardian, she could say I accepted to care for her son. When I declined to take him, she could turn it into a story about me abandoning a child, which she could present to others, our parents, her friends, and possibly even the caseworker to continue playing the victim. I did not panic. I did not even call her. Instead, I consulted my own lawyer. Yes, I had one, not because I intended to pursue a custody battle, but because I had discovered the hard way that anything involving Rachel required witnesses and papers. My lawyer filed a formal denial along with a notice that no contact for guardianship had ever been established or agreed upon. We provided screenshots, timelines, and even previous writings that demonstrated her manipulation. It was completed within 24 hours. Rachel returned to the group chat on Monday, enraged. She claimed I had embarrassed her, that I had made her appear insane, and that she was attempting to offer me a chance to be involved, to put things right. That was when I realized Mother had lied not just to our parents, but also to herself. She still believed this was all about me being bitter. She could not accept that I no longer wanted to be a part of the act. A few hours later, I received a call from a woman named Carmen. She described herself as my sister's former co-worker, claimed to have obtained my phone number from a common acquaintance, and stated that she felt compelled to contact me. I braced myself for another lecture, but she informed me that Rachel was not only sacked from her law firm, but also reported for faking a signature on an internal document. It wasn't a high-profile case, so it never made headlines, but the firm allowed her to quit discreetly to avoid publicity. Rachel, according to Carmen, had been sliding since she began partying, overspending, seeing individuals with questionable backgrounds, losing her apartment, and then lying about moving in with a friend when she was actually sleeping in her car some nights. I thanked her not because I needed the soil but because it completed the remaining missing pieces. Rachel wasn't simply entitled. She was drowning and clinging to anyone who floated nearby, even if it meant dragging them down with her. I did not respond to her outburst in the group chat. I didn't respond to our parents' feeble follow-ups begging me to attempt to forgive. I'd already forgiven them. That's why I wasn't returning. It began with a birthday party, but not mine. My cousin Naomi's child was turning 4, and the entire extended family was invited, including Rachel. I wasn't intending on going at first, but Naomi contacted me personally. She said she understood if I didn't want to show there, but it would mean a lot to her, and she wanted me to know Rachel was also coming. I didn't answer immediately. I sat with it for a while. Then I decided to go, not to make a statement, not to prove anything, but simply to be in a location where I wasn't the villain. I imagined I'd just be a quiet presence in the corner, eat some cake and then depart. When I walked in, I sensed something was off. People weren't looking at me the same way they used to. There were no awkward nods or forced smiles. There was a great deal of silent recognition. A couple individuals approached me, hugged me, and asked how I was. Nobody mentioned Rachel. She returned 30 minutes later, loud as ever, as if nothing had changed. Wearing a fancy jacket I knew she couldn't afford, her child was hooked to a tablet with headphones on. She strolled around the room as if she owned it, greeting everyone by name and laughing way too loudly. She noticed me across the room and her smile stopped for a moment. It appeared that she might come over, but she did not. She simply remained there, examining the room as if she were calculating something. Then she created a scene. It started little. She was conversing with Naomi near the food table when she abruptly raised her voice about someone who believes they are superior to their own family. She didn't say my name since she didn't have to. Everyone became quiet. Then she turned to me and told me directly, "Why are you even here? Are you trying to steal another kid or just looking for more attention?" Nobody laughed. Nobody backed her up. Naomi took immediate action. She stated that she did not want any drama during her children's party. I told Rachel that if she had anything to say, she could say it outside. Rachel scoffed, claiming that everyone was phony, and grabbed her child by the arm. But before she could go, her kid pulled away from her and stated, loudly and clearly, that he wanted to stay in front of everyone. Rachel froze. She tried to fake a smile and said she was joking. Unfortunately, it was too late. The silence in the room had changed, becoming heavier and more genuine. Her child did not want to leave with her, and everyone noticed. She hauled him out nevertheless, but not before slamming the door so hard it knocked a decoration off the wall. People began whispering. A few of my cousins came over and apologized for her, for how they used to treat me, and for not noticing things sooner. I didn't need their apologies, yet they offered them anyhow. Later that week, Naomi phoned me. Rachel allegedly called her crying and begged for money. She claimed she was being targeted and isolated. Naomi did not send a cent. She told her to get help. The word got around after that. Some of the folks who used to send Rachel money stopped answering her phone calls. Others simply blocked her. She began posting cryptic statements online about betrayal, phony smiles, and keeping your circle limited, as usual. But the mask was removed. People have now seen what was behind it. And once you've seen it, you can't go back. It had been nearly 5 months since everything fell apart. Rachel never recovered in the way she expected. At first, she attempted to salvage the story. I shared a well-constructed personal post on Facebook, full of vague references to betrayal, personal progress, and removing poison. A few individuals offered her the usual compassion. Most people didn't enjoy the post. I watched from a distance as the likes and comments dwindled to a trickle. She eventually got quiet there too. Our parents haven't apologized once. They made intermittent attempts to contact me. A voicemail here, a forwarded meme there, as if giving me a picture of a cat in a hat would be enough to cover over 31 years of imbalance. My father tried to keep everything casual, as if nothing significant had occurred. My mother inquired as to whether I had noticed the recent increase in the price of gasoline. These people relied on me to keep their lights on. I did not respond to any of it. It was no longer out of spite. It was recently finished. The period of my life, the character I played, was ended. I stopped waiting for them to comprehend. I stopped thinking they'd recognize the distinction between love and obligation. In the midst of all that silence, something weird began to happen. I became more acquainted with folks I had previously just met briefly. Cousins I hadn't seen in years invited me to their homes simply to hang out. A couple of family friends who used to treat me like furniture in the background have suddenly asked for my opinion and inquired about my life. Not out of pity, but out of curiosity. Genuine interest. It confused me at first, but it felt nice. I began taking modest trips, just out-of-town weekend getaways. I stopped looking at my phone every few minutes. I stopped flinching as soon as I got the mail notice. The further I went away from the dysfunction, the more I realized how peaceful the world might be when no one demanded anything from you. I also met someone unexpectedly. We drank coffee one day, and I didn't feel like I needed to wear armor. She didn't ask about my family or cry. Instead, she asked what had made me laugh lately. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel the need to prove I wasn't.
Broken. Then, last week, Rachel contacted me again. A new address with the same tone. She explained that she was working on herself and wanted to start a new chapter. However, approximately halfway through the message, it turned. She wrote about how I had abandoned her when she needed it the most, that I was freezing, that I should have handled the situation as a brother, not a stranger. She concluded, "One day you'll regret cutting everyone off. Family is forever." I looked at those words for a long time. She still didn't understand it. Neither of them did. I never cut anybody off. I stopped bleeding for those who didn't realize I was hurting. There is a distinction. I closed and archived the email. The same night, I opened the chat with my folks and scrolled all the way back. Thousands of messages. Years of casual disregard, passive criticism, and repeated comparisons to Rachel. I read one where my mother wrote, "Jess is our star." Another time, my father told me to be more like your sister. I'm not sure what I expected, but all I felt was remoteness. I exited the chat and erased the thread. That's how it concludes, not with a bang, a tearful reunion, or a huge speech. Just me sitting alone in my flat, realizing that the silence was not loneliness. That was a relief. And in that solitude, I created something better. Not vengeance, not justice. Freedom. An update. Last week, as I was leaving a bookshop, I noticed a child sitting on the curb outside, legs crossed, playing with an old toy dinosaur. I recognized him before he looked up. It was Rachel's son. He appeared smaller and thinner than I remembered. Despite the wind, I did not wear a jacket. He was alone. I glanced around for her or anybody. Nothing. After a brief period, I crouched down and inquired as to where his mother was. He shrugged, explaining that she had gone inside the loud establishment and urged him to wait. Later I realized he was referring to the bar across the street. I wasn't sure what to do at first. He didn't appear afraid, but rather as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. I contacted the non-emergency hotline and informed them that a child was left unaccompanied outside a bar. I did not say who he was. A cop car arrived around 10 minutes later. I watched from my car. 2 cops spoke to him softly. Rachel eventually emerged, stumbling slightly and irritated, in the middle of her apology. They did not arrest her, but they did not ignore it either. The next day, I received an email from CPS. They wanted to speak with me not because I was in trouble, but because the youngster had mentioned me as the uncle who made the good food. That stayed with me. I'm meeting with them next week. I'm not sure what they will ask. I'm not sure if I want to be involved again. But maybe the child doesn't need me to fix anything. Maybe all he needs is one person who doesn't leave. My family skipped my wedding to sip champagne in Maui. So I froze the cards, pulled the charter, and said 5 words. As Dad showed up, figure it out. Let me rewind. I was standing in a little dressing room at our venue, this rustic tiny lodge on the coast. Nothing fancy, but calm. I was fixing my cufflinks when I received a text from my mom. Don't anticipate anyone to arrive, good luck. There's no punctuation or context, just those words. I stared at the screen for a minute, convinced it was an error. I actually verified the sender, as if I didn't recognize her number. I even turned my phone off and back on, as if I had misread it. But no, that was all. Elena was getting ready down the hall as I said goodbye to the parents who raised me. She had no idea. She assumed they'd arrive late. I never told her the whole truth about how they responded to her. When we were engaged, my mother described her as scrappy, and my father felt she was not a strategic match. I had no idea people talked that way outside of planned marriages and business boardrooms. They didn't like the fact that her family was not wealthy, that her father drove a truck and her mother worked in retail, and that she was from a tiny town. They grinned in public and called her names behind closed doors, but I had a feeling they'd eventually come around. They did not. I kept monitoring the entrance as the ceremony began. The seats intended for my side of the family remained unfilled. Every single one. Not even a text from my sister. The same sister who once claimed I saved her life during her divorce. She couldn't be bothered sending an excuse. But Elena, my God. She looked stunning. She smiled as if she had the entire world figured out. I focused on her. I did not let them destroy it. At least not visible. We made it through the vows. We kissed. Everyone cheered. The celebration was intimate yet lively. Her family danced for several hours. Our college buddies toasted us with cheap champagne and corny stories. Nobody inquired about my side of the aisle. Perhaps they realized something came up. I went outside to grab a beer from the cooler and enjoy some fresh air. That's when I noticed it. The post. My relative, who evidently never understood how privacy settings operate, posted a photo that impacted me harder than anything my family had ever said to me. They were all standing together on a secluded beach in Maui. Waves behind them, sunglasses, sundresses, and open collars. My parents, my sister and her husband, 2 aunts, and even my father's business partner, who has no blood, glasses lifted, arms around each other, tan and beaming. It looked like a catalog photograph. The caption said, "Finally together. Love wins. Family forever." They did not simply skip my wedding, they planned a parallel celebration, a family function, without me. They waited till my wedding day and then posted it as if it were a message for me. I went back inside, kissed Elena on the cheek, and danced till midnight. Then I became quiet. I showed up at the office as if nothing had happened. "Good morning," the receptionist said. I grinned and headed directly inside my office. My name was still on the charter. I still had all of the administrator keys. I still had control over the corporate cards, joint spending and assets that I helped develop from the ground up with my father. I completed the papers to remove myself from the business. I froze all company expenditure accounts related to the family, including phones, gas, flights and hotels. I planned it to hit them midweek, just as they were closing off their trip. The group chat lit up like a fire alarm. My father texted first, then my sister, and then the call began. I ignored everyone. I was sitting on the couch with my wife and eating leftover cake. Finally I sent a message back. Perfect timing. Then I turned off the phone and opened a bottle of wine. There was nothing more to say. Silence. That was all it took for them to break. I didn't answer a single phone call after the photo, the text, the wedding, or after I locked the expense accounts and removed myself from the business we spent 10 years establishing together. No one responded to the panicked texts building up in my inbox. Not even when my sister texted to see if I had gone nuts. I merely watched quietly from outside as the fractures began to appear. Elena noticed something had changed, but she did not inquire. She was aware enough to recognize that if I hadn't spoken anything yet, it wasn't ready to be stated. We were still adjusting to wedded life. Small routines. Coffee in the morning. We cooked together at night. She took on a freelance job and filled the place with enthusiasm that I had no idea I was missing all these years. We were pleased, tired but thrilled. Then came a knock. It was still cloudy outside, and I was in the kitchen wearing a t-shirt and boxers, having my first cup of coffee when the hammering began. Sharp and loud, as if someone wanted the door off its hinges. I did not have to guess. I already knew who it was. When I opened the door, there he stood. My father was red-faced and dressed in his regular, overpressed shirt and designer slacks, as if he thought showing up in business clothing would confer some sort of power. His tan had hardly gone yet. The Maui sun clung to his skin, as if it were a reproach. He didn't beg to come inside. They didn't inquire how I was doing. Didn't even say hello. He just went into it. Yelled about how I had embarrassed him. How I had crippled the family. How freezing the accounts during the trip left them stranded. And how they had to cover expenses with personal credit cards. He explained that my sister and her husband had recently made a down payment on a second property, thinking that the cash flow would continue. That I had no rights. That I had hurled a grenade at everything. I stood there drinking coffee. When he paused to breathe, I calmly and clearly stated, "I gave you every chance. You made your choice." That was the moment something changed in him. His fury became bitter. He began accusing me of being emotional. I said I was creating a scenario out of nothing. That missing one event was not worth breaking the family apart. He kept referring to it as a difference of opinion, as if what they did was unplanned or without consequences. He claimed I owed him. He created the corporation from nothing. He provided me with the necessary instruments for success. That I am nothing without him. That was when I realized we'd never speak the same language. I informed him that the charter amendments were final. That the controlling firm now controls my shares and would not reverse any choices without pay. If they wanted the entire business, they could buy it back at market value with cash up front. I told him the cards were not coming back. The sale plans, company car leases and trip accounts are all suspended indefinitely. He inquired what I expected them to do. I said, "Figure it out." Then I shut the door. He remained there, beating again, calling my name and making threats that I'd heard before. I did not open it. I sat back down, finished my coffee, and looked through the wedding images. Not one of them featured my family, yet they all expressed excitement. Later that afternoon, I contacted the attorney and established a firewall around the rest of my financial interests. I turned off every shared access point, removed every family member from my personal accounts, and canceled the autopay for the secondary property my sister had recently moved into. She used my name to secure the rate. Not anymore. They had been living off of me for years without recognizing it. They become accustomed to everything disappearing, including trips, investments, and bailouts. I had discreetly kept the wheels going while they posed on beaches, whispering about my wife not being our kind of people. The gears were now coming to a halt, and they could feel each spin slowing down. It started little. Just a few errors in payments. The company's shared car lease failed first. I knew since the dealership contacted my personal number out of habit. Then one of the vendors flagged an overdue invoice and sent an email to the company account that I was still discreetly monitoring. The office building then delivered a notice about late rent. I didn't say anything. I just watched. They were scrambling. I saw that in the group conversation. My sister begs for someone to pay for the lake house's electricity this month. My father responded with vague assurances. My aunt chipped in, reporting her card was denied while attempting to arrange a trip to Scottsdale. My relative inquired whether the corporation still paid his insurance. Nobody was receiving actual answers, and they still hadn't spoken the one thing I was hoping to hear. There was not a single apology. Instead, they pretended something had happened to them. It was as if I had vanished without cause. As if I hadn't spent a decade discreetly handling the financial strings that everyone took for granted. I was the one who established the tax shelters, real estate trusts, and expense pipelines. They never understood how anything worked. They didn't care. They simply utilized the cards, signed the paperwork I provided, and thought the list was unlimited. Then the mortgage problem occurred. My sister and her husband had purchased a new home in a suburban subdivision. It's a big place with a gleaming lawn and perhaps 3 bathrooms. I co-signed softly a year ago when we still spoke. She never asked directly. She just wailed about not being authorized, and I filled in the blank. It seemed like the appropriate thing to do at the time. With the accounts frozen and her income suddenly under scrutiny, the bank flagged the arrangement. The terms broke apart. They were unable to meet the new deposit timeframe. I received the email because legally, my name remained on the contract until I had it removed. It was a fun call. The loan officer inquired whether I was still interested in financing the property. I told him, no, not anymore. She called me, my sister, after being completely silent since before the wedding. No congratulations. No, we're sorry we missed it. No acknowledgement. Simply say, you can't do this to us. Us? I did not even respond. Simply let it ring and block the number. That night, Elena and I ate dinner on the couch and watched reruns with her head on my shoulder. She still didn't know everything. I didn't think she needed to. What mattered was that we were good. We were creating something real. I heard from our old accountant, who I liked. Someone who always kept it straight. He stated the quarterly reports were a catastrophe and wondered if I had truly disabled all access. I said yes. He paused for a second before saying, I wondered when you'd finally stop carrying them. That remained with me, because he was correct. I had been lugging them for years, quietly, fully, without resentment, until they made it difficult to ignore the truth. And now I'm just letting go. The silence began to transform into something else. No apologies. No regret. Just some quiet computations behind closed doors. They were clearly trying to regain control without confronting the facts. Typical. I was working late from home finalizing papers for a startup I had surreptitiously invested in months before, but had never told my father about. It was the first time I felt truly thrilled about a new route. My phone vibrated with an email notice. The sender's name did not sound familiar. Subject line, request for a private talk about family affairs. I opened it. Inside, some smooth wording about wanting to meet for coffee and discuss a potential next step. It took a while for me to realize the sender was one of my father's longtime business connections, an elderly man I had once seen at a board meeting when I was 22. A professional mouthpiece. He even included a remark that made me laugh out loud. I believe there is still a chance to leave a legacy without abandoning personal principles. I didn't respond. 2 days later, I received another email, this one from a law firm. They emailed over a PDF titled Proposal for Partnership Reintegration and Brand Stabilization. That was their title. Not an apology, nor an admission that we were wrong. Just stabilizing, as if I were a stock that sank too quickly. The document was dense. Essentially, they were offering to hire me back as an independent strategic lead with a high pay. My shares were reinstated. A public proclamation of renewed collaboration. I continued scrolling, half bored, until I came across the final phrase, carefully buried at the bottom. Reinstatement subject to realignment of personal associations and conflict with brand image or long-term partner confidence. It didn't mention Elena's name, but I didn't need it to. They wanted me back, but only if I erased the one person who appeared when none of them did. The woman who stood alongside me after all of my blood relatives had vanished. I closed the laptop without responding. The next night, Elena and I were walking home from dinner. Just the two of us, holding a leftover box and giggling about some man at the restaurant who kept noisily pitching a podcast concept no one wanted to hear. We came around the corner onto our block and froze. My mother was standing outside the building, unprepared for conflict. She stood there without any luggage or an umbrella, as if she had been waiting for hours. Her hair was done. Her makeup was intentionally modest, as if she meant to appear unpolished, but not by accident. I hadn't seen her in person in about a year. She did not say hi. Just stared at me, then at Elena, and back at me again. "I came alone," she explained. "Your father doesn't know I'm here." I did not respond. She stated that she wanted to improve things. That it had gone too far. That the business was failing. That no one was communicating with one another, and that it was past time for someone to behave like an adult. I replied, "You did not come to solve anything. You came to negotiate." That is when she said it. Not too loud. "I am not angry." Just one sentence, plainly rehearsed. I think deep down you know she's not part of the future we built. It was so quiet and matter-of-fact that it surprised me more than if she had yelled. Elena didn't say anything. She did not need to. I simply moved forward, looked my mother in the eyes and said, "You created that future without me the moment you stepped off that plane in Maui." Then I turned, grabbed Elena's hand, and walked past her. We did not stop. We did not look back. But later that night, around 1:30 a.m., I received another email from the same firm. Subject: urgent. Intent to sue for breach of fiduciary duty. That's when I realized they weren't done fighting. And then I realized I hadn't even started. When the packet arrived on my desk, I didn't feel anything. Not anger, not surprising. Just a tired confirmation, thick cream-colored paper. My name is typed in bold. Formal wording surrounded the threat. My father and his lawyer were claiming violation of fiduciary responsibility. They accused me of sabotaging the family business, actively interfering with operations, causing reputational damage, and jeopardizing common assets. It was gibberish. But legally shaped rubbish. I handed it over to my lawyer, Isabel. She did not flinch. She was the type of lawyer who used quiet more effectively than most people did words. After reading the first page, she looked up and stated, "They're trying to box you in before they collapse." I nodded. "So let's let them collapse." She instantly started making a counter. They always underestimated the fact that when they were flying first class and golfing with clientele they couldn't identify, I was keeping everything in order. I had all of the documentation. Spending reports, internal emails, proxy notes and even audio recordings from board meetings. I have time-stamped proof of every assignment they assigned to me since they did not want to deal with it. And I was not going to shout or threaten. That was unnecessary. Collapse does not usually result from a fire. Sometimes it's water leaking beneath the walls. I made one call to our logistics partner, Raphael, with whom I had worked for years. We had beers together. I warned him off the record that he might want to postpone fulfilling the next several bulk shipments. These items were shaky. He didn't ask any questions, just said, "Got it." Then came the real estate play. They forgot that I still had partial signatory rights on the commercial lease for our headquarters. I didn't even have to threaten. I just informed the building owner that I would no longer personally guarantee rent coverage and that there was probable financial instability ahead. Within 72 hours, the management business served them with a notice to pay 3 months in advance or prepare to evacuate. I didn't have to lift another finger. They lacked the necessary liquidity to meet such high demand. The walls quietly began to close in. Next came the foreign partner. He only stayed due to my involvement. He withdrew his investment after I sold my last shares in the satellite firm. It was not personal. He even sent me a short email saying, "I saw the writing on the wall. You did the correct thing." My cousin texted me that night. This was the first time I had heard from him since the wedding. He concluded, "Whatever point you're trying to prove, it's made. You've burned everything down." He was wrong. I had not burned anything. I've recently quit watering their garden. However, an unexpected event occurred. I received an email from a woman who worked in human resources at a modest accounting firm. She said she couldn't say anything officially, but she thought I'd be interested in seeing what came over her desk. We met at a diner the next morning. She pushed a folded paper across the table, along with a printed screenshot from their onboarding system. My sister had applied for employment as a financial consultant. Her resume showed her as our company's managing director for the last 4 years. She had even included bullet points for client strategy, revenue growth, operational control, and overall falsehood. She had also used my name and personal number as a professional reference. I stared at the paper for a moment. Then I looked up to ask the woman, "Did she actually interview?" She nodded. She was confident, a little too confident. I smiled. Yeah. That tracks. As I left the diner, I texted my sister, "Don't ever use my name again. No threats or drama. Just that." She didn't respond. However, within an hour, her LinkedIn profile was gone. Her account became private. Mutual contacts have stopped tagging her in anything. The funny thing was that I wasn't even angry. I was not surprised. I believe I just felt done for the first time in my life. I didn't check behind me. I wasn't correcting their mistakes. I was not softening the blow. I was merely marching forwards. And whatever was behind me may fall as far as gravity wanted it to. By the time spring arrived, the family business had quietly closed. There was no bankruptcy filing or scandal in the newspapers. Just closed the doors and disconnected the phones. The website went offline one day without warning. A handful of their previous clientele were presumably curious as to what had happened. Most did not. They moved on. That is how business works. People believe legacies last forever, but they do not. They last for as long as someone is willing to keep them up. And I let go. Elena and I had moved to a new place by then. Nothing expensive, just larger windows, more light, and a kitchen she adored. She began taking on more creative work, and I found myself spending less time in old spreadsheets and more time doing things I had never made time for before: dinners with friends, long walks, and stillness. The lawsuit never went anywhere. Isabel pulled it down so quickly, I barely had time to read their response. They attempted to stall and prolong discovery, but as soon as they realized I wasn't bluffing and that I had everything documented, they quietly withdrew. No apologies, just silence. It was fine. They weren't very adept at apologizing anyway. My father sent one last ripple. He delivered a genuine pen and paper letter to my office. No return address or date. Just a rambling collection of excuses, nostalgia, and a distorted view of our past. He described the early days when we drove out to distribution locations in the middle of nowhere. How we created something from nothing. He stated he misses those days. He suggested we go back to them. Then he finished with a statement that said everything I needed to know. I still believe we were correct in protecting the family from strangers. Outsiders. Even after everything went apart, he saw my wife, the only person who stuck by my side, as a threat. As someone who does not belong. I folded the letter once, tossed it in the garbage, and that was the last time I recognized him. That summer, Elena and I went on a road vacation. There is no destination, just highways, music, gas station coffee, and nowhere to go. We stopped at a small lakeside cabin somewhere in Colorado. No mobile service, no emails, and no expectations. Last night, as we sat on the pier, feet in the water, she remarked, "Do you think you'll ever talk to them again?" I did not respond right away. I continued. "I think they already said goodbye. They just didn't realize it. Because the truth is, the day they chose that beach over my wedding, they made the cleanest break they ever could have. They handed me freedom in the ugliest wrapping possible. I unwrapped it. I utilized it. And I did not look back. I walked away over a year ago. There is no contact, no updates or drama, only distance. For a while I assumed that was the end of it. A clean break. I'm Elena. A tranquil life constructed on the ashes of whatever that family once was. I hadn't realized something was still out there. Something quietly circles back. It began with an email. Not from any of them. It came from a man named Julian Heller. I didn't recognize the name at first, but when I read the message, everything came to a stop. Julian worked as an associate at a Boston law firm, where he was in charge of a private trust for my grandfather's fortune. My grandfather was the only person in my father's family who ever treated me like I was important. He died 10 years ago. I assumed that all he had went directly to my parents. It turns out it didn't. Julian indicated that certain assets had been placed in a secondary trust and locked until my 35th birthday. They were part of a contingency plan put in place by my grandfather following a disagreement with my father. I had no idea this existed. He never spoke about it. However, according to the documents Julian attached, he did not trust what the family had become. So Dad included a stipulation stating that if I was no longer actively involved in the family business and had severed financial links by a particular date, I would inherit the entire trust. And here I was. Clean. Detached. And just barely 35. I emailed the data to Isabel, who confirmed everything within a week. It wasn't only about money. There were homes, stocks, even a storage facility filled with artwork that I had no idea we owned. I stood in the middle of that warehouse one afternoon, staring at a canvas worth more than my first apartment, and realized how little I knew about my own history, what my grandfather was attempting to protect me from, and what he predicted before I did. Elena remained speechless when I told her. She cried a little. She didn't care about the money because, for the first time, it felt like someone from that family had done something for us, rather than against us. The trust arrived with a letter, typed, simple, signed with my grandfather's initials. If they ever chose themselves over you, go away and never look back. I will be waiting on the other side. I did not realize how much I needed to hear it until I read it. We are now preparing something different. Not vengeance, not a legacy. It's just the future. One built not from their rules or expectations, but from what they never understood. Quiet loyalty. Real love. And the importance of walking away. My mom let her new husband kick me out on my 18th birthday. But the house they stole was secretly mine all along. Now I'm taking it back. My name is Kevin, and I am 19 years old. I am now studying computer engineering at a state college in Arizona. I never expected to share my life story here, but after everything that has happened in the last several months, I decided someone could benefit from my experience. Warning. This is going to be a long one. I grew up in what I'd call a middle-class neighborhood in Phoenix, one of those cookie-cutter subdivisions where all of the houses look similar but have enough variances to prevent you from accidentally walking into your neighbor's home. Our house had 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, a decent backyard, and a garage that my father transformed into a workshop. Nothing extravagant. But it was home. Speaking of my father, he was the best person I knew. He worked as an electrical engineer at a local aerospace business, coached my little baseball team, and showed me how to build my first computer when I was 8. He was not flawless. Dude couldn't cook to save his life and had an odd love with 80s metal bands, but he was always there for me until he wasn't. My father died of a huge heart attack when I was 10. He was only 38 years old, had no warning indications, no family history, and was suddenly gone. One day, we were playing catch in the backyard. The next day, Mom tells me he'll never come home. That kind of alters you, especially as a child. After Dad died, it was just me and my mother Sandra, for about 2 years. She was fine, I suppose. She worked as an office manager at a dental business and earned approximately $55,000 per year. We were not wealthy, but Dad's life insurance and job benefits kept us comfortable. Mom was not particularly warm or friendly before Dad died, but she became colder thereafter, as if she regretted having to raise me alone. Then Rick joined the picture. Mom met him at a networking event for local businesses. He claimed to be an entrepreneur with several businesses and investment prospects. Red flags are everywhere, right? But Mom was unable or unwilling to see it. They dated for a whole 6 months before marrying. I was 13 at the time, awkward as hell, and not delighted with this random person suddenly being my new father. Rick came into our house with his 15-year-old daughter Tessa, who was 2 years older than me. She was a complete disaster from the start, taking my belongings, eating my meals, making messes all over the place, and blaming me. Using my computer without authorization and downloading viruses. And of course Mom and Rick always supported her. Kevin, don't be so sensitive. Kevin, you need to share with your sister. Kevin, stop exaggerating. Kevin, you need to be more understanding. It felt like someone had said it before. Meanwhile, Tessa smirked at me behind their backs, confident that she could get away with anything. Rick was worse in multiple ways. He drove a leased BMW which he could barely afford. I later discovered that he was always late on payments, wore false designer clothes, and enjoyed bragging about his connections and transactions that never materialized. He'd return home with fancy devices or watches, flaunt them for a few weeks, and then inexplicably vanish when he couldn't make his credit card payments. In addition, he was incredibly lazy. Mom would go for work at 7:30 in the morning, while Rick would sleep until noon. He claimed to work from home, but much of his time was spent watching ESPN and making the rare business call, which was usually him trying to recruit another poor sucker into one of his pyramid schemes. By the time I was 14, I realized no one in the house was watching out for me. So I began looking out for myself.
When I turned 15, I studied hard, kept my head down, and started working part-time at a local computer repair company. Mr. Singh, the owner, was a kind guy who taught me some essential skills. I began off at $10 an hour just cleaning the shop and doing basic inventory, but as I learned more, I was promoted to $12, then $15 an hour for genuine repair work. I saved nearly everything I earned. I had an old ammo box that used to be my grandfather's, and I kept my money hidden in the crawl space above my closet where Tessa couldn't find it. By the time I graduated from high school, I had saved over $8,000. It was not a fortune, but it was money I had earned. I also had a close group of buddies named Adam, Noah, and Luke. We were the kind of nerdy men that built gaming PCs and spent weekends playing D&D instead of going to parties. Adam's living arrangement was really good. His parents were both teachers, and really mellow. Noah lived with his mother, who worked nights as a nurse, thus his home was frequently empty. Luke had the strictest parents, but they still respected him. All three of them knew my home life was bad, but I tried not to whine too much. Fast forward to my 18th birthday on October 22nd last year. It was a Thursday, so I had my programming fundamentals class at the community college in the morning. My senior year, I took dual enrollment, traditional high school classes, and worked at a computer shop. There is nothing extraordinary planned. My friends had proposed getting pizza that weekend to celebrate, but on the actual day, I simply wanted to go home and relax. I received a few "Happy Day Bro" texts throughout the day, a candy bar from Mr. Singh, and, oddly enough, an actual birthday card from Mrs. Alvarez, our 70-something neighbor who had been next door since before I was born. She'd always been kind to me, especially after Dad died. I did not have a car when I got off the bus that evening at 6:30 p.m. Rick had persuaded Mom that getting me a car would spoil me. I was actually in a good mood. Perhaps there would be a store-bought cake or something at home. Maybe Mom remembers. As I came closer, our house, I noticed Rick standing on the driveway next to his prized BMW. He was holding my old blue duffel bag, which my father and I used to carry on camping trips, and he had the most punchable smirk. No hello, and no happy birthday. He merely tossed my luggage on the concrete driveway and said, "Time's up, kid. You're 18, which means you're no longer my problem. Get the hell out of my house." I stood there absolutely stunned, as if my brain couldn't grasp what was happening. "What are you talking about?" I finally asked. Rick laughed. "You're an adult now, adults don't live rent-free. Your mom and I decided it's time for you to move out and experience the real world." "But this is my mom's house. Where am I supposed to go?" I muttered, still not understanding what was going on. Rick's laugh became louder and meaner. "Your mom's house? That's cute. Ask her yourself if you don't believe me." Then I heard Tessa shouting from her bedroom window. "Mom already knows. She's totally fine with it. You're out, loser." She was filming the entire episode on her phone, most likely for her idiotic TikTok, where she pretended her life was so hard. I could not believe what was happening. My legs felt weak, and I experienced a strange buzzing in my ears. With shaky hands, I took out my phone and contacted my mother. She was still at work. The dentist office remained open late on Thursdays. She responded after 5 rings. "Mom," I whispered, attempting to keep my voice steady. "Rick just kicked me out. He threw my stuff on the driveway." There was a pause. Then she simply stated, "I know, Kevin. We discussed this. You're an adult now." My heart felt like it had stopped. "You agreed to this? To throw me out on my birthday with no warning?" She sighed, as if I was overly dramatic. "Don't use that language with me. Rick's right. You need to grow up and be a man. We've carried you long enough." Carried me? I'd been working since I was 15, paying for my own clothes and phone. I'd even provided them $300 per month in rent for the last year, as Rick asked, to teach me responsibility. That was more than $3,600 taken from me to live in a house where I had grown up my entire life. "It's my birthday today," I muttered, my voice barely audible. "I know. Consider this your chance to finally become independent. Happy birthday." Then she hung up. I stood there in disbelief, staring at my duffel bag, which evidently contained all of my stuff that Rick had determined I could keep. I opened it right there on the driveway, and inside were some clothing, albeit not all of mine. My laptop, luckily, some basic toiletries, and a few strange books. There are no photographs of Dad, none of my gaming accessories, none of my tools from the workshop. "You've got 10 minutes to get anything else you absolutely need," Rick remarked, inspecting his counterfeit Rolex. "Then I'm changing the locks." I felt numb as I walked into my childhood house. Tessa was sitting on the stairs, still recording me, with that dumb sneer on her face. "Ah, is little Kevin going to cry?" she teased. I ignored her and walked directly to my room. I reached up into the crawl area for my ammo box of savings, as well as my backup hard drive containing all of my essential information, and a photo book of Dad and me. Then I remembered my father's watch, the one decent thing he owned. A vintage Seiko that his father had given him. It was in my desk drawer. But it wasn't. Looking for this? Tessa stood in my doorway, dangling Dad's watch. "Rick pawned it last week, said since you were leaving anyway, you wouldn't need it." Something in me broke at that point. I sprang at her, not intending to hurt her, only to get the watch, but she jumped back laughing. "I'm kidding. God, you're so easy to mess with. Rick sold it months ago." I can't recall much after that. I somehow made it back outdoors with my few belongings. Mrs. Alvarez watched from her porch, her expression filled with concern. I must have looked like a total mess. "Kevin?" she shouted out. "Is everything okay, mijo?" I couldn't even respond to her. I simply shook my head and began walking, with no goal in mind. My hands were so shaky that I couldn't even text Adam to ask if I could crash at his apartment that night. I slept on Adam's couch trying to make sense of how my life had disintegrated in a matter of hours. Adam's family graciously allowed me to stay the first night, although their apartment was small, with just 2 bedrooms for Adam, his parents, and his younger sister. His mother set up the couch for me with clean sheets and even gave me a new toothbrush, but I knew this wasn't a long-term fix. I went to school the next morning in the identical clothing I had worn the day before. I tried to act normal, but I was a complete wreck on the inside. During lunch I sat with my pals and eventually broke down, telling them everything. "Dude, that's messed up," Noah said. "They can't just throw you out like that." "Actually, they legally can," Luke added. Luke's father was a paralegal, so he had some legal knowledge. "Not helping, Ty," Adam replied, giving him a glare. "Sorry, just saying," Luke murmured. After school I went to work at the computer shop. Mr. Singh looked at me and knew something was amiss. "What happened?" he questioned with his strong Indian accent. "You look like hell warmed over." I gave him the shortened version. He listened without interrupting and then disappeared into his office. He returned with a protein snack and a can of Coke. "Eat," he replied. Then we spoke. After my shift, Mr. Singh offered to let me remain in the shop's storage room temporarily. "There's a cot in there from when my nephew worked here," he told me. "Not comfortable, but better than the street." I was so grateful that I almost sobbed again. But when I was trying to thank him, I remembered something or someone I hadn't considered before. My father's brother, Uncle Thomas. We weren't really close. He lived approximately 40 miles away in Tempe, and worked insane hours as a construction supervisor. But he was always nice to me, sending me birthday cards with $50 and occasionally checking in. I hadn't seen him for almost a year. Rick was always making excuses when Uncle Thomas came to visit, most likely because he knew Uncle Thomas could see straight through him. I thanked Mr. Singh but said I wanted to try one more thing before accepting his offer. I visited McDonald's to use their free Wi-Fi. My phone plan had limited data, so I called Uncle Thomas. I half anticipated to receive voicemail, given that it was around 6 p.m. and he was most likely still on the job site. Instead, he focused on the second ring. "Kevin? Is everything okay?" He could undoubtedly tell there was something wrong by the tone of my voice. I attempted to sound casual but broke down around 10 seconds in. I informed him about being kicked out, my mother's reaction, and Dad's watch being sold. There was a moment of stillness. He continued. "Text me your location. I'm coming to get you right now." An hour later, his dusty F-150 arrived outside McDonald's. When he saw me with my duffel bag, his cheeks became an unusual shade of red. "Get in," he said. "But first, I'm making a call." I hopped into his truck and saw him call my mother on speakerphone. "Sandra, it's Thomas. I've got Kevin with me. He tells me Rick kicked him out yesterday, and you went along with it. What the hell is going on?" My mother's voice came over as guarded and furious. "This is between me, Rick and Kevin. It's not your business, Thomas." Uncle Thomas laughed, but it wasn't funny. "Not my business? My brother's son is homeless on his 18th birthday, and it's not my business? Let me tell you something, Sandra. You're going to regret this. Mark my words." "Is that a threat?" she demanded. "No, it's a promise," he said. Calmly. "You and that leech you married have no idea what's coming. I hope that house is worth losing your son over." He hung up and turned to me. "Kevin, there's some stuff you need to know about that house, but first, let's get you settled at my place." Uncle Thomas's house was a modest 3-bedroom ranch-style home that he had mostly restored himself. He lived there with his wife Rachel, a nurse, and his 14-year-old son Mason, who was infatuated with basketball.
They instantly emptied up their home office for me and treated me as if I were family rather than a burden. That night, after dinner, real home-cooked food. Not the takeout my mom and Rick often ordered. Uncle Thomas sat me down with a Coke. I'd never seen him seem this serious. "Kevin, did you know your grandfather owned that house free and clear, and that when he died, he left it specifically to you?" I almost choked on my soda. "What are you talking about? That house is Mom's, isn't it?" Uncle Tom shook his head. "Your grandfather and your dad's father bought that house back in the 1990s for about $120,000. When he got sick, he updated his will. He left cash to your dad and me, but the house was specifically left to you, his only grandchild." He stood up and went to his desk, taking out a folder containing yellowed papers. "Here's a copy of the will. I kept one because I never fully trusted your mom. Especially after she rushed to marry that con artist Rick." As I read through the legal wording, my palms shook again. But for a different reason. There it was in black and white. My primary residence at 1422 Oakwood Drive will be left to my grandson, Kevin Allen Mitchell. "But how?" I stammered. "How could they live there if it's mine?" "You were 11 years old when Grandpa died," Uncle Thomas explained. "Too young to own property. The will specified that your parents would act as trustees until you turned 18. When your dad died a year later, your mom became the sole trustee. She was supposed to transfer everything to you on your 18th birthday." My mind was whirling. "Instead, they kicked me out of my own house." Uncle Thomas nodded grimly. "That's not all. I bet they've been renting out the basement apartment for cash and pocketing the money that was supposed to go into a trust for you." He was correct. About 2 years after Rick moved in, they converted the basement into a separate apartment and rented it out to a college student named Jake for $900 per month. I always assumed it was their house and money. "So, what do we do?" I inquired, rage replacing shock. "First, we document everything," Uncle Thomas stated. "Then we talk to my friend Leo. He's the best real estate attorney in the state." Just then, Aunt Rachel entered with a small chocolate cake and a solitary candle. "I know it's a day late, but everyone deserves a birthday cake," she added cheerfully. It was a simple thing, yet I had to hold back tears. My mother couldn't be bothered to remember my birthday, but my aunt made me feel important. As I blew out the flame, Mason inquired, "Did you make a wish?" I nodded. "Yeah, I did." "Don't tell us what it was," Aunt Rachel urged. "Or it won't come true." But internally, I understood exactly what I had prayed for. Justice. That night, in the converted office, with new linens on a pull-out couch, I finally broke down. All of the emotions I had been suppressing, including shock, betrayal, wrath, and fear, came spilling out. I buried my face in the pillow so no one could hear me sobbing like a small child. I sobbed for the house I'd lost, for my father who wasn't there to defend me, for years of putting up with Rick and Tessa's nonsense, and for my mother's decision to prioritize them above me. I cried till I was exhausted and then fell asleep. The following morning, I awoke to the fragrance of pancakes and the sound of Mason shooting hoops in the driveway. For a minute, I forgot what had happened. Then everything came rushing back. But something was different. The anguish of yesterday has been replaced by something more powerful. Determination. I wasn't going to just get through this. I was prepared to fight back. Uncle Thomas explained the strategy over breakfast. "I called Leo last night after you went to bed. He can see us at 11 o'clock. In the meantime, I want you to write down everything you can remember about the basement apartment when they renovated it. How much they've been charging for rent, everything." "I can do better than that," I responded, taking out my phone. "I've got texts from Rick about the rent payments." Uncle Thomas grinned. "That's my nephew, always thinking ahead." Leo Goldstein, Uncle Thomas's attorney acquaintance, operated from a restored Victorian mansion downtown. His office was on the second story, with dark wood paneling and books all over. He looked younger than I expected, possibly in his mid-40s, with a clean beard and glasses that resembled those of a college professor. He listened intently while I recounted everything, occasionally taking notes on a yellow legal pad. Uncle Thomas provided some information on my grandfather and the will. When we were finished, Leo leaned back in his chair and tapped his pen on the pad. "Based on these documents," he informed me, "the house is unquestionably yours, Kevin. Your mother had a fiduciary duty to transfer the property to you when you turned 18. Not only did she fail to do that, but she and her husband illegally evicted you from your own property." "So I can just go back and kick them out?" I was wondering. Leo smiled, but it was not a joyful one. "We could do that, or we could build a stronger case and really make them pay for what they've done. He stated that if we could prove they had been collecting rental income from the property without putting it in trust for me, we could sue for both misuse of funds and wrongful eviction of a minor. Because I was kicked out at 6:30 p.m. on my birthday, when I was technically still 17 years old according to my birth certificate, which said I was born at 9:17 p.m., they faced extra legal issues. Here's what we're going to do, Leo explained, leaning forward. First, we need to establish a paper trail. Kevin, you mentioned texts about the rental income? I browsed through my phone and discovered several texts from Rick throughout the last year. Remind Jake that rent is due tomorrow. $900 in cash only. Jake is late again with the rent. Tell him to pay up or find another spot. I received the $900 from Jake. I am going to utilize it to pay for the yacht. Leo raised his brow at the final one. Rick has a boat? A small pontoon boat he bought last summer, I explained. Said it was an investment opportunity for lake tours or something. He used it like twice, then kept it parked in our driveway. Perfect, Leo remarked, taking additional notes. Now we need to get statements from witnesses. Your friend Adam, who took you in that first night. The tenant Jake. Maybe some neighbors who saw you being kicked out. Mrs. Alvarez was outside when it happened, I recalled. And I think she called my mom about it. Excellent. Here's my plan. I'll file an emergency petition with the court to establish your ownership rights and get a temporary restraining order against your mother and Rick to prevent them from selling or further encumbering the property. Then we'll build our case for financial restitution. Over the next 2 weeks, we collected evidence and statements. Adam and his parents made sworn statements about how I walked up at their door with only a duffel bag. Luke's father assisted us with part of the paperwork because he was familiar with the judicial system. We even reached out to Jake, the downstairs resident. He was a 22-year-old community college student who was completely unaware of the ownership status. He was horrified to learn what had happened. Dude, that's so messed up, he informed me when we met at a Starbucks near school. I had no clue it was your house. Rick always acted like he was doing me a favor by renting to me. Jake sent us copies of all of his rental agreements and payment records, which totaled $900 every month for over 3 years. Over $32,000 should have gone to me. He also informed us that Rick had suddenly wanted cash exclusively for payments, which Leo considered a major red flag. He's trying to hide the income, Leo explained. This just gets better and better for our case. Mrs. Alvarez, our elderly neighbor, was probably the most crucial witness. She had observed everything from her front porch and even photographed it with her phone because she believed something wasn't right. I saw that awful man throw your bag out, she told me, her accent thick but her memory sharp. I wanted to help, but I didn't know what to do. I called your mother but she never called back. I've been worried sick about you, mijo. The photo she had taken plainly showed Rick standing over me, my duffel bag on the ground, and a timestamp of 6:30 p.m. on October 22nd, proving that I was still legally a child when they booted me out. Leo also requested a title search for the residence, which revealed something startling. Rick took out a $60,000 home equity line of credit barely 6 months after marrying my mother. They had no legal right to do this, because the house was not theirs to borrow against. This is fraud, Leo stated plainly as he showed us the documentation. They forged documents to secure that loan. The bank should have caught this. But they probably just saw that your mom was living there and assumed she owned it. By mid-November, we were prepared. Leo filed files with the court and issued official notices to my mother and Rick. The judge assigned to our case, Judge Bennett, granted an emergency hearing based on proof of a minor's wrongful removal. Now we wait, Leo explained. But not for long. 3 days after the legal warnings arrived, my phone flooded with texts and phone calls from my mother. I disregarded them all, per Leo's instructions. Then Rick made threats. You ungrateful little... After all we've done for you. I blocked his phone number. Tessa, my stepsister, also got in on the act, writing on Instagram about how I was attempting to take their house and how psychotic I was. My real friends knew better and supported me, but it still stung to see the lies. A week later, we had our first court date. I wore a suit that Uncle Thomas helped me buy, but my mother arrived in an exquisite outfit that I knew she couldn't afford. Rick sported a phony Rolex and a smug grin that faded when our lawyer presented the evidence. Your Honor, Leo responded. Not only did the defendants fail to transfer the property as required by the will, they illegally evicted the rightful owner who was still a minor at the time of eviction and have been collecting rental income without accounting for those funds. My mother's counsel, a nervous-looking man who kept dropping his papers, attempted to explain that they had utilized the rental revenue for my benefit to cover food, clothing, and other costs.
Leo was prepared for this. We have receipts showing that Kevin purchased his own clothes, paid for his own phone, and even paid $300 monthly rent to the defendants, essentially paying them to live in a house he already owned. The judge's countenance darkened with each piece of evidence. By the end of the session, she had given a temporary order. My mom and Rick were unable to collect any additional rent from Jake, make any improvements to the property, and had to furnish complete financial records within 30 days. Outside the courts, my mother attempted to approach me. "Kevin, please. You have to understand we were just trying to prepare you for the real world." I stared her directly in the eyes. The real world? In the real world, people who steal and lie go to jail. Consider this your preparation. Rick approached me, fists clenched, but Uncle Thomas stepped in between us. "Not a smart move," he said. Rick quickly backed down. Uncle Thomas weighed 50 pounds and had 4 inches of muscle. As they went away, I felt both sad and satisfied. This was only the beginning. Over the next month, more unpleasant revelations emerged. The financial discovery process revealed that my mother and Rick had not only taken up a $60,000 home equity line of credit, but also maxed it out. Rick had spent the money on failed business projects, vacations to Cancun, and BMW payments. Leo was really enraged. "This is textbook fraud," I heard him say. "They forged documents to secure that loan. We're adding this to our complaint." Meanwhile, I continued to focus on school and my job at the computer repair company, which had offered me more hours. Uncle Thomas and Aunt Rachel requested that I stay with them rent-free until everything was settled. "Family doesn't charge family," Uncle Thomas simply stated when I offered to pay something. Mason was actually rather relaxed about his cousin suddenly staying with them. He even cleared out half of his wardrobe to make room for my things and encouraged me to join his pals for weekend basketball games. It wasn't the life I had envisioned, but it was better than I had anticipated. The case moved very rapidly when the loan fraud was exposed. We had another hearing in early December, during which the judge appointed a receiver to manage the property and funds until a final decision was reached. That's when everything went horribly wrong. The receiver learned Rick had taken out a second mortgage for $25,000 barely a week after they kicked me out. That money had already gone, largely to online gambling sites. Rick lost it in court when this came up, yelling about his rights and calling me every term in the book. The judge ordered him removed and detained in contempt. As Christmas neared, I received an unexpected guest at Uncle Thomas's house. Jake, the basement tenant, who appeared nervous. "Your mom and Rick told me I have to pay them in cash from now on," he recalled. "They said if I told anyone, they'd evict me immediately." We quickly communicated this to Leo and the receiver. The judge issued a restraining order, preventing my mother and Rick from even approaching the property without court authorization. By this point, word of our case had gone across the neighborhood and my former high school. People I barely knew messaged me with stories about Rick's frauds and my mother's falsehoods. Former acquaintances of my mother came forward with texts in which she boasted about living the good life with Kevin's inheritance. One of my father's former co-workers even contacted me to inform me that Rick attempted to sell him investment opportunities, using my father's name as a reference shortly after his death. The guy had seen through it and cut contact, but he thought I should know. It was like seeing a house of cards fall in slow motion. Christmas with Uncle Thomas's family was not like the stressful, materialistic holidays with Mom and Rick. We bought a real tree, made homemade ornaments with Mason, and exchanged simple but heartfelt gifts. Aunt Rachel made homemade tamales using her grandmother's recipe, and Uncle Thomas went us to volunteer at a local shelter on Christmas Eve. For New Year's, my friends came over for a gaming night. As the clock struck midnight and we all exclaimed, "Happy New Year," I realized I was truly happy. Regardless of what had transpired, I had people who truly cared about me. The final hearing was scheduled for January 15th, almost precisely 3 months after they kicked me out. In the weeks running up to it, my mother undertook a desperate push to persuade me to withdraw the case. She left heartfelt voicemails describing how Rick had manipulated her. She even turned up at my workplace, raising such a commotion that Mr. Singh had to contact security. She attempted to ambush me after class at college, pleading for 5 minutes to explain. Rick took a different strategy. He had his brother, who turned out to be a low-level pot dealer rather than the investment banker Rick had always claimed, approach me outside school with an offer of $10,000 in cash to drop everything. I recorded the exchange and included it in our proof. Tessa continued her social media campaign, publishing manipulated screenshots of conversations and alleging I was plotting to destroy the family out of jealousy. She even launched a GoFundMe page, stating they were going to be destitute because of me, but it only got about $200 from naive individuals. Throughout it all, I remained focused on school and job. My grades improved dramatically now that I was no longer living in a poisonous environment. Mr. Singh offered me a promotion to assistant manager once I completed my associate's degree. I even considered applying to Arizona State's computer science program in the fall. Uncle Thomas met with me the day before the final hearing. "Kevin, I want you to be prepared for tomorrow," stated the teacher. "No matter what the judge decides, you've already won. You stood up for yourself. You discovered the truth, and you've built a new life. I'm proud of you, and your dad would be too." I nodded, my throat thick with emotion. "I know. I just want it to be over." "It will be," he pledged. "One way or another." The next morning as we prepared to go for court, I noticed Aunt Rachel putting together a tiny box. "What's that?" I inquired. She smiled. "Just a little something for after. Win or lose, we're celebrating you today." Uncle Thomas was unusually silent while driving to the courthouse. Finally he said, "Whatever happens in there, remember that you have a home with us for as long as you need it. No rush, no pressure. Your family." I nodded, too nervous to say. But inside I felt a warmth I hadn't felt in years, the comfort of knowing I genuinely belonged somewhere. The courtroom was busier than I expected. Mr. Singh, Mrs. Alvarez, Jake, Adam, Noah, and Luke were all present. My mother Rick and Tessa sat in the front row, dressed appropriately for church. Judge Bennett brought the court to order. She was a stern-faced woman in her 60s, reading spectacles perched on the tip of her nose. She started by summarizing the case. "This court has reviewed extensive evidence regarding the ownership of the property at 1422 Oakwood Drive, the actions of the trustees, Sandra and Gregory Lawson, and the circumstances surrounding the eviction of Kevin Mitchell on October 22 of last year." She paused, looking directly at my mother and Rick through her glasses. "The evidence of financial misconduct and breach of fiduciary duty in this case is some of the most egregious this court has seen. Not only did the trustees fail to transfer the property as required by the will of Harold Mitchell, but they actively worked to conceal the rightful ownership from the beneficiary, misappropriated rental income, fraudulently encumbered the property, and then evicted the rightful owner while he was still a legal minor." My mother was already weeping. Rick sat stone-faced. Tessa was furiously texting, most likely updating her fans. "Therefore this court rules as follows," Judge Bennett went on. "Full and clear title to the property at 1422 Oakwood Drive is hereby transferred to Kevin Allen Mitchell, effective immediately. All liens and encumbrances placed on the property by the defendants are deemed fraudulent and void." Uncle Thomas placed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a comforting squeeze. "Furthermore," the judge said, "the defendants, Sandra and Gregory Lawson, are ordered to pay restitution to Kevin Mitchell in the amount of $57,400, representing the misappropriated rental income and illegal rent payments collected from the plaintiff." She was not done. The court additionally imposes $25,000 in punitive penalties for illegally evicting a youngster. Finally, this court has referred the evidence of loan fraud to the district attorney's office for possible criminal prosecution. The gavel crashed down with a thud that echoed throughout the courtroom. Outside the courthouse, my mother burst into tears and rushed toward me. "Kevin, please, we have nowhere to go. I'm still your mother." I paused and looked at her for a moment. I nearly felt bad for her. Almost. "You stopped being my mother the moment you chose him over me," I replied softly. "You threw me out of my house on my birthday without a second thought. Now you know how it feels." Rick attempted to be tough one final time. "You think you've won? This isn't over, you little..." Leo cut him off. "Actually, it is over. And every word out of your mouth just increases the likelihood of criminal charges. I suggest you stop talking." 3 days later, I stood on my front lawn, watching sheriff's deputies monitor my mother and Rick as they loaded their stuff into a U-Haul truck. Tessa was crying profusely while filming herself on social media about being homeless. She was moving in with her real mother, who owned a wonderful condo downtown. My mother made one final plea as she carried out her last box. "Kevin, you can't do this to your own mother. Where are we supposed to go?" I stared at her gently. "You should have thought about that before you kicked out your son. I was wondering the same thing 3 months ago." As they drove away, Uncle Thomas placed his hand on my shoulder. "You okay?" I nodded. "Yeah. For the first time in a long time, I actually am." That night, I slept in my childhood bedroom at home. I decided to continue renting the basement to Jake at a reasonable rate. I used some of the damage money to complete the home renovations that Rick had been putting off for years.
I also established a minor scholarship at my former high school in my grandfather's name. It wasn't much, $1,000 per year, but it would help someone in need. Last I heard, my mother and Rick were living in a rundown apartment on the outskirts of town. Rick is facing charges for loan fraud, and my mother's dental office dismissed her after learning about the matter. Sometimes I feel a tinge of guilt, but then I remember standing on that driveway with nothing but a duffel bag for my birthday. My mother's harsh voice said, "You need to grow up," before hanging up on me. And I recall that they did this to themselves. The house is mine. It always was. My life is now totally complete. So, was I an asshole for reclaiming what was legally mine while leaving my mother and stepfather with nothing? I honestly don't care either way. Some things have to be taught the hard way. A lot of individuals are curious about my future plans. I plan to finish my degree, continue working part-time, and eventually sell the house to buy something with fewer terrible memories. But now it feels lovely to sleep under my own roof. Nobody can steal it from me.